just to advise everyone that the live streaming has begun.
Morning, Mark.
Morning, Tony.
Bonjour Marc.
Bonjour Valérie, ça va?
Ça va bien, merci.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, Councillor.
Morning, Councillor.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in about a minute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the CPSC meeting. It looks like everyone is here. So I will get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This meeting is being held remotely through Zoom, which is necessary, as we all know, in these times physical distancing to keep us all safe. So please note that we do not, those that do not need to participate in the meeting can also watch it on the live stream on the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel. A reminder to participants to please keep your microphones muted until I call on you to speak. I will provide each committee member with the opportunity to ask questions or comment on each item as we go through the agenda in the order in which they raise their hand on Zoom. And we'll do my best to keep tabs on that. Committee members will be called on first, followed by members of council who have also joined the meeting. For panelists, the raise hand option is found at the bottom of the participants list. For attendees, you will find the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom window. For those that are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. The committee coordinator, Mark, and I will be watching for these cues. The usual 5-minute speaking limit applies. Members are also reminded to please submit any motions, visual supports, or declarations of interest in writing to the coordinator if they have not yet done so. And although the deadline has passed for residents to register to speak at the committee, residents can still make written submissions prior to council on November 25th for items 2 and 3, and prior to December 9th, hard to imagine December, for the budget item number 1. If you have technical difficulties at all signing into the meeting, you can contact the clerk's office at committees@ottawa.ca or by calling 613-580-2424, extension 28821. Having said that, this is our last meeting of the year, but it is a big one. Today we will consider our portion of the draft budget for 2021. Our $1.8 billion operating budget covers programs and services that touches the lives of all of our residents, especially the most vulnerable in our city. The budget funds emergency services that help keep us safe, social services that improve our quality of life, and the parks, recreation, and cultural facilities that make our communities vibrant. Draft Budget 2021 is really a no-frills budget that strikes a balance between supporting evolving community needs during the pandemic and delivering essential municipal services while also advancing council's priorities. The draft budget has been carefully developed, and while we await further funding from the upper levels of government. The services that our committee's purview are seeking $54.6 million to address anticipated COVID-19 costs in 2021. The health and safety of our residents is, of course, the city's top priority. Healthy and resilient community is the foundation we need to sustain our social connections and support and enable economic recovery. To that end, the draft budget continues council's investments in the emergency services, in long-term care, and social services for residents in need. We would hire an additional 14 paramedics to address increasing call volumes and invest $2 million towards building a new deployment facility in the West End. We would also invest a $7.5 million towards building a new fire station to serve the growing areas of Canada North and South March. To maintain the quality of professional care for residents in the city's long-term care homes, the budget includes an additional $16 million for nursing, personal care, and personal protective equipment, along with $7.6 million to renew the homes and replace furniture and equipment. Community funding, which supports nonprofits that help residents with the greatest need, would continue with a $25.2 million investment. This includes an inflationary increase of $485,000 and $500,000 in a one-time funding allotment to support agencies in the city transition to a new funding framework coming forward later next year. The draft budget also provides an inflationary increase of $575 million to community-based housing and homelessness programs and supports, bringing our total investment in housing and homelessness up to $33 million. Other highlights from the draft budget include $82.9 million for childcare fee subsidies, so families can access affordable and quality childcare. $25.3 million to renew and enhance parks, recreation, and cultural facilities, and $12.9 million to build new ones. There's also $420,000 in the Community Pass and Equipass programs, with a continued freeze that helps fares at, that keeps fares at 2018 rates, and a freeze on most bylaw and regulatory license and permit fees. After staff present the committee's portion of the draft budget, we will hear from public delegations. We have, it looks like about 18 delegations registered to speak, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say. Hearing from the community is an important part of the budget process, and this feedback helps us make decisions about these important services that we provide. So with that, let's start with today's agenda. I have received no regrets, but could I ask the committee coordinator, Mark, if you could please do roll call?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Kitts. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Conseiller Lulov.
Présent.
Conseiller Fleury.
Bonjour.
Councillor Fleury, good day.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Vice Chair Eglai.
Here.
And Chair Suds.
Here, slowly.
All present.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mark. Are there any declarations of interest?
Yeah,
believe
I have one, Chair.
a few, so perhaps we'll start with Councillor McKenney.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McKenney, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2020 Community and Protective Services Committee draft operating and capital budget. Housing Services Operating Resource Requirement, page 37, as follows. The Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, page 37. Home for Good, page 37. And Reaching Home, page 37, as my spouse is employed by the Options by Town, an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. And Councillor Deans?
Thank you, Chair. I, Councillor Diane Deans, declare potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2021 Community and Protective Services Committee draft operating and capital budget. Children's services as follows: user fees, page 35, and municipal child care centers operating resource requirement, pages 33 and 34, as my daughter works at the Centre Éducatif Tournesol Municipal Child Care Center, which receives funding from these budget line items.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And I believe Vice Chair Eglai has a point of privilege.
Correct, Madam Chair. I rise on a point of Sorry, I'll put my video on. I rise on a point of personal privilege. My spouse is a member of the Nepean, Rideau, and Osgood Community Resource Center Board of Directors, an organization that receives funding from the city. While I have no pecuniary or financial interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I've decided to declare this relationship to provide transparency in the spirit of Section 1 of the Code of Conduct and to fulfill my responsibilities under Section 243 of the Municipal Act in participating in this debate and voting on the matter. In addition, I have filed with the Clerk's Office a copy of the Integrity Commissioner's memorandum on this matter. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I believe that is all for declarations of interest. Next is confirmation of minutes. The minutes for October 15th, 2020. Are the minutes for that meeting confirmed?
Confirmed.
Confirmed?
Very
Fantastic, thank you. So the first item on the agenda is the 2021 draft operating and capital budget. I'm going to hold that for now. We'll come back to it. The second item is the Arts, Culture, and Recreation Advisory. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Thought I heard something there. So again, item 2, which is the Arts, Culture, and Recreation Advisory Committee proposed 2020-22 work plan. We have received no submissions or requests to speak on this item. Does the committee have any questions for staff, or is the report carried? Carried?
Carried.
Terrific, thank you very much. And the third report is the Community Partnership Capital Programs Annual Report. Again, there's been no correspondence on this item and no speakers that have registered. Does the committee have any questions for staff on this? Or is the report carried? Carried?
Carried.
Terrific. Thank you very much. So then we will go back to item number 1, again, the draft operating and capital budget for the Community and Protective Services Committee. Just procedurally to let you know, so we will have a presentation for staff. Prior to doing so, if I could ask Vice Chair Eglai, there is a technical amendment to be tabled. If we could table that now, Vice Chair Eglai.
Absolutely. So I don't know if the clerk can put that on the screen. Whereas on November the 4th, 2020, Council received and tabled the 2021 draft capital and operating budget, ACS 2020-FSD-FIN-003, and associated committee budget books. And whereas it was discovered that minor corrections were required in the Community and Protective Services Committee draft 2021 budget document tabled with Council on November the 4th, 2020. And whereas Finance has subsequently issued a revised draft Community and Protective Services Committee draft 2021 budget, which includes the following corrections. And I think I'll just leave those on the screen rather than reading through them all. Therefore, be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee receive and consider the revised Community and Protective Services Draft 2021 budget document.
Terrific, thank you very much. Any questions on the technical amendment? Is this technical amendment carried? Carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Terrific. Okay, fantastic. So again, procedurally, next we're going to go to the staff presentation on the budget. Following that, we'll table the budget motion and any other motions. So if anyone has a motion on the budget they have not yet circulated, if you could please share with the clerk. Following that, we'll have delegations. And as I mentioned, I believe we have 18 delegations today. And then we'll go to questions to staff after that. So with that, I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation from staff. And I think Anthony DeMonte might be leading that along with Isabel Jasmine.
That's correct, Chair. If Mark could put the presentation up. Perfect. Mark, I'm on slide 2 now. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of committee. Yes, I will start the presentation, and my colleagues will be joining me very shortly. Today, we'll be presenting you the draft 2021 budget for the Community Protective Services Committee for your consideration. Slide 3, please. Pour la présentation aujourd'hui, je suis accompagné
For the presentation today, I'm here with my colleagues.
General Manager of Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services, Luc Gagné, Director of Parks, Forestry, Stormwater Services, and Donna Gray, General Manager of Community and Social Services. Today, we are presenting the draft budgets for Emergency and Protective Services, Recreation, Cultural Facility Services, Parks and Services, and Community Social Services. I will now turn the presentation over to Deputy Treasurer Isabel Jasmine to present the operating and capital budget summaries and capital funding sources. So the next slide, Mark, and Isabel is up next.
Thank you. So the operating budgets of 4 service areas are included in this committee's budget. Emergency and Protective Services will see a net increase of 8.67 million over 2020. For the 2021 budget, we added a specific column in the operating budget resource requirements details for COVID to highlight the expected one-time increases in costs or revenue shortfalls due to the pandemic if it continues into 2021. These are offset by expected revenue from the province, which has an overall net effect of 0 on the final budget. The estimated cost of COVID for Community and Protective Services is 10.5 million. For Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services, the net increase to the budget is 5.7 million. This is another area that is estimating cost impacts and revenue shortfalls due to COVID totaling 17.1 million. Parks will see a net increase of 715,000 and are not projecting any significant COVID impacts. Community and Social Services are estimating a 4.7 million net increase, and they too are estimating an impact from COVID, particularly for children's services, housing, and long-term care of 25.8 million in total. Next slide. So the 2021 draft capital budget includes 17.3 million for emergency protective services, 39% of which is for renewal and 57% for growth. Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services draft capital budget for 2021 is 44.9 million, 64% of which is for renewal of assets. Community and Social Services has a draft capital budget of 8.4 million, most of which is for renewal. Next slide. So this slide provides an overview of the funding sources for the capital budget before you today. A significant portion comes from what we call reserves, but it is technically cash. We contribute from the operating budget at each year, and it is these funds that are used to fund the capital budget each year. In this budget, most of the capital budget is funded with cash, and 19.6 million of the development charges, which are used to fund growth projects per development charge background study. Very little debt is included in this budget. There's also a small amount from revenues, which primarily comes from grants or funding from government. Next slide.
Thank you, Isabel. Chair, in the Emergency Protective Services operating budget, dans le budget de fonctionnement des services de protection de
And in the operating budget for emergency and protective,
2.8 million for potential contract settlements, increments, and benefit changes. These are cost of living allowances being factored in for staff compensation costs. There is a 725,000 for inflationary increases to contracted services, maintenance agreement, materials, and supplies. And there's a request for 1.3 million for the 14 additional paramedics to meet growth in call volume. There's also 95,000 for the administration of the new film bylaw, which was approved by Council in 2020. In the Emergency Services capital budget, dans le budget d'immobilisation des services de protection et
in the
d'urgence,
emergency capital budget,
there is 7.5 million towards the new Canada Fire North Fire Station. 2 million towards this project was approved in the 2020 budget. The total cost of the project is 9.5 million, and work is expected to be completed in 2022. There is also 2.6 million towards upgrading and renewing equipment for Ottawa Fire Services. There is $2 million towards the Ottawa Paramedic West Deployment Facility. This is a second year of investment as we move towards preparing to build that facility. And lastly, there's 490,000 for emergency response vehicles and equipment for the Ottawa Paramedic Service. This covers the growth in call volume and the required vehicles and equipment to support the request of the additional staff in 2021. Next slide is my colleague Dan.
Good morning, Chair. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, membres du comité.
good morning, Madam Chair and members of the
Facilities 2021 budget includes a $5.3 million adjustment for cost of living increments and benefits adjustments. Increases in facility costs related to inflation on compensation, hydro increases, security maintenance contracts, This is primarily because my department houses the facilities component that looks at having the budget for most utilities as well as acquisition lease for properties that the city leases out. And so within this budget, you will see increases beyond the typical 2.5% cost of living for things like water rates and hydro increases. Those are all reflected in this budget and then charged out to individual departments based on facility ownership. Inflationary increases on our user fees of 2.5%, and this amount was actually approved as part of last year's 2020 budget. When council did 2020, they approved our 2020 and 21 fees and allocated a 2.5%. What is new in this budget is a temporary one-time 1.95% increase to offset the cost of additional COVID requirements to deliver our programs. And this is everything from having additional staff in our facilities to do contact tracing to additional heightened increase in sanitization of facilities. And this provision is primarily reflected in our two programming budgets and is intended to bring in $500,000 to offset those additional costs that are required for us to go forward and provide programming. The estimated $67.2 million in revenue is pretty well in line with the revenues that we have brought in the past years. What is a little bit different this year is, as mentioned by the Deputy City Treasurer earlier on, is that 49 million of that is actual fees, and then the risk balance, the one-time provincial input into this budget makes up the balance of that. And so that is a fairly conservative estimate of what we believe we can achieve with current restrictions on programming, but there is a risk factor with a contribution from upper levels of government included in this budget. The 142 million in net operating reflects essentially a cost of living increase. There is no risk built into that. Although we know from the operations in 2020 that there are opportunities for savings, both in terms of part-time compensation, utilities, and other operating costs, as most of our facilities are still not up to full operation. And we are taking measures to, wherever possible, save costs on that. Next slide, please. Our capital budget has three main envelopes: renewal, growth, and service enhancement. The largest portion is in the renewal of assets. This is primarily the 18.8 million and the 550,000 are through our partners in infrastructure services and go towards a long list of annual upgrades to keep our facilities operating. Also noted in here is the design funds for the renewal of the beach pavilion at Mooney's Bay, which includes the design for the pavilion as well as washroom facilities and a park garage for the site. In growth, we're looking at 8 new parks, as well as 2 main facilities, a new community center in Old Ottawa East at the Chatelet site, as well as a new field house in Water Ridge Village, which is the old Rockcliffe Air Base. And then in terms of service enhancements, you will see there the usual major and minor capital provision to the budget, as well as accessibility improvements. And the last line is $3 million, which goes towards energy efficiency projects in city buildings. Thank you, Chair. I'll pass it over to Don.
Thank you, Dan. So the Community and Social Services budget, I'll just let Mark pull that up. So the bulk of what we see in the community and social services budget this year is in response to maintaining the services in the community, but also maintaining enhanced support for the COVID response. You'll see in the first point that there is adjustments for a 2% COLA increase for staff across all service areas that totals about $3.3 million. In long-term care, you'll see the $16.1 million increase in nursing and personal care that will improve the care and safety of our residents. That 16 million comprehends 10.1 million for compensation for staff, that's direct personal care supports to residents. 4.1 million is the COVID personal protective equipment that's required of the staff in order to provide care, and 535,000 for an infection control and prevention staff in each of the individual sites, which we're seeing as both a recommendation in the commission, but also what we're seeing out of the first phase of the COVID response. As well, we have 290,000 of additional supports to maintain and enhance our reporting to the province and our communication with residents, and a cost of living increase for staff as well. The city requires $15.1 million from other levels of government to fund these expenses that you see within the budget today. In terms of housing, the municipal funding for housing this year has increased by 2.86 million, which includes 575,000 for a 2% increase in the city's grants to agencies and an increase of 1.6 million to social housing service providers, which is based on provincially mandated cost indices. The 2021 budget also includes $9.8 million of COVID-related expenditures for additional costs being incurred in our emergency response, which was presented to Council this fall. And that includes things like emergency shelters, PPE costs, isolation and distancing centers, and our respite centers, as well as other initiatives planned for the response. Previously announced funding from senior levels of government, we've received $2.1 million of funding. That funding will end at the end of March 31st, 2021. So the city requires a further $7.7 million from other levels of government to fund these expenditures from April onwards in the 2021 budget. An additional investment by the city of $50 million has been allocated to affordable housing that will match 2019 and 2020's municipal contribution to affordable housing, and this will be presented at Planning Council next week. This budget also maintains the city's support to local agencies with the investment of $25.2 million in the community funding program to nonprofit agencies to help residents facing the greatest need find the services that they require. This includes a $485,000 inflationary increase of 2%. The proposed budget also commits the $500,000 in one-time funding that was originally in the 2020 budget, which we have deferred to the 2021 budget that supports agencies to transition to the new funding framework, which we intend to do this year. The 2021 budget also includes $420,000 to enable clients of the Community Bus Pass and Equipass family of products to enjoy a fare increase for 2021. 2021 will be the third consecutive year that fares have been frozen at 2018 levels for these clients. This budget maintains the continued investment in childcare, including $83 million allocated to fee subsidies to support families most in need of high-quality childcare. The city requires $1.015 million from senior levels of government to fund the COVID-related staffing and PPE costs in order to prioritize the health and safety of children, families, and the staff, and also to adhere to our provincial and health guidelines. For capital investments, we have $7.6 million in long-term care in capital. $6.95 million of that is managed through the city's infrastructure services group for building renewal at the city's 4 long-term care homes. $300,000 of our equipment and furniture is required due to the cancellation of the previously provincially funded structural compliance premium, and that ended on March 31st in 2020. $285,000 of provincial funding under the minor capital program, and $60,000 is managed through the city's infrastructure services group for accessibility improvements in our 4 long-term care homes. The remaining $0.8 million in building renewal are accessibility projects for our city's 4 social services offices, our shelters, and our 10 municipal childcare. That concludes the Community and Social Services budget for 2021.
Mark, if you could go back to slide 10 to give Luke the opportunity to present his section, and then I'll conclude after with slide 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, Chair and Committee. As proposed, the Parks budget, operating budget this year consists of inflationary increases to cost of living and benefit adjustments, contract services, materials, supplies, and fleet services. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Mark, if we go to slide 12. Chair, this concludes our formal presentation, and we look forward to your questions after delegations. Voilà ce qui conclut notre présentation. Nous serons heureux de répondre à vos questions.
This concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to listen to your questions after the presentation. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to everyone for those presentations. I think next, prior to going to the delegations, we'll just table, first of all, the budget motion itself, as well as any other motions. So we have those on the table prior to the delegations. So the budget motion itself, having said that, I think that this has been circulated. Is there a need to review it at this point in time? I think we're all familiar with what it entails. Can I ask then, can we table the other motions? Maybe I'll start with Vice Chair Eglai, RE Children's Services support during and after COVID.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to move this motion on your behalf. Whereas the pandemic has had an unprecedented impact on the childcare and early years sector, causing significant disruptions to local agencies, whereas the sector requires ongoing support from children's services throughout the duration of the pandemic and continue into the recovery phase, whereas children's services COVID-19 response continues to evolve to support these essential services for families, which are also vital to the economic recovery of the city, whereas the economic recovery of the city depends on families having access to affordable childcare, including before and after school care, and COVID-19 continues to change and alter the needs of families across the city. Whereas studies have shown that women are more likely to be disproportionately excluded from the workforce when childcare services are inaccessible, and that investment in childcare is a proven support to our economic recovery, particularly women's return to the workforce. And whereas the province of Ontario announced to change the childcare cost share ratio to take effect in 2021, moving from an 80-20 cost sharing ratio to a 50-50 on all administrative funding. Whereas the province of Ontario indicate these changes would reduce the administrative burden on cities and achieve cost savings through efficiencies. Whereas these changes would mean a revenue loss of $2.6 million for the City of Ottawa and drastically reduce the supports to the sector, which are essential to supporting families and not-for-profit child care and early years service providers. Whereas the City of Ottawa forecasts these changes will create a budget pressure of $520,000 for children's services and a reduction of 7 FTEs that provide direct support to agencies, community partners, and families receiving fee subsidies. Whereas the City of Ottawa supports the advocacy campaign that the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association, OMSSA, have undertaken to see these changes eliminated. Whereas COVID-19 has greatly increased responsibilities of cities that serve as consolidated municipal service managers to support families and the viability of the sector. Whereas this impact of the children's services budget and FTE count will significantly impact citywide program delivery, reduce capacity to implement, and support the sector with future provincial programs associated with the COVID-19 response, impact the momentum and progress made on the council-approved Children's Services Childcare and Early Years Service System Plan 2019-2023. Whereas Children's Services would be managing higher fee subsidy caseloads, resulting in less supports for families applying for and looking for help with placement coordination, which will result in longer wait times and may impact families with difficult employment decisions. Whereas the Ottawa City Council increased access to affordable, quality, and responsive childcare services and identified it as a priority in the Thriving Communities 2019-2022 term of council priorities. And whereas Mayor Watson spoke wrote to the province's Minister of Finance, Rod Phillips, on October the 16th, 2020, to ask that these changes be eliminated. Therefore, be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee recommend Council request that Mayor Watson and the Chair of the Community Protective Services Committee send a follow-up letter to Premier Doug Ford and Minister Stephen Lecce, requesting that the province confirm the 2020-21 allocations and include continuing investments in childcare operations and safe restart funding, and that the proposed cost share funding changes be eliminated as the impacts to the childcare and early years providers would significantly impact the sector. Be it further resolved that once the provincial allocation has been announced, that the General Manager of Community Social Services Department and the Director of Children's Services, in consultation with the Childcare and Early Years System Planning Advisory Group, provide an update via a memo to Council outlining the impacts of COVID-19 and the ongoing supports being offered to the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Eglai. I'm not sure, but I believe Councillor Fleury, I'm not sure if this is a motion or a notice of motion that you're tabling.
Madam Chair, I don't know which, I do have a direction to staff on long-term care, and I do have a motion on youth funding.
Okay, so if indeed that's a motion, do you want to introduce it now?
I'd like that, yes. So this is the youth motion, whereas Ottawa is the largest Canadian cities with more, sorry about that, waking up here. Where Ottawa is one of the largest Canadian cities with more than 1 million people, whereas youth represent close to 23% of Ottawa's total population, whereas a number of Ottawa youth are considered at risk and require additional supports through neighborhood programming and resources, and whereas at-risk hours for youth after school, weekends, long weekends and summer periods, and whereas a need was identified over several years to offer programs through organizations like the Boys and Girls Club, organizations in schools, community houses, community centers, at resource centers to support prevention efforts by providing opportunities to at-risk youth. Whereas to respond to some of these identified needs, on November 11, 2019, the city introduced the Integrated Neighborhood Services Team, known as INST, with the goal of bringing city services directly into vulnerable neighborhoods, including Carlington, Caldwell, Overbrook, Vanier, Herongate, Ledbury, Albion, Hetherington, Sandy Hill, Strathcona Heights, Greenboro, Bayshore, Lowertown. Whereas on August 25th, 2020, the Neighborhoods Ambassador Program, as part of the INS team in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, was announced to organize youth outreach in targeted neighborhoods. These included Overbrook, Vanier, Herongate, Foster Farm, Michelle Heights, Withrow, Cord, Britannia Woods, Bayshore, Cora Village Center. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAP be extended to serve all neighborhoods served by the INST team, and be it further resolved that as part of the INST, that staff be directed to create a neighborhood-specific plan for those served by the INST for youth programming during at-risk hours, in addition to leveraging the physical resources of the 4 Ottawa school boards.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. Having just starting to digest this now, are there cost implications for this? I'm just trying to get my head around where this fits as far as the budget process.
Well, I'll be asking the, I believe here at Bidana, as it related to how we funded INST and the NAP. So there might be some additional funding within that, or there might be a financial ask, but that'll be part of my questions to staff later.
Okay, I see Donna has just popped up. Do we want to ask that question now so then we can have a bit of time to digest before we come back to this?
Sure, thanks, Councillor. So the Neighborhood Ambassador Program was a refocusing of our INST teams to those priority neighborhoods that had high COVID transmission, in partnership with Ottawa Public Health, to be able to address where we were seeing the root causes of potential transmission in those priority neighborhoods. So we have put the bulk of the work of the INST team in those neighborhoods, those particular neighborhoods, on hold as we redirect those resources there. That work has also been supported by some of the financial support of Ottawa Public Health, Crime Prevention Ottawa, as well as our city money that we have received from other levels of government in response to COVID. If we were to expand those into the neighborhoods, those existing neighborhoods with those ambassador programs, that would be a budget cost. I'd have to determine, I'll have to just do some quick, just receiving the motion, I can take a look at that and when we get to debate the motion, but there would be a financial implication to expand that services and to resume the INST in those priority neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you, Donna. So with that, I guess Councillor Fleury, if you can give thought and perhaps work with staff, we'll be tabling this or coming back to it later on in the meeting. If there is a budget cost, if you can work to see if you can find an offset in the meantime. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. Are there any other motions on this that we should be tabling now?
Do you want the directions? I do have a direction on.
I think there's a few, so I think we'll come back to them when we get to questions of staff. That's probably the best time to do that. Okay. Not seeing any other hands for motions. I will then start with delegations. So our first delegation today is Katie Burkholder from the Alliance to End Homelessness. Katie, will get you up on the screen here and you will have 5 minutes. There you are. Just unmute yourself. Oh, you're still on mute, Katie. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness in Ottawa. We are dedicated to the citywide prevention and end of homelessness through public education, advocacy, and system planning. At the beginning of this year, City Council became the first in Canada to acknowledge that we have a housing and homelessness emergency. This was a bold decision, and we commend Council for it. Emergencies require action and commitment. We must use every possible tool to strengthen a housing-focused response to homelessness. The vast majority of homelessness is an affordability issue, as many of you are well aware. Increasing affordable housing means both increasing supply and using regulatory mechanisms to ensure housing costs remain affordable. In 5 years, we lost almost 8,000 affordable units, while only 1,000 new affordable units were added in Ottawa. We are losing more affordable housing than we are building. Despite best efforts, we are at a net loss. Maintaining an emergency response to homelessness is also not cost effective. The cost of housing just one family in a hotel or motel costs the city $3,000 a month or $36,000 a year, double that if a family needs 2 rooms. To house a family in a rental apartment that provides stability, dignity, and choice cuts at least 1/3 of that cost, according to our average market rents. Every year, the city pays $12 million plus to house 300 families in motels. These costs do not include the remaining shelters, emergency services, and crisis management support services required when a person or a family does not have a stable, affordable place to live. In the next few months, there's over 3,200 households at risk of eviction because of not having paid rent due to COVID. If even a fraction of these households reach the shelter system, costs will significantly escalate. These costs will keep growing until we invest in preventing and ending homelessness. We can't make the shift from an emergency-focused response to a prevention and stability-focused response until we invest in it. Budgets demonstrate priorities. When we look at this year's city budget, the housing and homelessness emergency does not appear to be a top priority. We recognize that COVID-19 has put significant financial pressure on the city. And yet affordable housing is a key pillar of ending the spread of COVID. Getting control of this virus requires all of us to stay home. Our shelter numbers alone indicate that at least 8,000 people a year in this city do not have that option. That number is only growing as the pandemic puts more households under financial stress. We are glad to see the cities maintaining the capital commitment of 15 million, and we urge you to do more. Advocates have been pushing for 20 million to demonstrate the ongoing commitment of this council to address the housing and homelessness emergency. With a crisis this size, every dollar counts. I urge this committee to not only push for continued capital investments, but to also be creative in how people are getting housed. Paying rental arrears before families become homeless, regardless of whether they qualify under existing programs, makes fiscal sense. Funding head leases or providing signing bonuses for landlords to hold units makes fiscal sense. Converting hotels or motels who have little other revenue right now to affordable housing makes fiscal sense. The humanitarian case for ending homelessness is clear, and I know councillors support it. The fiscal case, however, is not always so clear. So today I'm presenting that case. Preventing and ending homelessness is more cost-effective than maintaining it. We have the tools, expertise, and skills to end homelessness in this community. And the context of this budget discussion, we are already spending significant amounts of money on homelessness with few results. It is time to change the direction
1 minute.
of our investment and focus on prevention. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Katie. I see Councillor McKenney has questions.
I do. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Katie, and for your work of the Alliance, and coming out to continually remind us what's happening out there that we don't always see. I agree with you. Prevention is, on so many things that we do. If we spent more on prevention, at some point, we would be a much smarter city. We wouldn't spend so much money, whether it's on housing, transit, public health, across the board. It just makes more sense. I wonder, I think about the 15 million that was in the budget again this year for housing. Again, it's the only item that hasn't increased with any inflation. Everything else has gone up 2.5%, 3% in case of police services budget, and 2.5%, and 3% and 2.5% for public health, 3% for the rest of the city budget. But that item hasn't gone up. It's just stayed at 15. This is the third year in a row. So you're right. There's no indication that we are treating this as the emergency that it is. And it is. We see in our communities what's happening to people without housing. I just wonder if you could outline, I have two questions for you. And the first one is just, what that extra $5 million could do this year in terms of whether it's rental arrears, whether it's, working on different ways of approaching homelessness prevention, housing acquisition. Could you just give us some examples on what $5 million could do that will actually save us down the road?
Yeah, and I appreciate that for capital. It is a challenging argument to make. I totally appreciate that. 5 million on top of 15 plus the federal funding infusion is a piece. It's not that many units, but I think if you were to look at redirecting it, if we're already spending 12 million a year just on hotels, that to me is something we could solve, and we could solve quickly. Some communities have done things by actually just changing the definition of what they call an emergency shelter, and they've actually just rented out apartments and considered that an emergency shelter, but it provides dignity and stability. So when you look at it in that case, I can't give you hard numbers without a proper calculator in front of me, but I mean, it's almost half of what we're spending on hotels. And I know councillors have advocated for this. I know advocates have pushed for this. So it's something that's very doable. And I also look at the rental arrears piece. Again, I can't give hard numbers right now, but I could certainly send that later. I had crunched it at one time. It would be pretty significant one-time payments for a number of families that are at risk of eviction. And we know as soon as people hit the eviction world and have to go to landlord tenant board, many people don't go there. People get into a cycle of either overcrowding, couch surfing, which is only going to spread COVID, or getting into the shelter system. And for families who are the main group at risk, it's not generally people who are on OW or ODSP who are most at risk of eviction. For families, they'll go to hotels because we have no space. And if they go to hotels, we're going to be spending millions of dollars to help those folks have a safe place in the winter. And I think it's also really important to acknowledge the condition of some of the hotels. Right now, the city has leverage that we've probably not had before. There's obviously valid reason to be concerned about losing hotels in this context. But right now, the city's contracts are the main source of income for the hotels. And so there's a window here where we can push pretty hard on better conditions. And we can also focus on really moving towards permanently housing people quickly.
No, I appreciate that, and of course I didn't expect you to have the numbers, but you know, when we think about $5 million, I think that you're right. You know, redirecting that into renting out apartments, getting families out of shelters, rental arrears, so that we, you know, don't compound what we're already doing, is important. So we will be looking for that extra $5 million as we go into council. One last question for you. I know that coming out of the housing 10-year housing plan that was established by us a few months ago, one of the outcomes was that, and going into that was that the Alliance would be working with the city on looking at, you know, how we coordinate our access for people who need housing, and you know, how they navigate that system. I've heard from so many people, especially lately, who come to me to tell me, you know, they know somebody who's fallen into homelessness. And even for them, you know, I had 3 neighbors in the Golden Triangle tell me that for them to navigate our process for ensuring that this person they knew could get through the entire process and get housed, even then it took months. And this was with people who had resources to be able to navigate that. I think that we underestimate how we coordinate our access for people who need to come out of homelessness. And also the data that we need to be able to do that. Where are people? Who are they? I remember when there was a tent city, an encampment back here at Bayview. I remember running into a guy one day and I said, like, do you have a housing work? And he said, well, you know, I'm Indigenous, so yeah, I'm working with an Indigenous agency. And I said, well, has the city been in touch? He's like, well, yeah, they're gonna tell me when I have an appointment. I'm like, yeah, but do they know where you are? Like, do you have a cell phone? Like, I mean, it just, I don't know how we keep track of people, especially today. They're in encampments or in shelters, you know, in and out, moving around. Can you just tell us how that's going in terms of our data? How do we know where people are, and how are we coordinating that access for people to navigate through, you know, through our resources to get housed?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that we actually have a pretty strong process for specifically people who are chronically homeless. I think part of the story, though, is actually expanding our understanding of chronic homelessness to include, if you are sleeping rough, that takes away from the day count towards chronicity. So that actually deprioritizes you, even though if you're sleeping on the street outside in the winter, your risk level is potentially higher. And so I think there's some conversations that we should be having on how we do these definitions to count the data. And I think the other thing is that's scary. That's scary because the numbers will go up. And I don't want to be dishonest about that. I think that's the reality. But I also want us to not be afraid of that, because this is a community-wide discussion. And the ability to look at the numbers clearly and understand what the scope of the challenge is absolutely necessary for us to be able to move forward. And it also enables us to be creative and to look at different ways of approaching it. The city's priorities have generally been on chronic homelessness, as well as veterans now, and wanting to focus on those groups. And that's very important. But I think the data also gives us the opportunity to say, wait a minute, when people are just entering a system and they might actually be able to get out of it, not get enmeshed, not increase their trauma by being homeless, by being exposed to violence. We may be able to actually prevent them from getting down to the point where they can access resources, right? And it's a balance. People who are higher acuity desperately need support, but we could also look at stopping the inflow into the homelessness system. And I know city staff have said, this is the challenge. How do we move towards preventing the inflow? They're very cognizant of it and are trying to get creative with how to do it. And I think that this is something that it's good for council to have a deeper understanding of these issues. But starting with the data, we need to be able to do that to move towards solutions. The other piece of this is expanding coordinated access. We do have coordination for a program that is spanned over 17 different agencies that is federally funded. That is what we are mandated to do. But I think it's an invitation to expand our understanding of the homelessness ecosystem. There's well over 200 agencies when you Google homelessness in 311 or 211 that deal with folks who are experiencing homelessness. Those programs are not engaged in a coordinated process. And if we're only looking at one program across multiple agencies and not expanding our understanding to a much wider ecosystem that actually leverages more resources, we're not doing the full work that needs to be done. And I think there's real opportunity right now to keep moving in this direction. And I know this is part of the 10-year plan. City staff have outlined this as a key priority, but we need to move that forward in honest conversation with the community. And I think having a space that's facilitating that honest conversation is something we're still kind of lacking. I think there are pieces of that, but to have that in a clear way, in a consistent way, in an infrastructure that facilitates that discussion is really critical to moving the ball forward. And indeed, I haven't seen a city across Canada effectively reduce homelessness without that piece happening first.
Mhm. No, and that's I think that's and it's not a criticism of staff. I mean, this has come on us. It's been a long, slow dip into an emergency, certainly, and today we're at a point where it's very difficult to. I mean, we have probably close to 200 people sleeping outside last night. When you wake up in the morning and think about what it was like overnight, that close to 200 people in the city are sleeping outside. So, it's not a criticism of staff. I just really need to know that, there are methods and there are ways of doing things better. Not always more expensive, but just more coordinated. And so I look forward to that ongoing conversation and understanding what needs to happen. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Next, we'll go to Councillor Fleury, and then I see Councillor Kavanagh has her hand up as well. I just ask if I can remind my colleagues, we have a lengthy list of speakers today. If we can do our best to keep to questions as much as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated as we work through this list. Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Katie. Good morning. Thanks for the response. I'll try to build on to the questions that were asked. Recently, we saw an amount, I believe, just under 40 million for rapid housing here in Ottawa. Based on the effort that this committee and obviously the community took to review the housing and homelessness plan earlier this year, what can you provide what you feel we should be doing with that amount of money and how that could or should tie in with the capital investments that are in this year's budget?
Sorry, you're speaking to the Rapid Housing Initiative federal funding for capital?
That's right.
So I think the challenge is, and I know city staff and service providers are scrambling by November 27th to get their business plans in, which is very impressive. They're moving heaven and earth right now. That has to be spent by March 31st or committed by March 31st and built before the end of 2021. It is an important injection of initial capital. I know there's work happening on operating from the province and a lot of partnerships being developed. My understanding is that most of the housing is for modular, so it's actually quite limited to the type of housing that can be built, which is a bit of a challenge and doesn't enable kind of the fastest way to get people into housing is acquisition. I think, you know, the city has taken leadership on this in developing the RFO for acquisition, but as we look forward, we really need to focus on sort of every tool, and I think both modular as well as acquisition are really, really key to that. While not directly budget related, though in some ways, you know, inclusionary zoning that has real teeth, similar to Montreal with 2020, is something we need. You know, I think we're in a rental housing boom right now, and we're not asking developers to really put teeth to what they're building, and we're just going to keep having a net loss until we do that. I think that's the other challenge. It's the loss of affordability, even though we're building. And so, you know, right now, there's certainly staff looking at the rooming houses that are up. I think it's about 170 rooming houses we're about to lose, which are affordable units. And unfortunately, the capital funding from the feds can't really be used for that, from what it sounds like. So there's this frustration of, you know, everyone's trying to build new units that are modular, but we may actually end up, again, with a net loss because we can't maintain affordable units.
Maybe to realign my question. So you were part of the review of the housing and homelessness plan, which came to this committee earlier this year. There are yearly commitments to build a number of units. What could you say about what the budget that's presented to us today? Does it meet the year one objectives?
To be honest, I can't off the top of my head on the numbers. I think it's fairly close from my understanding, but
Okay.
I'm quite sure, so I apologize.
Okay. I'll be asking staff later just for clarity. And my last question relates to Councillor McKinney asked you about prioritization, and you spoke about some that are sleeping rough and so on. Can you maybe speak to what we need to do in terms of outreach services? Because I've identified a gap relating to rapid responses to the outreach, which has good intentions but limited capacity. Maybe from the Alliance, what could we do better, and how could we fund it from your perspective?
So I think, I mean, outreach is also challenging if it's not housing focused, right? And a lot of outreach is quick responses, building relationships, trying to support people, which is all very important. But if there was a rent sup attached to that outreach pretty much right away, that would actually help move people who are staying in encampments right now, who are scared to go to shelter, to move into housing. So I think in terms of funding, adding that piece to it may actually be really, really useful in how we think about outreach. I know there's geographic coverage of outreach, and there's partnerships between agencies and sort of attempts at coordination across the sector. I think there's an opportunity to strengthen that and make sure that we're leveraging both days and times that outreach is scheduled for, to make sure we're kind of covering that 24-hour window, or at least sort of the 9 to 9 window, and working with other systems that may be involved in outreach, like police services, like emergency services. So it's both a how we do it, and also could we actually use some of the funding for more permanent solutions to be tied to outreach? Because I think that's a really big piece of it.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but she answered the question, or Katie did, around the rent supplement. And I would hate to not just segue into a quick question there. So in the past, we've not been able to spend our full amounts in rent supplement. So out of all the good work that social services does, that is one of the areas where we leave money on the table or in an envelope. Can you maybe speak to, in 2021, what could we do better to make sure that we leverage as much rent supplements as possible?
I think one challenge is documentation, and a lot of this is provincially regulated, so it's difficult, but I think that we can get creative and we can sort of speed processes along. And I'll be honest, agency workers do this all the time to push things through to get people housed as quickly as possible, even if all the documentation isn't totally locked in. And I think we lose the opportunity to get people into housing, we lose the unit, if we can't move fast enough. And so mechanisms to move faster are a big piece of accessing that rent sup. Also, simply put, rent sups are not enough. Really good example, Wabineau has increased funding for the rent sup. They were able to house more people through the housing blitz than when we used the lower rent sup availability for non-Indigenous agencies. And I mean, that's that makes total sense. And I think also a reassessment of the average market rent. Some other communities have done that. They've presented a business case to CMHC specifically to say, here's what rent actually costs, despite what it was set at in our community. And I think especially in the time of COVID, we've seen rent increase. So that would be another mechanism to increase the rent supplements for people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. So next we will go to Councillor Kavanaugh, followed by Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Katie, for coming out today. You talked about how we lose 8,000 units for every 1,000 that we bring in. I just wanted to get what can we do in this budget to work on that?
Again, I think this is, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think this is a big part of the balance between, building, increasing supply, increasing capital, and also regulatory mechanisms. I think this follows more under that because these are naturally occurring affordable units. So what already exists in sort of the market and how are we losing that? On the mechanism side or the regulation, I think there needs to be protection for rent eviction. This is becoming more and more common. Landlords actually leading to spots where buildings are so dilapidated, it only makes sense to tear them down and rebuild with more expensive spaces. And so I think that piece of it is very challenging. And I'm not entirely sure, there's obviously oversight in being able to monitor those units, but there's also implementation of the oversight. Do we have enough teeth to how that oversight is provided? And I'm not sure yet that we do. So there may be potentially resourcing around oversight. Other than that, right now, I think it's more on the regulation side than specifically the capital side.
Okay. Yeah, I'm concerned specifically about families in terms of the gender lens, because affordable housing was the #1 issue that was raised by women when they were talking about gender equity. Do you have any comments on that in terms of this budget?
So, I think one of the challenges right now is the violence against women sector is a bit separated from the broader homelessness ecosystem. And so we know that women use services as they need to, and that's both in the mainstream sector as well in the VAW sector. And so I think in that sense, mandate to be able to work together, leveraging the funds that are provincially allocated for VAW shelters and being able to think creatively about how we integrate those spaces, because women fleeing violence are everywhere and they're using all shelters and all services to try and get help. This is just sort of a creative solution I've heard from other places, but the idea that it's the man that leaves and not the woman, and she stays with her kids. And that there's more protection put towards that. It seems like a radical idea. I don't know why it is, but it's something that I think we should think about.
I've heard that. I actually I wasn't being specific about violence against women, but those are all very good points. I think affordability is for female-led households is a huge problem as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. Katie, thanks very much for coming out this morning. We're going to hear, I think, in a little while from the Hintonburg Community Association about vacancies. People who have been renovated and then the buildings sit vacant even sometimes for years. I think they're going to propose a vacancy tax as a budget measure. That might be challenging in this budget year, but certainly an interesting proposal. Do you have a sense of how many units across the city we've lost to this kind of speculative renoviction?
So again, I think it's about an 8-to-1 is what I've heard is specific to Ottawa. So in the last 5 years, it's that 8,000 units that we've lost with 1,000 new affordable units built. And that's publicly affordable, not obviously the rent subs and all those pieces.
The loss, I think the Hintonburg folks are particularly concerned about units that sit vacant. So Hintonburg has, probably dozens of buildings that the tenants have been through the eviction process because the landlord is ostensibly going to build new housing, but then it's vacant. Do you have any way to sort of dig down into that 8-to-1 number to tell us what that problem scale might be?
I'm not sure. I couldn't kind of diversify which is which. Other than that.
Okay. Chair, thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. And not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Katie. Appreciate you being here. I think you've raised some great points and some suggestions. So again, thank you for being here.
Thanks very much.
Next, we have Amanda Quantz from Childcare Now.
Amanda Quantz, yes.
Quantz, apologies.
No, that's okay. It's a very unusual name.
You have 5 minutes, Amanda.
Thank you. So good morning, councillors. I'm very glad to be speaking to this committee on behalf of Childcare Now Ottawa, and also as an early childhood educator and as a parent of a 5-year-old who is now in school and also attends licensed school board operated after school childcare. In my current professional role, I'm a resource to parents and families, and at work, my first question when I meet expectant or new parents is, have you got your name on the centralized childcare waiting list? And I ask because parents, they often don't know about this really useful and important tool. But also most parents don't know that there's only enough licensed childcare spaces for a third of the children in Ottawa. And many first-time parents have no idea of the cost or whether or not they might qualify for subsidy or how to apply. So it's important to get that ball rolling. But when I had a child, I had the advantage of knowing all of this stuff, right? Because of my experience as an EC, and I got on the centralized waiting list, and I waited. And I waited until my child was 22 months old before we found a spot that wasn't too far from home for us to get to. And it's hard to really measure the difference that made to my career. But I was ready to go back to work earlier. I just didn't have childcare. I actually live in an area in Ward 14 that has, according to the childcare systems service plan, we have an adequate number of spaces, but when the aim is only for 1 in 3 children, that leaves 2 children without choices. And I was one such parent. I worked in Quebec in childcare, in the CPE system, in the Centre de la Petite Enfance, for several years during the $5 and then the $7 a day childcare program. And the biggest frustration with that program was the lack of spaces. Here in Ottawa, Childcare Now, Ottawa wants to plan for federal and provincial investment in a childcare system. And we want this committee to budget to build new municipal centers to replace the 2 that have closed in the past 10 years. We want the municipal childcare centers of Ottawa to continue to be places that set a high standard of care and lead in the childcare community. So we use some information from Toronto City Council and their estimates for the cost of construction. And we assume that there would be a cost sharing between the provincial and federal government. And that assumption should be budgeted for and planned for and applied for, because application is how capital funding is received for childcare construction. If the provincial government does not meet its responsibility, we call on the City of Ottawa to set aside the 20% commitment, which would be $640,000 for 2 municipal centers, to set that aside in a childcare capital reserve fund, so that those funds can still be used eventually for the expansion of childcare spaces. I'm speaking today though because I hope that we can make this happen, and I hope that this committee can get the ball rolling. And an investment of $640,000 is a beginning to plan and construct, and that's work that can be done during the pandemic. Childcare passed a motion this summer that I was very impressed with, calling on provincial and federal governments to develop a national childcare strategy to make childcare more accessible for all families, recognizing that it's essential to economic recovery. And I appreciate the motion tabled this morning by Councillor Egli regarding a letter to provincial government calling for their support and continued funding. But I want to also know how Ottawa is going to show in dollar investments that childcare is a priority. And maintaining the status quo does not reflect.
1 minute.
Before I end, I'd also like to note that creating new home-based childcare centers, programs, home-based childcare with the city as a license holder is a complementary step, and creating a capital fund for community-based childcare is another complementary step. So we, in this context, when families are avoiding group settings, it's important to support childcare programs in the strange time of low enrollment. But we also need to build for the future. And we have the luxury right now of time to build. And we know that those spaces will be filled, and we can count on, we can look at the data collected in the Childcare and Earlier System Service Plan. And we know that more infant spaces, childcare is needed in Riverside, Nepean, Hunt Club West, and in rural parts of the city. And these are the places to create childcare spaces now, and it's the city's role to lead. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I see Councillor Kavanagh has her hand out.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. We've talked before, and yeah, childcare is a priority, and especially for women in terms of gender equity and getting back to work. We've talked, and I agree with you. We need to have more leadership on working on finding more childcare spaces, particularly with developments coming in. But what can we do right now in terms of this budget? What is there? Is there anything we can do at the moment in terms of working towards those goals?
So I think that it's important in this budget to put the dollars towards childcare. And I am not an expert in budgets, and I don't know how the city should move money around. But I know that as a whole, City Council is choosing to spend a lot of money on roads and on police services. And I don't see any further commitment from the city for childcare. Calling on the provincial government to put dollars forward without the city putting new dollars forward itself is, I think, really futile. And I think that the city can take leadership and set aside dollars and begin spending them now on creating new spaces. I think that home-based childcare with the city as a license holder could be a very quick way of expanding childcare spaces that are pandemic friendly. But I believe that licensed group childcare is something that parents, that's a long-term investment that parents will also make use of. I'd just like to flag, we have a shortage of infant spaces, and there's a baby boom coming. Like, this is a reality in our city, so we can plan for it. We've got the time now.
Thank you. Yes, we should. I agree with you. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. I can attest to the baby boom. I feel like a number of my friends are pregnant these days. I see Councillor Brockington is next.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'll just start with some good news. In my ward, Riverside Park, really close to where I live, the Riverside Park Nursery School, which is now under the auspices of Andrew Fleck, is building an 88 space childcare center. All 88 units, or all 88 spaces are gone that quick. Infant to 3 years old. So to your point about the demand in the city, no one's disputing that, but it is definitely there, and we feel it in every ward in this city. I just want to ask you about young parents' awareness of getting on the list, a point you mentioned in your delegation. Is there anything that you can pinpoint that the city can do better to make people aware about the need to register early, how to register, the importance of being on the list? Are there gaps there that you can pinpoint for me?
I think Councillor Brockington, if I can just interject, and I apologize, but we need to keep our questions to budget if we're going to get through today. We can.
Yeah, my genesis, Madam Chair, is if the delegate says yes, then that would motivate me to do something before we get to City Council. So
as long as we're keeping it on budget, that's great.
Thank you.
It's an interesting question, and unfortunately, I think that the answer is in my presentation, that if we want to address the childcare waiting list, we actually need to create more childcare spaces. That's why the waiting list is a problem for parents, only because they don't know that there are so few spaces.
Very well. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. I'm not seeing any other hands, but thank you very much, Amanda, for joining us. I know the work of Childcare Now and as well the Childcare Advisory Table has really been instrumental in helping guide the childcare team here at the city. I know there is the Childcare Services report coming forward next year. I believe early in the year. So I do look forward to that and continuing, as you've mentioned, to build that capacity where we need it. Thank you very much. Next on our list, we have Sally Rutherford from Somerset West Community Health. You hear Sally? I'm not seeing her. Mark, do you see Sally in the queue?
Not at the present time, no.
Okay, maybe we'll continue, and if we see her afterwards, please just let me know.
Will do.
Okay, so next on the list, we have Mary Evelyn and Dennis Jackson from Volunteer Ottawa. See Dennis, oh, and there's Mary.
Hello.
Excellent. So I'll leave it to you how you'd like to coordinate, but you have a combined 5 minutes.
Okay, and Dennis will start.
We'll be fast. I'll start quickly, Madam Chair. And first of all, to you, Madam Chair, and to the fellow committee members, thank you so much for your strong leadership in this COVID period. I just can't imagine how busy you guys are. It's sincerely appreciated. My name is Dennis Jackson. I'm a volunteer vice chair with Volunteer Ottawa. And I'm very focused this morning. Why am I so focused? Because what I think we have to talk about is important to the 300 not-for-profits that we support in Ottawa, Volunteer Ottawa, and because of that, to the City of Ottawa and its citizens. In my past experience working with many of you over the years, I've never seen a small not-for-profit do so much with so little in funding. And why is that? That's because of our being in volunteering. We have a number of very senior volunteers helping us, but today there is some urgency. Our survival is in jeopardy for Volunteer Ottawa, and that's why we're here to explain why that is. I'll turn over to Marie.
Great. Thank you very much, Dennis. I know most of you are familiar with Volunteer Ottawa. We've been around for 60 years and provide two major services. We help recruit volunteers and match volunteers with not-for-profit organizations. And we also build capacity in these organizations through our training programs. And I sent a slide that we could put up now if you want to see it, which sort of gives the scope of our activities over the last year in terms of the number of volunteers that were recruited. There were 49,000 appeals last year for volunteers, with over 8,000 individuals in our volunteer pool. We provided almost 90 workshops and trained almost 900 individuals, both board members as well as staff and volunteers, in terms of the kinds of things they had to do to make sure that they were able to fulfill their mandates. We have an employer-supported volunteering program, and over 1,500 volunteers from companies provided services to over 60 agencies last year. And we have a diversity and leadership program, which helped recruit over 360 individuals into positions of leadership in boards to ensure that boards were more representative of our community. And that's what happened last year. But as you all know, this year is very different. Because of the COVID pandemic, it's been very challenging, both for Volunteer Ottawa, but also for not-for-profits, many of whom have had to spin on a dime, had to change their programs, had to move to virtual volunteering, had to cut services in many cases, and some had to suspend services. So over the pandemic, since April, Volunteer Ottawa has also had to pivot and to change the activities that we focused on to meet the new needs of the not-for-profit organizations. And so this is a slide is up now in terms of what happened in 2019. But during the COVID pandemic, we've identified a need to have a centralized recruitment system for volunteers to identify individuals who were willing to volunteer in COVID-related volunteering needs. And I'm very pleased to say that over 3,500 individuals registered to do COVID-specific volunteering at 3 levels, sort of light touch volunteering where they didn't actually interact with individuals, medium touch, and high touch where they would actually interact and help individuals who had to go to appointments, for example. This gave me a really good example and a really good picture of how the people in the Ottawa community were reflective of the needs and very responsive to the needs. We had over 2,500 volunteer posting specifically to COVID-related needs in that. We've also, I think we can put the slide down because I think it's more reflective of 2019 now, but during the pandemic, we found that we had more volunteers than the actual was demand for volunteers within the community. And that's starting to change a little as organizations reopen, but we're finding that having a centralized service where we could recruit volunteers, train them and screen them to ensure that everyone was safe, both the volunteer and the individual receiving the service, was critical. And I want to thank the City of Ottawa for actually providing $23,000 to help us with this initiative over the last number of months. And it's an example of the sort of first time that the city's given Volunteer Ottawa dollars to help with one of our programs. And I hope that it sort of reaffirms the importance that volunteering is in this community. And we've been quite successful in receiving emergency funding from the federal government to develop these programs, both the volunteer recruitment and some training programs that we have to help organizations actually recover post-COVID. Because many organizations close their services or realign their services, they're having to figure out how to get through 2021 and that. But once the emergency funding ends, in most cases at the end of March, 2021 is going to be very challenging, both for Volunteer Ottawa and for all not-for-profits in the community. Now I'll have Dennis talk a bit about what 2021 is going to look like.
I'll jump in here quickly. So over the past 5 years, we have been able to diversify our revenues, but the pandemic has reduced our revenues by 40% and our outstanding fundraising activities have been canceled. More importantly, 25% of our members have not renewed their membership this year because they haven't reopened. They don't have the funds, and we want to work with them to expand. Unlike up until now, United Way of Ottawa has been providing most of our operating funds, but there's been a decrease of some $200,000 in the last recent few years, which has had a major impact. Unlike most volunteer centers across Canada, they receive funding from their municipalities. I'll give you an example. Edmonton and Calgary both receive some 71% and 80% respectively in funding from their municipalities. We've been able to avoid that by being able to get support from United Way of Ottawa, which is no longer there. So that's something we need to talk about. Last year, we welcomed the city's approval of new funding framework, which would have opened access to funds in 2021. However, due to the pandemic, that implementation was delayed until 2022, as you know. This delay may be too late for us.
1 minute.
If we imagine, 1 minute, thank you. If we imagine a future of Ottawa without Volunteer Ottawa, where would the 49,000 volunteer requests go to? How would the 8,000 volunteers be deployed? How will the needs of numerous communities within our city be supported? We have 3 specific asks. Firstly, early implementation of the approved 2022 funding framework. Secondly, expansion of the eligibility for the 2021 transition funding to include all not-for-profit organizations, not just those currently receiving funding. Lastly, and thirdly, and finally, we ask for immediate financial assistance and support from the city for what we think is important, an assistance in the amount of $75,000 to ensure our survival in 2021. Thank you very much. I haven't felt this much pressure in a long time to get everything in under 5 minutes, but it's very important, and I appreciate your support here, Madam Chair, and thank you, Marie. That concludes.
Well done. You made it. Excellent. So now questions. I believe Councillor El-Shantiri had his hand up first, followed by Vice Chair Aglai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Marie and Dennis. I just want to say thank you so much to both of you and the organization for providing volunteers in our community and helping us. I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you for your involvement in 2019 floods and in the 2018 tornadoes in our community. Just want to say heartfelt thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor El-Shantiri and Vice Chair Eglai.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I just had one quick question around the services that you provide. You talked about training programs that you had for various organizations and boards. I'm wondering, is that on a fee-for-service basis?
Yes, it has been. That as we've diversified our revenue base, we offered fee-for-service programs, particularly in training, to help build capacity in organizations. So we've been able to offset the decline in core funding from United Way with the fee-for-service programs. For the COVID training, we've developed a number of courses specifically related to COVID that is free of charge for our members because we are able to receive some government funding to develop those programs and that. But the fee-for-service programs we've primarily canceled them this year because not-for-profit organizations weren't sending individuals to be trained, and they didn't have the revenues to do that. So our fee-for-service program, which had been growing over the last 5 years from about 5% of our budget to 40% of our budget, we've had to cancel all those programs. And so as a result, our revenue this year from that program has declined by about 40%.
Is that revenue stream geared to cover the cost of the program, or does it cover the cost of the program plus some additional funds that are used in different ways by your organization?
It's to cover the cost of the program. We offer our programs at a very reduced cost for not-for-profit organizations compared to other programs that are offered for a much more greater profit. And so we find that the reviews we've gotten from our members with regard to our programs are very high quality and also very cost effective for them to attend.
And most of the courses.
Sorry, go ahead, Dennis.
Sorry to interrupt. Most of the courses are led by senior people in Ottawa and on a volunteer basis, so that reduces our cost substantially.
So, but if I understand, in non-COVID times when those programs are running, they essentially pay for themselves. Is that fair to say?
It covers the staff person and the cost of the programs, yes.
And you indicated that your memberships are down this year.
Yes.
And so in a normal course, because God knows we all hope we get back to normal, in a normal course, how much does your membership drive, if you will, generate in a year?
In terms of actual dollars? It's about $75,000.
Okay, actual dollars and as percentage of total budget.
It's about 20%.
About 20%.
It varies year to year, depending on well, of course, the number of members, but also with this year with the membership dropping because a lot of organizations have suspended their services and are sort of hoping that they can reanimate their services once COVID's over, or look at utilizing the volunteer recruitment programs that we offer, but they're not using them right now because of the COVID pandemic. The volunteer recruitment is one of the key services that members do get when they join Volunteer Ottawa in terms of being able to post opportunities and recruit. With the COVID pandemic, we developed a whole separate line or stream or segment of our recruitment program specifically to COVID. And that was open to any organization, whether they were members or not, because we recognized that a lot of neighborhood groups were recruiting volunteers and wanted to be able to post opportunities. So it's been a challenge in terms of ensuring that members can get access to that, but also ensuring that the needs that are being met, given the impact of the pandemic on a lot of services and a lot of not-for-profit organizations.
So I'm cognizant of time, Madam Chair, but just one more quick question. So in normal course, again, the bulk of your work is training, or is it effectively acting as a bit of a marketplace, if you will, for volunteer activities or opportunities? Which is the bulk of the work that you do in normal course?
I would say they're pretty equal, quite frankly, because the demand for training has increased quite, other than this year, of course, had increased quite dramatically as organizations are trying to ensure that their individuals have the skill sets needed. And that includes their volunteers. Our board development training is quite a large portion of what we do, both in terms of individuals attending courses, but also custom workshops. So we will go to a board of directors and do training for their whole board. to ensure that all the board is up to date, or if a board has a conflict issue, an issue they're trying to resolve in their board, we'll go and help them out through a custom training opportunity. So training is quite crucial. So I would say it's about half and half in terms of the need that organizations utilize in terms of our services.
So, and this may be a tough question, you may not know the answer to this, and I'll leave it at this, but do you have a sense of percentage-wise how the average volunteer finds his or her place? In other words, how many volunteers are saying, I want to volunteer in the child care sector or in environmental issues? Simply Google that and find Ecology Ottawa or some similar group and do that, versus people that would go to your website and be looking for their volunteer placement?
It's really hard to predict. That assumes that an individual knows what the opportunities are for, say, they wanted to volunteer in an environmental issue. If they go to our website, they can find multi-organizations that are looking for volunteers, and then they get a better chance to choose areas, because they can select both geographically as well as the amount of work they want to do, how much time they want to volunteer. So they be able to screen the opportunities a bit better. And the other issue that we find is, because we have so many individuals in our volunteer pool, because you can just register if you're not quite sure where you want to volunteer and just sort of have your name there. And our organizations then search the pool, and then they directly contact individuals if they've specified an interest area. So it works both ways, both for the organization and the individuals. So by going to one site, and we found this with COVID, I mean, we have one site for people who want to volunteer for COVID, and they can go and register. And then organizations can find individuals, and the matching can take place much more quickly. And we do provide the screening and also the training for to ensure health and safety related to the COVID pandemic. So I don't know a figure. I mean, I don't know how many individuals might go to an individual organization, but by having one central place, what we're trying to do is make it as easy as possible for individuals who want to give back to our community to do so. And if they are not sure where they want to volunteer, but they know they want to do something, they can go and search a huge range of activities. And one of the things that's really important for very small organizations, I mean, everybody hears about the need for volunteers, say at the food bank or the Cancer Society, things like that. But there's so many small organizations who don't have a platform to sort of say we need help, which can post their opportunities on our website. And when individuals go there, they can find unique opportunities they never would have known about. And that really serves a really critical role for those small organizations, who most of them don't even have any staff. I mean, their volunteers are the ones who are posting the opportunities. So by having one space, it really does expand the range of opportunities for the individuals, but it also helps a lot of very small organizations find the volunteers and be able to become recognized and known in the community.
Madam Chair, I'll be very quick, but Keith and fellow members, I think that what's going to happen next year is that the city and the community is going to need more volunteers with better skills, with better understandings to help support the services needed. So I think it's going to be critical for cities, especially our city, to be able to rely on volunteers to keep our costs down, because our funds are going to be even more limited in the few years to come. So that's the banker in me talking. I think we're going to need more volunteers with specific skills, language skills, and it's going to be crucial to us being able to provide the types of support we think we need to do.
Thank you for that. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Aglai. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for the important work that you're doing in our community. I just wanted to go over the numbers here. So do you currently receive any funds from the City of Ottawa?
No, we do not.
No.
And we did receive some emergency funding in the spring to develop the online COVID volunteer platform. We received $23,000, which was combined with money from United Way and Community Foundation to develop the platform.
And you're asking for $75,000 for the 2021 period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that money do specifically?
It would help maintain our ability, to actually exist, to help maintain our volunteer recruitment platform, and to maintain our ability to provide training services to the community. The challenge we're facing is that because our fees-based programs have suffered I guess disproportionately this year because we weren't able to offer a lot of the courses and we didn't have our gala and our memberships have been declining. We don't know how long the pandemic is going to last. And so we're trying to figure out in 2021 how to get the emergency funding is going to run out in March, all the federal government emergency funding. And after that time, we don't know how long it will take to reestablish our fees-based programs and sort of an interest in the programs and the level of funding that we need to sustain what we currently do. And our core funding from United Way, as Dennis mentioned, has declined by 70% over the last 5 years. And so the impact once the COVID emergency funding ends, the sort of decline in core funding from United Way and the sort of impact on our fee for service programs for 2021 means we're going to be looking at quite a significant deficit next year. And so in order to sort of, and we aren't eligible for sustained funding from the city, like that new program is delayed until 2022. So if we can get through 2021 and then be able to apply for the sustained funding for 2022 and have time to regrow our programs, depending on what happens with COVID, we can make it through 2022, but it's getting through this transition year. And we know it's going to be challenging for all not-for-profits. And the need for volunteers, as Dennis mentioned, is going to be so critical. And we don't know how many seniors are going to come back into the volunteer pool and how we're going to replace the sort of demand that I think is going to grow as organizations realize they have much reduced funding and need to rely more and more on volunteers.
And just to add on very quickly to that, we've been aware for a number of years that other volunteer organizations in medium-sized and large cities like ours have been receiving funding from their municipalities. We did not want to ask the city because we were getting support from the United Way of Ottawa. And so therefore it's something that we've been conscious about. And again, I repeat, I've never seen such a small not-for-profit organization do so much with so little funds. The entire budget for the entire organization for 49 people, 49,000 requests is under, it's around $475,000. They couldn't do that if they didn't have all those senior volunteers supporting them. So that's a point I'd like to make.
And have you been working with the committee chair and with city staff on this behind the scenes so that they might be looking for a funding source to be able to help this year?
We haven't met directly with them this year, no. We've met with them in the past indicating strong support for the new funding framework but it was on our action list to do next. We were focusing on the budget and the committee to sort of make representation to the committee on the budget to stress the need to have the funding framework implemented this year, but also to sort of look at what we could do in terms of the 500,000 for the transition funding, which I think could help us significantly in terms of transitioning into 2022.
And I might add to that for a few months there, March, April, May, June, we had to pivot very strongly too. So Marie Edline and her, we did some layoffs ourselves and some cutting back to survive. So that's one of the reasons that we didn't want to do that, but ran out of resources and time. Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you both for being here. And I might just ask the city staff and finance if they could look for a funding source that we might be able to help your organization. We'll deal with it later in the meeting. So thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deans, and thank you both for being here. I think as you did mention, and I know we spoke about this not too long ago, you did receive some funding this year in response to COVID to support that response. And my hope is that moving forward, unfortunately, I'm not sure that 2020 is that much brighter with respect to COVID, but that there might be opportunities to support that work through COVID as well. So look forward to continuing that dialogue.
Great.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I'm going to circle back. I believe that Sally Rutherford is now online with us. If that's the case, then I will call on her now. Perhaps. Sally Rutherford, are you there?
Unmute. I believe I'm.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. I would like to make this presentation on behalf of Somerset West Community Health Center. I'm a member of the advocacy committee there, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Somerset West serves a diverse community with complex needs, and according to the Ottawa Neighborhood Study, over 32% of West Centertown residents are racialized, 32% are first-generation immigrants, and over 8% are refugees. We also have the largest proportion of low-income residents in Ottawa and the highest concentration of rooming houses in the city. The 2018 Community Wellbeing Report outlined the chronic underfunding of our social service sector. Many organizations were already stretched and experiencing difficulty addressing the needs of thousands of residents and accessing basic needs before COVID. The pandemic has turned the cracks in our social service system into chasms. COVID-19 has not only revealed the inequities already present in our community, but has intensified those issues through increased stress and isolation and worsening mental health. Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities are more likely to work in frontline jobs and to live in crowded housing. They're experiencing disproportionate risks related to the pandemic. Unfortunately, the foundation of our social service system was not solid entering into the pandemic. Like many community organizations across the city, Somerset West is facing increased demands for our systems and services. Not only are the numbers of clients increasing, but so is the complexity of its clients. Our asks are around two major issues. One is housing, the other is additions to social service funding. The members of this committee we know are aware of the housing crisis in the city. As a community health center, we see firsthand how a lack of safe, adequate, and affordable housing impacts the well-being of clients and communities, and the challenges that our clients face in finding safe and affordable housing that meets their needs. The neighborhoods have high rates of renters, over 70% in some areas, and over 25% live on low income, and over 60% are in the bottom half of the Canadian income distribution, while the cost of rental housing continues to increase, with the average studio apartment in the area charging approximately $1,000 a month for rent. Additionally, tenants in rooming houses continue to experience living conditions that do not meet the city's own property standards and are spending between 46% and 72% of their income on rent. I'd like to say that Somerset West supports the Alliance to End Homelessness presentation wholeheartedly. We must recognize also that in addition to housing, residents who experience barriers require more than bricks and mortar to meet their basic needs. Somerset West has witnessed the fast-growing demand for social services like groups for isolated seniors, food banks, mental health counseling, infant play groups, and critical hours programming for young children, just to name a few. Social services are one of our most effective tools to address many of the challenges in our city. One full-time counseling staff could provide services for approximately 355 clients each year. A $500,000 investment across the city, for example, could allow for an additional 2,689 clients seen in a year. Social services keep costs low and reduce the need for more expensive emergency, hospital, police, and paramedic services. We ask the city to create the 2019-2022 term of council priority that includes expansion of the nonprofit social services with clear targets for strengthening services and the investment of at least $5 million over and above existing funding and for nonprofit social services in Ottawa during the 2019-2020 term of council. This is in addition to our ask for $20 million in the 2021 city budget for affordable housing.
1 minute.
Every person deserves affordable food, housing, and other supports needed to survive. When planning for a city with a population of more than 1 million, we can't let our housing infrastructure or social services crumble. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally. I see Councillor McKenney has questions for you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sally, for coming out and presenting to us today. Sally, the issue around, the cost of services, and again, back to prevention and what that can mean to a community, especially one Somerset West area, but we know that there are other pockets throughout the city of low income and often racialized newcomer neighborhoods that have the capacity to be very strong and to to eventually turn into. We've seen outcomes in our community, especially where low income, where newcomer, refugee communities have really prospered, and the good that it's done for the city. I just want to ask you, Sally, I just want to ask you about the impact, for example, of that $5 million for housing, that additional $5 million. And I asked this of the Alliance, Katie Burkholder-Harris, and someone's actually sent me more cost details since. You know that $5 million in operating costs put into our budget could provide just over 800 housing allowances of $500 a month. So when we think about people living in rooming houses, for example, and the impact that could have, just there would be substantial. Could you just comment on that and what that would look like in a community like Somerset West, or any community like Somerset West that has a high number of rooming houses and a high number of low-income individuals and families?
Well, I think with the information you probably have more information than I have right now. But I think I'm hopefully not misstating anything that Catherine mentioned, the Amanda mentioned earlier, but certainly an increase in funds for housing makes a huge difference, as was mentioned, giving people the opportunity to choose where they live and to live, therefore, with amongst community spaces where they can thrive. My family, for example, was a sponsor for a refugee family from Syria, and they chose to live in an area that has a large Syrian community, and they've adopted really well that way. I think they're giving people the kind of subsidy that would allow them to make choices is really important, and that will cost more money than is in the budget at the moment. The other thing, the other part of the question, though, in terms of people in rooming houses, I think speaks to the additional ask for funds around social services, because it's really clear that for many people who are in rooming houses, and others as well, many homeless people, they need, at least at the outset, not only housing, but they need the supports to help them adjust to making that shift. And without the support of social services, they may not be as successful, or the rate of success may be less than we would like. And I think it's really important to understand that. And I'll freely admit that that's something that I was not conscious of for way too long, that it's not only housing that's required in a lot of cases with people from rooming houses and homeless people who suffer from homelessness, but it is the support that's going to really make them successful to live on their own. So I think there are many different avenues that need to be followed in terms of housing, but it all has to start with having the funds available to be able to provide the basics, a roof over somebody's head, and the services that are going to help the people who need the services be successful in their housing.
Thank you for that. And just one last question. Do you know off the top, or do you have an idea of how much the community health center provides in terms of free bus passes to residents in the area?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know that.
I can find that out probably.
Yep, I'll send it to you as soon as I find out.
Okay, I appreciate that. My quest to continue to look at ways of providing more equity in transit. I think it's important to also note that that's another way of getting people out of poverty. You know, giving them housing, letting them move about, to look, you know, to be able to look for jobs. The outcomes obviously are tremendous as a result. So yeah, that would be great if I could get that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKenney, and thank you, Sally, for joining us and for the important work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Jenny Campbell. Is Jenny Campbell with us? I'm not seeing. Oh, there we are. Excellent.
I also have Tasia Brown with me, if she could be admitted as well.
Okay.
And we have a PowerPoint, if staff could pull it up, please. Thanks.
There we are.
Okay. So my name is Jenny Campbell. I'm here just as a taxpayer today. If you think of Katie's presentation as sort of the master macro overview of the housing and homelessness issue, Tasia and I are here to shine some light on a very specific example of where we think that the budget could do better. Next slide, please. So a decade ago, this was a quiet, well-maintained residential building on my street in Vanier. Somewhere around 2014, there was a change of ownership or management. Not long after, conditions of the property began to decline. The residents had a complete changeover and were now almost exclusively very large, racialized families new to Canada, and there was high turnover. Next slide, please. A few years after that, it was listed for sale as a lucrative Airbnb business. Next slide, please. We now know that while it may be lucrative, it isn't an Airbnb. In fact, the city has been paying to house homeless families in this building at a rate of around $3,000 per month, as Katie explained earlier. For that price, you or I could stay somewhere like Minto Suites or Live Apartments with access to top-notch luxury amenities. By contrast, my kids started to play with kids staying at these luxury apartments. On one occasion, we went along to a little forested area just kitty corner where they play a lot and discovered that it was a spot for drug and sex trade. They were running barefoot and sandaled amidst discarded needles and condoms. I don't know what you talk about when you meet other moms at the park, but I've been asked for advice on dealing with rats, cockroaches, and mold, and I don't have answers. Hundreds of neighbors have posted about the issue on local online groups, outraged at the city's role in this. Many of us have written our councillor, hello Mathieu, and the housing department. I have to be honest that the responses from the housing department have been dismissive at worst and defensive at best. We've read that the city doesn't want to enter into agreements where they hold a lease on a building like this because of the Landlord-Tenant Act. I understand that tenants have rights and that can cost money. However, in reviewing the budget, I asked the committee to question not just what you're getting for those $3,000, but what that $3,000 is potentially costing. Next slide, please. The human costs of this arrangement are fairly obvious but hard to quantify. Here are a few more concrete considerations. The risk of a COVID outbreak. There have already been multiple 2-week-long periods where kids in the building, dozens of kids in the building, are unable to go to school because of outbreaks at their school. Distancing is not realistic at home, and the conditions are ripe for spread. Policing. Police were on site many times this summer over fights where the N-word was being screamed at the non-white residents. A few of the kids, young kids, have also horrifically had police called on them directly. Finally, our area also has a significant arson problem. Next slide, please. This map, a little homemade map, shows fires since 2019. So just since 2019, in relation to the luxury apartments, which I've indicated in yellow. All the photos are from the fires in question. Has fire checked to make sure this extremely full building is safe in the event of another fire? Are the families well prepared with a plan to evacuate? 6, 7, 8 kids sometimes per family. Next slide, please. I was invited into the building for the first time a few months ago. I was shocked by what I saw. I've never seen anything like it in Ottawa. Afterwards, as I walked home to my nice, cozy little bungalow, literally just a stone's throw away, that suddenly felt like a mansion, and hugged my kid, I cried. I cried because these little kids who I've come to know and care for don't deserve this. I cried because I don't want my little boy growing up thinking that this is okay. But mostly I cried from shame because I felt like I should have done more sooner, and for some reason I didn't. I think this shame is also the city's. I'm not alone in this. So many of my neighbors want answers from you and want accountability for our tax dollars.
1 minute.
The concern has extended beyond the boundaries of Ward 12, and my colleague Tasia Brown is going to talk about that.
Thank you, Jenny. I'll just follow up. My name is Tasia, so I represent the RISE Initiative, and we've joined a coalition of other nonprofit organizations, and we've sent an open letter to the city and the council today. And we are just raising the issues about this, this particular shelter. I visited the shelter myself. Many of the units have inadequate window coverings, cramped living conditions, pest issues. And considering the climate, political climate, the commitment by our city's leaders to oppose anti-Black racism and the tearing down of systematic barriers that oppress Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities, it's important that the city review this particular housing arrangement and the larger housing services budget with an equity and inclusion lens. I'm a product of the Ottawa Community Housing Program. I know the value of being raised in a house that's not luxury, but is home, and living in a rent-to-income home allowed my family to feel somewhat equal amongst my peers, and education, grew up to become a homeowner myself. I've spoken to some others.
Thank you very much, Jennifer and Tasia. I appreciate the presentation and raising this issue today. I see Councillor McKenney has questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have more questions of staff later, but I just want to clarify a few things with presenters today. Tasia and Jenny, thank you for coming out, making this presentation. I'm sure it wasn't easy. I've heard of Tabor in the media. I've had emails about it. I think it's appalling that that's where we house people in the city. So I thank you for coming out. I have to, I really do want to express that because I know it's not, I know it's not easy. Do you know, only because of your proximity to this property, is there any on-site management at the Tabor Apartments? I'm not sure.
I've never seen anyone from the city. The families tell there's no programming, there's no recreation, there's, as far as we know, it was news to us until quite recently that it was a city sort of funded thing, and we were quite frankly like super shocked. Tasia might have a little more info as well from her connections.
And just to clarify, is there somebody owns this property? It's not owned by the city. We're leasing it.
Yeah.
No, I will ask staff about how much this is costing us. It must be an exorbitant amount. But is there any, does the owner provide any on-site management? Is there anyone there where families can go to ask for windows to be fixed, ask for, pests to be taken care of? Like,
I mean, I assume that there's some means of communication. I'm not privy to that. Some of my neighbors have expressed to me that they're, fearful and worried about raising issues. They don't really understand the difference between, city owners and some of them where they came from, opposing government or organizations is sort of a risky business. So there's quite a lot of difficulty there.
Okay.
Yeah, many of these families come from marginalized communities and are newcomers to Canada. They have various immigration statuses, so a lot of them are very fearful about raising any issues. Some of them have expressed that their children have been bitten by rats and there's pest issues in the building and so forth, but they're very scared to bring up these issues.
Okay, that was actually my second question. These are mostly racialized families, I take it?
Yeah, almost exclusively. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I will have significant follow-up on this. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Catherine, for the questions and comments. It is an appalling and tragic situation on how we're supposedly housing families. And I want to thank Jenny and Tasia and the neighbors, because we've been quite involved now for a number of months as it relates to risk of fires and also that specific properties and the challenges. From a budgeting perspective, because that's really, I'm sort of, we're caught under the budgeting today, the budgeting element. You spoke to $3,000 a month per unit. I know that there's about 24 units that the city allows for a daily per diem for out of this residential property. Can you maybe speak to, you've been on the ground, you know those families. How long have those families been at Tabor Apartment? Because that has a financial implication to the city. It's not just staying in a unit for a month. Can you maybe share your perspective on how long the families have been in the various units?
A lot have been there for, going on a year for sure. I know their name. We know one another. They're at this point, we're familiar. There've been at least a few who've been there for almost 2 years. Tasia.
Yeah, that's the same. And there was recently a news article that came out, and there's been some documentation on this fact. So some of the families are up there to 2 years when this is supposed to be considered temporary emergency shelter, which, so that's the precarious situation, is that they're not actually in an actual shelter, but they're in these more, there for longer term without leases, without any sort of legal rights as a tenant.
And I just want to make really clear, as a resident, my issue is not at all with whether or not these residents are welcome in our community, because of course they are. It's the arrangement with the city that we take issue with.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I too will have questions for staff relating to budgeting elements for such approaches. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury, and I'm not seeing any other hands. So thank you both again very much for joining us and for raising this today.
Thanks.
So next we have Michelle Herbetuise and Kyle Gordon from the Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre. We have either Michelle Herbetuise or Kyle Gordon. Okay, not seeing either. There we are.
I'm here.
It's always a delay. Terrific. Thank you for joining us. So I'll leave it to you to divvy your time, but you have 5 minutes combined.
Kyle will be presenting on behalf of Western Ottawa.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for having us, and good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you to the members of the Community and Protective Services Committee for the opportunity to speak before you on the very important budget decisions facing you this morning. My name is Kyle Gordon, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre and a resident of Richmond. For those not familiar with us, Western Ottawa is a multi-sector community organization that provides a broad range of health and social services to children, youth, adults, and seniors in Canada, Nepean, and more rural western parts of the city boundaries out to Dunrobin, Constance Bay, Fitzroy Harbour, and Kinburn. As a member of the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centres, we are requesting Council, over the course of its term, increase funding in social infrastructure by $5 million to increase the support for services that help residents and communities meet their social needs, maximize their potential, and enhance community resilience and well-being. While this investment provides support to those most vulnerable in our community, investing in social infrastructure benefits the community as a whole. This year, our communities, and indeed the whole province, has struggled to respond to those impacted by COVID-19, whether those who became sick or those who were impacted by the economic fallout from efforts to contain the spread of the virus. With the support of the city and the province, social service organizations stepped up to the challenge to support those most vulnerable. From the middle of March to the end of September, we distributed over $25,000 in gift cards for groceries and gas to close to 40 families a week. We delivered 1,251 food hampers to isolated, vulnerable folks in our communities. We provided an additional 262 grocery, pharmacy, and program kit deliveries to vulnerable people, and we supported the delivery of over 3,500 cloth masks to our community. We've also seen a increase in demand for mental health support as people struggle with the prolonged challenges of managing anxiety, stress, uncertainties, and fears, as well as financial stress and increased overall isolation. Suicidal ideation and self-harm risks are on the rise. We're seeing increases in violence against women and children, and we are already seeing an increase in caregiver burnout across all age groups. We are struggling with the weight of the additional services that we've been providing during the pandemic, and these come at a cost that's not fully covered by the additional short-term funding supports provided by the city and the province. I'd like to share two small examples of how programs such as ours make that real difference. A client who came through our counseling services needed support in their application to the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board. With our support in the application, the teenage client was not only awarded $6,000, but also stated that he received some justice and that people other than his mother had finally believed in them. This kind of compensation can be incredibly important in supporting individuals to move forward in their lives. Another client was supported with our advocacy efforts to secure a cell phone. She was unable to secure her own phone because she was living with her abuser and was closely monitored. As we have learned, COVID has led to increased isolation for many women, and abusers are using this as a manner to increase power and control. With our support, we were able to secure her a phone through a program offered by Rogers, provided a 6-month plan, which allowed her to continue accessing essential support that kept her connected and safe. You may wonder what an investment in social infrastructure provides as a return across the system. For context, a full-time staff doing intake and immediate counseling support costs approximately $70,000. Each full-time staff is able to provide service to 355 clients each year, including 300 adults, 30 youth, and 25 children. We have 2,000 client contacts and support 600 intake calls and walk-ins at Western Ottawa. A $500,000 investment could mean an additional 2,500 clients seen in a year. An investment in social infrastructure acknowledges the City of Ottawa's new official plan that recognizes that health and well-being starts in our communities. Social services prevent crime and save money.
1 minute.
We know the demands on the budget are extensive, including an increase in the police budget by $13.2 million. We don't want to get into specifics of that budget. As proposed, it calls for 30 new police officers, including expansion of neighborhood policing teams and an investment in mental health responses. Without the corresponding backing to community-based organizations to partner with these additional police supports, the investment in police services will likely continue to see the same responses we have seen to date. We encourage you to invest in community services in parallel with the transformation that police services are trying to make in order to facilitate meaningful change in our communities and ensure safer communities for all. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing this investment in our communities.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I see Councillor El-Shantari has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Kyle and Michelle. Michelle, can you tell us about the increase in call for service on mental health issue? Because we're seeing increase in, whether violence against women or mental health, or can you tell me what you have seen or the percentage increase of this year?
Yeah, we've seen almost a doubling in the calls, and probably as the most significant increase just in terms of people experiencing suicidal ideation and self-harm around some of those issues. A lot of stuff around financial stress that people are experiencing as a result of the pandemic. And caregiver stress in terms of families looking after aging parents, and the whole issues about childcare. We've heard some of those presentations today, and the stress around childcare and arrangements related to that exacerbated throughout the pandemic. So just in those kind of areas have just seen almost a doubling in our calls.
And if I can follow up, now, in the past, you used to have volunteer helping you out, whether they drive patients around or they help with the call takers. And are you still not allowing volunteers, or is volunteers being back into helping out in your organization? I'd like to know.
Yeah, great question. For a long time, we didn't have our volunteers because most of our volunteers are over the age of 60. And particularly with our volunteer transportation program, our Meals on Wheels, they were at increased risk. So we had to depend on paid staff to provide all of those services. We are now bringing in volunteer drivers again to do low contact meal deliveries of our frozen meals. And we do have volunteers now doing support for more of our virtual programming, including our daily telephone reassurances, participating in some of our virtual programming for our seniors, and some of our other outreach initiatives. But we have been impacted because it's been harder to integrate volunteers into some of our virtual programming, which means that we have had to also depend more on staff to deliver those services.
I'm pretty sure that has an impact on your budget, on your own budget, but I want to ask you that maybe you can provide me that information afterwards, because obviously whenever you don't have volunteers, you want to get staffing to do this work. So I'm pretty sure that create a budget pressure locally on you. So if you can provide me with that information, that would be helpful.
I will absolutely follow up with you. The other area certainly has also been in transportation, where we used to have volunteer drivers, and that was a bit of a cost recovery, and we don't have those volunteer drivers anymore. But I will follow up with you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michelle and Karen.
Thank you.
Rick, thanks. Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you both for joining us. Certainly appreciate the important work you're doing in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next we have Ray Sullivan.
Yes, thank
there
you,
we are. Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Ray. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of Centertown Citizens Ottawa Corporation. We're a private, nonprofit landlord and housing organization that operates in many wards in urban Ottawa. It's unquestionable that we're in unprecedented times when it comes to the pandemic emergency, and certainly that's led to unprecedented financial challenges for many of us, definitely including the City of Ottawa. I think we all hope that in 2021 we'll see the end of the pandemic and the beginning of the recovery. And I want to underscore that just as safe housing is crucial during the pandemic, the city's recovery plan must also address the affordable housing crisis. This is not the time to balance the books on the backs of our poorest neighbors. In January 2021, less than a year ago, you and your councillor colleagues declared a housing and homelessness emergency. And this is the first city budget since that declaration. And then in the spring, a few months later, you passed an update on the city's 10-year plan on housing and homelessness, and it had some admirable goals about eliminating unsheltered homelessness, reducing overall homelessness by a quarter, preserving the existing affordable housing supply. When the pandemic emergency hit Ottawa, we saw the city respond in impressive ways. Fantastic efforts that were made to create extra shelter space, to create safe and healthy day spaces, looking at opportunities to purchase or lease underused hotels, expanding access to safe drug supply, because you did the right thing. When you recognize an emergency, you react with new measures. And I give a lot of credit to the city for this during the pandemic. But when the pandemic emergency is over, we will still be left with the housing and homelessness emergency. And in fact, it will be worsened by the economic shock of the pandemic. And I don't see a city response to the housing and homelessness emergency reflected in this draft budget. This budget is largely a status quo budget with just inflationary increases and no real difference in city commitments from 2020 or from 2019 before that. Now, after this draft was prepared, I think we were all very happy that the federal government committed $32 million to Ottawa under the Rapid Housing Initiative. And thank goodness, that's going to give us all opportunities to make headway. But apart from that, very welcome late addition from the federal government, the city's housing budget in 2021 is largely the same as it was in 2020. And this seems to confirm that the city intends to rely only on provincial and federal investments with no new city investments to address the housing and homelessness emergency. This is not an adequate response to declaring an emergency, and it is not an adequate response to meet the goals of our 10-year plan on housing and homelessness. I work closely with your staff in housing services. I know them well. They are hardworking. They are dedicated people who care about meeting these goals, but they cannot meet the goals that you've set for them in your 10-year plan if you don't give them the resources to do that. And that has to mean additional resources from the status quo. When it comes to housing and homelessness, it is not enough to say this is a no-frills budget. I want to borrow a line from a friend and colleague who's probably also logged into this meeting. Don't nickel and dime the people with the fewest nickels and dimes. When we prioritize keeping our city affordable for property owners by limiting property taxes, we're doing it at the expense of the affordability for the poorest people in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. I see Councillor McKenney has her hand up. I'm also going to ask Vice Chair Eglai to chair the meeting for a few moments as well on my behalf. So over to you, Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ray, for coming out. It was actually Ray who shared some of the math with me around what 5 million could provide us in terms of housing. Could you just go through, Ray, what what operating dollars, $5 million would get the city, and 500 million, or 5 million rather, of, oh, I wish 500 million, then we'd be out of it, right? That would show it was an emergency. But another 5 million in capital. What could that do?
Yeah, and there's two choices that you would have if you had an additional $5 million to spend to address the housing and homelessness emergency. One is to spend it on capital, which is a good choice. Spending it on capital means that whoever the proponent is to build new affordable housing units can leverage up to 3 times or more of that amount from other sources and create about 40 units of affordable housing. That would be affordable housing for decades and decades to come. Probably about 40 households, as I said before. Or you could choose to spend it in an operating budget to create housing allowances. And you could create about 800 housing allowances of $500 a month for 1 year. So altogether, this is 800 person years of affordable housing, whichever path you choose to spend it on. The Rapid Housing Initiative from the feds is going to be a great opportunity, as Katie Burkholder and I think a couple of others said before. It's going to help create some supply, not a ton, maybe 100 units that we can acquire through this. We have to look at different tools that we haven't been using before. It's not just a question of putting additional money into the exact same things. We have to put some money into some new approaches. And my colleagues, myself, my staff, we work really hard. We do a great job. The same for all of our other housing providers across the city. The same for your staff in the Housing Services Department. They work hard. They do a great job. But let's face up to what's happening. The things we're doing now are not working. So we have to try doing something different from what we're doing now. We have to look at acquisitions. We have to look at preserving the existing supply of private market housing. We have to look at tools like inclusionary zoning. And it's gonna mean some incentives perhaps to get deeper levels of affordability on them. We have to go beyond the status quo if we want to see results that are beyond the status quo.
No, thank you for that. I think it is worth pointing out, just again, you made the point, but while the Rapid Housing Initiative will provide us with units that we wouldn't otherwise have, we probably need between 8,000 and 10,000 over the next 10 years, and this will be about 100. So it's a start, but we are likely to lose as many affordable units in the private sector before we get these built. So we do have to look at doing things differently. I know that our staff have been working very hard looking at acquisitions, but we need to back that up with our own money as well. So thank you for that. Thanks, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Next on the list is Councillor Deans.
Thanks, Chair, and nice to see you, Ray, and thank you for all the work that you have been doing for many years on the housing file. You're an outstanding citizen, and I think your knowledge of the housing in Ottawa is important, and it's an important reminder. So thank you for taking the time to come out and share your views with us today. I was struck when you were speaking, when you were talking about, the city can't just rely on upper tier governments, we need to be at the table too to make a difference. And you were talking about the housing emergency and our 10-year strategy. And I was hearkening back to days when I chaired CPS, and, we had a 10-year housing and homelessness strategy, and it didn't work, and we didn't move the yardstick. And I was just getting this deja vu when you were talking, that it sounds like, we're going down the same path, doing the same things and expecting a different outcome. And it's a definition of insanity, right? So I don't know what the answer is, but it sounds like it involves a commitment, financial commitment at all levels in government, including the city. And you said, you really have two options, but you said we have to think outside the box too. So are there other things that we could be doing?
Yeah, I think so. And as other speakers have said, I don't know that anyone knows any city that's got it completely right. This is a really hard thing to tackle, but that doesn't mean that we can't not tackle it. The city of Calgary, for example, has looked at integrating its city funding programs along with federal programs. It used to be that the city was the one door through which anyone could enter to access housing and homelessness programs. This is no longer the case, and it's a welcome addition that people can work directly with the federal government for financing or small grants to create affordable housing. But the city of Calgary now has integrated those things so we can ensure that we're leveraging the most that we can from upper tiers of government whenever we've got to. I think we need to look at a broader lens when it comes to housing affordability, and look at different affordability segments within the market. What it means to have affordable housing for a household at the 40th or 50th income percentile is very different from a much poorer household at the 20th or 15th income percentile. So tools like inclusionary zoning, like private market incentives around zoning and fees and those, that will work at that modest end of affordability. Other things will work at different parts of the scale. And let's face it, it's going to take public investment in government dollars for deeply affordable housing. So targeting the tools that we've got to different segments of the affordability will have an impact across the whole spectrum of income ranges.
How is the city doing compared to other large urban Canadian cities when it comes to leveraging those upper tier dollars? Are we getting our fair share of those dollars in terms of what we're leveraging?
I can't comment specifically on that, but I have seen that some particularly larger municipalities employ a lot of political leverage directly on the federal and provincial government to get investments for their cities. And I know that because I see it in the newspapers just like you do.
Okay, and just one last question. I don't know if this is your area of expertise or not, but I've been kind of aghast at the rising housing prices in Ottawa, and that obviously impacts affordability when the supply and demand the supply just doesn't seem to be there, and the demand is far outstripping it, and it's just driving the housing prices up, which impacts the whole system, I would think. Have you or anyone done analysis on that impact on affordability in the city of Ottawa?
Yeah, it's been dire, and I think a previous speaker talked about the difference between average market rents that are published by CMHC and the actual available rents that are out in the marketplace, and we're seeing massive increases year over year. The business model of rental housing for private for-profit entities has completely shifted over the past 12 years. We're now seeing large institutional investors, the financialization of housing. These aren't families investing in a small walk-up or a couple of triplexes anymore. And the business model is to turn those units over so that you can raise the rent when someone else comes in. I see it in the listings. Real estate agents send me listings for multi-residential properties, and they talk about what a great advantage you have to turn over, get rid of the families that are there now so that you can raise the rent by 50%.
And what about Airbnb? Are they still having an impact on the supply of affordable housing?
Most definitely. There's a rental triplex next door to me right now, and 2 of the units are now Airbnb. And I'm pleased that the city's taken some measures to regulate and limit the effects of Airbnb. That was shortening an already very difficult rental supply. And I'm hoping that when those measures come into effect, we'll see some units being released onto the private market that had been only Airbnb previously.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daines. And again, thank you, Ray, for joining us. I appreciate your time and sharing your expertise and thoughts today. Thank you. So next we have Peter Tilley from the Ottawa Mission. Hi, Peter, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. About to cross to good afternoon. So I'm Peter Tilley with the Ottawa Mission, and thank you, Councillor Sudds and all members of the committee for the opportunity to present today. In 2013, our city adopted its 10-year housing and homelessness plan. In spite of this, homelessness has worsened in our community. In fact, by 2019, over 8,000 people were in emergency shelters, over 12,000 people were on the wait list for affordable housing, and we have about 200 people currently sleeping rough outside. That's why City Council unanimously declared a homelessness emergency and crisis back in January of this year. We appreciate that the majority of funds for housing come through the city, with lesser amounts from the provincial and federal governments. We also appreciate the commitment of $15 million in the 2019 and 2020 budgets to new affordable housing. However, as has been mentioned earlier, from 2011 to 2016, for every new affordable housing unit built, 7 units were lost off the market. Since 2017, new rental construction has increased, but most of those units are not affordable. In June, the city released its refreshed 10-year plan, and updated shelter data. There were declines in shelter users except for families, and the wait list increase was much smaller. There are areas of concern though, including increases in shelter nights, families in offsite motels, average length of stay, and chronic and episodic homelessness. According to recent NANO surveys, the pandemic has imposed a significant burden on our citizens. Over 1/3 of Ottawans said that COVID-19 has negatively impacted their finances. Nearly 1 in 5 Ottawans stated that COVID-19 has increased the risk of homelessness for their loved ones. Almost 1 in 10 stated that COVID-19 has increased their personal risk of homelessness. 1 in 5 Canadians believe it is urgent to end homelessness. Due to COVID-19, nearly 1 in 5 Canadians worry about paying their housing costs. Provincially, the prohibition on evictions due to COVID-19 is being rolled back, and tenants who, through no fault of their own, can't pay their rent can be turned out. In Ottawa, 36,000 households spend more than 30% of their income on rent and are already at risk of homelessness. Lifting the ban on evictions despite the continuing pandemic heightens that risk. Prior to the pandemic, the mission had been at over 100% capacity for the past 3 fiscal years. In terms of the city's response to the pandemic, we appreciate the partnership with the city to keep our shelter guests safe and safely distanced through the establishment of the Jim Durrell and Dempsey centers. However, the need for emergency shelter beds is steadily increasing here, and we're concerned since our occupancy usually increases by 10% or more during the winter. Pre-pandemic, in 2019, NANO's research also confirmed that people in Ottawa thought that homelessness should be the #1 priority of this city council. We understand that housing must be a joint responsibility of the city and other partners such as the provincial and federal governments. That's why we advocate that all governments work together for solutions regarding homelessness. Accordingly, we are asking that Ottawa City Council, 1, increase its annual allocation for affordable housing to $20 million. 2, accelerate plans for inclusionary zoning to ensure that new developments include affordable housing units. 3, ask the provincial government to immediately restrict all residential rental evictions, except those concerning threats to public safety, and maintain this until the pandemic is contained. And 4, submit proposals under the Rapid Housing Initiative. Ottawa City Council showed leadership as the first council in Canada to declare an emergency concerning homelessness. Please build on this leadership by moving forward with these actions to meet the needs of our citizens for appropriate and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Appreciate those remarks. I see Councillor McKenney has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Peter, for coming out today, and the work that you've been doing. Obviously, is in sheltering people who are without housing in the city, but also the work that you've been doing in highlighting the thoughts and the concerns of people in the city with the surveys that you've been doing through NANO's research. It's really important for us to know that people in the city are concerned about themselves, people they know. It's a heightened concern, and they want us to work together with other levels of government to address this. Just one, I don't really have anything to ask about your presentation. I think it was very good. We know what an additional $5 million can do, but I just want to ask you in terms of transit for people who you serve, Peter, and who are out during the day and trying to get on their feet. What would how does that impact residents, not not residents, but your clients at the Mission not having access to free transit?
Well, that's a huge impact, of course, Catherine, because we want our people out there looking for jobs. We want our people, we're about to expand our food services training program off-site. We want people who are coming to us through to be part of the food services training program to have access to the shelter. Many of them are not shelter residents. Many of them are people who needed a new start in life, but were currently housed. So not having access to free transit limits our ability. And we have a population that is mobile, that needs to go to appointments, needs to better themselves, needs to seek sometimes mental health supports that aren't coming inside sometimes during these pandemic times. And in general, people with limited means, no matter how you look at it, there's a reason they're in a shelter, and they do not have the income for the other things in life that many of us just take for granted every day.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKenney. I see Councillor Fleury has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Peter. Good to see you.
Good to see you again, Matthew.
For the official record, I do want to congratulate the Ottawa Mission for the pivoting through COVID, as well as the most recent news in terms of food services, that it'd be the food truck or the partnership at the former Rideau Bakery. So congratulations to you and the entire team for those additional food services in the community. My question to you relating to the budget really is to better understand your housing workers, or the team that works at the Ottawa Mission that works directly with those looking for housing. What is the common theme that you're hearing from your team as it relates to barriers to accessing housing for existing clients?
I think one of them for certain, Councillor Fleury, is the educational aspect in working with landlords. Prior to the pandemic, it was convincing landlords, one or two bad news stories, and suddenly the developers and landlords feel they're at risk taking in people who are coming out of the shelters. Many of the people coming out of the shelters, yes, there are those with high acuity challenges, but many of the people are just here because they can't find housing. So one of the challenges pre-pandemic was working with landlords to let them know that we have potential for good tenants coming out of the shelters. And that's why we at the Ottawa Mission, on our own budget, move forward with constructing a housing department, a housing manager who had been our former client services manager. We wanted his focus and several members under his team to be on working with landlords to place people into housing. And we've shared with you, Councillor Fleury and Councillor McKenney and city staff, some of the remarkable results we were seeing. The percentage increases, 34% more housed almost over 60% more diverted and put back into housing before ending up in the shelter system. So we did that of our own initiative, and boom, then the pandemic's hit. So now our challenge seems to be educating landlords that the people coming out of shelters aren't bringing the pandemic with them. Here at the Ottawa Mission, we've only had one positive test amongst our clientele, and that person was immediately isolated. We've worked diligently to put PPE and other controls in place, but that's certainly one of our challenges now is COVID isn't traveling with the people coming out of the shelters. In fact, it's that. So to answer your question, it's always a challenge working with landlords. And of course, for our housing team, the biggest challenge is finding, quote, affordable, that word affordable housing, because the people coming out of the shelters have limited means. So that's such a barrier to us placing them into housing.
Thank you, Peter. I'll be following up with staff as it relates to the use of the rent supplement program and how the city plans to advance the facilitation with private landlords for affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. And not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Peter, for joining us. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you all for your time, hardworking councillors. I know you have a long day ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on our list is Vanya Karam. Although I believe, Mark, if you can confirm that they have withdrawn. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So next on the list is Jennifer Fletcher. Is Jennifer Fletcher here?
Yes, hi, sorry. I actually am just trying to get my computer up and running again. I have my presentation on my computer, but it crashed a second ago. So I'm gonna see, I have a backup copy on my partner's phone. I'm just gonna see if I can grab that.
Would you like me to move to the next delegation and come back, Jennifer? I'm happy
Sure,
to do that.
If you could do that, that'd be great, actually. Yeah.
Yep, happy to do that.
Sorry about that.
No, not
Thank
a problem.
you.
It happens.
Okay.
We'll come back to you after the next. So
thank you.
On the list is Mike Balthuis and Simone Thibault from the Centertown Community Health Center.
Good afternoon.
Oh, fantastic. There you are. Excellent. So combined, you have 5 minutes. I'll leave it to you to delegate that.
Great. Thanks very much. So good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Balthuis, and I'm a Centertown resident and board member of the Centertown Community Health Center, or CCHC, and I'm joined by Simone Thibault, our executive director, who would be pleased to help with answering questions at an operational level. Thanks for your attention today. Our ask is for an additional citywide $5 million investment in the 2021 budget to enable residents to access the necessary health and social services. During my 5 minutes, I want to first introduce our organization and the services, then briefly reflect on the pandemic's impact and highlight why additional support is so critical and needed now. So first, allow me to briefly introduce the organization. CCHC is a nonprofit multi-service organization playing an active role in the community since 1969. We're a member of the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. You already heard from Somerset West and Western Ottawa. We provide a full range of quality health and social services to families and individuals who live in Centertown, the Glebe, and Old Ottawa South. But we also provide services to those who live in wards across the city. If you need help managing your diabetes, if you're 55 plus with a substance use or problem gambling issue, if you're a young or newcomer to us LGBTQ plus person in need of support, if you're a trans and need hormone initiation and supports, regardless of where you live in Ottawa, these individuals can count on CCHC. Last year, we served over 16,000 residents. And in the urban core of our city, our health and social services support those who face many barriers. This looks like home visits to frail older seniors who are isolated without family supports, working with a highly diverse 2S LGBTQ plus community, including newcomers who have fled their homeland and trans community members who have been shunned by their loved ones, all who have now found a safe place at CCHC. It looks like offering medical and social supports to families sheltered in the Y, our largest family shelter in the city. And it looks like outreach efforts through the harm reduction workers with people who are street involved or live in rooming houses. And this has included working with city rec staff to ensure access to public washrooms, showers, food, and harm reduction supplies at the McNabb Respite Center and now the Tom Brown Arena. Now, with the abrupt onset of COVID-19, we know that lives have been disrupted, exacerbating other challenges. households are still struggling with financial and emotional stress. A survey of Ontario parents found that 30% are feeling moderate to high anxiety. And since co-launching Counseling Connect with our Ontario Health Team partners in May, 2,300 people of all ages have received a free counseling session. But in September alone, demand was up 18%. Alongside long wait lists for specialized mental health supports and substance use counseling, we've seen unprecedented numbers in the worsening of the opioid crisis. And demand for housing supports has risen exponentially amidst our pre-existing housing emergency. We've seen an increase in encampments across the city. I walk past one on my street every day, and the risk of overdose due to a toxic drug supply has increased. And in fact, I actually heard from staff that just last week, 4 members of our community died by overdose. Now, la COVID-19 a mis en lumière ces disparités.
COVID-19 has enlightened the fact that it affects people that are affected by structural inequalities, racialized populations, immigrants, new arrivals, and people with low revenue. These issues are challenges not only for Toronto, but also here in Ottawa. Our center works ceaselessly, and along with other organizations, to face these challenges.
While the needs of our clients are becoming increasingly complex and urgent, the resources needed to assist them haven't followed the same curve. And this is leading to more crises. But we can help to stabilize lives and reduce the need for other emergency responses, including the responses of police. We can actually do this by expanding our ability to meet the needs of those in crisis and in fact prevent crises by wrapping supports around those who face barriers and by connecting them to resources. Now, I want to highlight something as I move to closing. While COVID-19 has shone a light on disparities, it's also reminded us of why this work that we do at CCHC and others across the city is so important. As a community organization and through its community development work, CCHC has earned the significant trust and support of diverse community members. And it's because of these relationships with community, CCHC and other CHCs have begun to provide COVID-19 testing and other wraparound supports to marginalized populations that might not otherwise access these kinds of supports. CCHC knows its community and individuals know the center. It's these lines of trust and support that are built over many years in the community. They're now critical to infection prevention and control. But remember that these local lines of trust and support require public resources to build and sustain. And that includes municipal financial support for community development and social supports. Now, as a board rep, I see the tireless work of staff and volunteers. However, the reality is services are overstretched. For over 50 years, CCHC has responded to community. With additional funds, we and others can ensure continued access to concrete support, paving transformative pathways towards shared resilience for my and your community. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I see Councillor McKenney has questions for you.
Hi, thanks for coming out, Simon, Mike. It's nice to see you both. Asked most of the questions around needs in the community, and you've addressed them and highlighted them very well for us again as we move forward and debate and discuss the budget and some of the shortfalls in this budget. But I just wanted to ask you, while I have you here, about your assessment and testing around COVID for our marginalized populations in the Centertown area. Can you just give us a sense of what that's looking like? What are the numbers like? Who's coming in? Who's using it?
I can answer that. That's very operative. Thank you, Councillor McKinney, for the question. And I want to take this opportunity also to thank the city staff about how well they've worked with us on the community COVID response, whether it's us helping the families at the shelter, whether it's working with the Respite Center at McNabb and now Tom Brown. I just want to get kudos to staff, both OPH and the community social services staff. And yes, we have an Ottawa Health Team COVID community response, and part of it is the testing we're doing downtown in each of our CHCs in the urban core, and that's going well. We're booked quickly. As you know, we don't have a big space. I mean, at Centertown Community Health Center, we're using one of our manager's offices, and we're sort of moved things around to make it work. But we do. I just learned our bookings are every day. We are seeing the right people. We are seeing those who are most marginally affected. We're also seeing in our data that the positivity rate of who we're testing is high because we're testing the right people. with testing those who really have trouble accessing. So that's working well. I must say that testing is such a small piece. We're also doing a full community COVID response in many of the wards represented at this table. And what we're uncovering a lot is how much the importance of us building those relationships of trust and working with community leaders, because it is the racialized new immigrants, low income people who are being disproportionately affected, as we all know. So it's been really helpful to be doing that work. And we have examples where the other day we had a family of 5. Mom had to be hospitalized, and we reached out to the dad, 3 kids at home, and he kept refusing help. And he kept saying, I have a friend, I have a friend. Finally, after more efforts, he said, well, because we want to offer them food, because all of the referrals from OPH to our community COVID response, food is top of what they need beyond everything else. And this guy kept refusing. And then he said, I just have $20. And we said, it's free. So it's all that recognizing that people are resilient, people want, are trying to get support from their own community and will hesitate to ask for help. And then we have recently another family of 10 kids, one's 24 days old. And that mother said, I need a phone. I need to be able to connect because she had to be sent to hospital as well. I need to be able to connect with my family. So what we're learning and what is no surprise to us is that's the work we've been doing since day one of the pandemic. Even when I talk to Webana and my colleagues, it's about the pragmatic support. So yes, counseling, support, the clinical care, the medical, the testing. But I would say, even talking to my partners, bulk of our response has been about the pragmatic support. And that's what's seeing who's coming to our testing sites, but that's who we're seeing in terms of our engagement with the community and the community leaders. That's essential. And that's the support that we get through the city, through the province, that is really helpful at this time. So thanks for the question.
No, thank you for that. I really appreciate the feedback, because it is what we saw that at McNabb with the respite center. I think people who used it called it the respect center. I think they felt, respected. The staff who worked there, I have to say, were phenomenal. They're now over at Tom Brown, which is in Councillor Leeper's ward, but in my backyard, Councillor Leeper's ward is just in my backyard here. It's phenomenal but it also, we're also seeing the other needs of these marginalized residents and the little bit it takes to increase their, positive health, that public health realm. So thank you for that. I really appreciate the update on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, for the question.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney, and I'm not seeing any other questions. So thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
So next we will go back to Jennifer Fletcher. If you're all set now, there we are.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate your patience. I apologize again for that. My computer had just gone blank and it didn't turn back on when I tried to start it up. So good morning to everyone. Thank you again for your time. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are on unceded Algonquin territory, and to that end, I hope to see an increased effort by City Council to directly engage, listen to, and provide leadership opportunities to more Indigenous community members. Next, I'd like to speak to the need to increase funding to social services and supports in the City of Ottawa, which I know a number of people have spoken really well to already, but it's incredibly important. I'm speaking today jointly on behalf of the City for All Women's Initiative, or COWI, and Childcare Now, or CCN, and of course for myself as a resident of Ward 1 Orleans, and Matthew Luloff is my local councillor. So with the support of Childcare Now Ottawa, I'd like to advocate for increased funding for subsidized childcare and better access to training and licensing for childcare workers in the City of Ottawa. As a parent of 2 children on the autism spectrum who was low income when my children required childcare, I see this as a matter of great importance and social equity in our city. I am also a developmental services worker, or a DSW, who's a worker that provides service and support to people with disabilities. And I feel compelled to speak to the need to improve the standards of work in my field. I may get emotional speaking to this, and I apologize.
The City of Ottawa provides developmental services to members of the community and therefore also work opportunities in my field. But it is one of the most difficult employers to gain secure employment with and is among the lowest paying of any employer in the developmental services sector. Also, as a young, low-income, formerly single parent of children on the autism spectrum, and as a worker in a field of social service myself, my experience of social services across the board has been disillusioning, if I can be honest. I've been medically advised to resign from several positions now in my chosen field of work, due strictly to unmanageable levels of stress caused by the working condition, lack of resources, short staffing, etc., leaving me currently unemployed during a pandemic and struggling with PTSD as a result of my experience. With the support of Cowie, I would also like to bring to Council's attention a recent case deemed a homicide in my field. A DSW named Karen Gottschalk-Miller was killed on the job working on in a home, for multiple residents receiving support specifically to help manage aggressive behaviors. The name of the resident who killed this worker was released to the media and is facing a charge of homicide. Let me reiterate that this resident was specifically receiving support to help manage aggressive behavior. In the same article that I learned of this tragedy, it casually stated that Karen Gottschalk-Miller was found dead on the job, found. This indicates that she was likely the only staff in the home at the time that she was killed. As a DSW, I have taken non-violent crisis prevention intervention, non-crisis violent, oh my God, I'm so sorry, non-violent crisis prevention intervention training, and it is specifically taught that in some instances, the only safe way to intervene with a person acting out violently is with the support of other staff, well-trained staff, ideally a minimum of 3 in total. 2 staff may be needed to physically intervene in a nonviolent way, and 1 person may be needed to ensure the safety of others and or call for more help. Unfortunately, short staffing is a chronic problem in my field, and workers are routinely expected to work in unsafe conditions for both themselves and the people they support. Do you see how the person who killed this worker should not actually be the one held responsible? He should have had adequate staffing in order to ensure everyone's safety. I can't seem to determine whether or not the municipal government here in Ottawa has any responsibility or accountability in my field of work, developmental services, but if not, why not? Especially when the city itself is an employer in the field. What is the city doing to advocate at the provincial and federal level for better funding to social supports and services in our community? The Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers costed a $5 million gap in funding to social services that needs to be filled now. And this doesn't even include the impact of COVID. As a worker in a field of social service work, I can tell you we feel it. The people we support feel it. What is the City of Ottawa doing to improve that? As a worker in this field, in this city, what are you doing to ensure that I can safely return to work? What are you doing to ensure that another incident like the death of Karen Gottschalk-Miller doesn't occur? What will you do to improve better employment opportunities for developmental and other social service workers? The people accessing supports and services deserve better, and the workers can only do so much on a shoestring budget. The solution to underfunded social services is to divest funding away from the city's police budget and redistribute the funding to community and social services. Instead, there's a proposed increase planned for the budget in 2021 to the tune of $13.2 million. As a taxpayer and worker, I do not support this.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I appreciate you being here and how difficult I'm sure that was, but important for you to share that with us today. So thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues. So again, thank you for being here. Again, appreciate your time today. Okay, the next speaker that we have today is Cheryl Perot from the Hittenberg Community Association. There we are. I see you there, Cheryl.
Yep.
You have 5 minutes, Cheryl.
Okay, so I'll just make a couple of comments, then I have a video and a few comments after that as well. So I'm here representing the Hittenberg Community Association, and we have a way that we think you can actually save some money and redirect some money into the big homelessness issue that I've heard with the last 11 speakers. So if you could play the video, please. Thank you.
Just waiting for it to start up
There are
here.
8 empty boarded buildings within a distance of 1 block from Tom Brown Arena Respite Center that the city has set up for those in need of supports. These same 8 buildings are within 2 blocks of a number of homelessness encampments.
Looks like we're just having some technical difficulties here. Bear with us.
There we go.
I'm Cheryl Parrott, and I'm a neighbor of Tom Brown Arena. There are 8 empty boarded buildings within a distance of 1 block from Tom Brown Arena Respite Center that the city has set up for those who are homeless, precariously housed, or in need of supports. These same 8 buildings are within 2 blocks of a number of homelessness encampments. People living outside in below zero temperature with boarded buildings nearby, and that's just wrong. These buildings housed at least 24 people. They've been empty for anywhere from 1 to 8 years. Most of these were good livable accommodation. Tenants were evicted, and the buildings left to deteriorate. The city spends a lot of tax dollars essentially managing these properties for the developers. Neighbors are forced to continually jump over hoops, call 311, then call police, then fire, to keep them at the barest minimum state that you can see in these pictures is not very pretty. The city has 1 bylaw officer dedicated to vacant properties, and that's not enough. We have heard that there are 50 vacant properties in this area and 100 in Centertown. Winnipeg and Vancouver have implemented taxes on vacant buildings. This has reduced the number of vacant properties. Monies collected have been dedicated to building affordable housing. Toronto's looking at bringing in a similar bylaw. It's time Ottawa instituted strict bylaws and taxes on vacant residential property. If we need enabling legislation from the province, then ask for it. This has been talked about for years and nothing has happened. We have a homelessness crisis and perfectly good buildings boarded up as speculators wait for the right moment. It's time to do something about this. It's time to act now.
Well, too bad you didn't get the video because the video was actually really, really good. Yes, glitches with things. So please give your hardworking staff effective tools to stop this endless cycle of complaints on boarded properties. What the video would have showed you was all the boarded properties that are within 1 block of Tom Brown Arena. And, you know, as I look out my window at Tom Brown Arena, I look out my back window at these boarded properties, some of them. I walk down the Trillium line and I see the homeless camps. This just is wrong. So if you looked at implementing a vacant property tax, that would help to reduce how many buildings you have boarded up. There's no reason for possibly 150 buildings to be boarded and empty in Hintonburg Centertown.
1 minute.
Look at stricter bylaws. Look at how you can keep this perfectly good affordable housing occupied until redevelopment happens. So if you implemented a 1.25% yearly tax on the assessed value of vacant residential buildings, you'd save tax dollars and staff calls. You might generate anywhere from $1 million to $1.5 million that could go into affordable housing and help the housing crisis. So please look at this, work with us, work with all the other speakers who have talked about this crisis. Something can be done, and this is not going to cost you money at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. There's a few questions here for you. First, I will go to Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Cheryl, for, I wish we had seen the video, but I think I understand. So these properties you feel have been abandoned and they're just waiting, the owners are speculating, waiting for the right offer to come along so that they can capitalize. There's no intention of anybody renovating these buildings and renting them. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's exactly true. They have been bought for redevelopment, but that sometimes is taking the minimum is 1 year. Usually it's 5, 8. We've got some that are 10 years that have been boarded for 10 years.
Wow.
And they're a mess. And you would have seen that in the video. The mess of these buildings is just awful.
So so whoever owns it though is paying property taxes to the city, but you would like to see another tax on top of that, which might be an incentive for them to sell the property, or we could go in and buy it. Is that?
Yes, the incentive is so that they won't leave it vacant, because when they leave it vacant, they don't take care of it. And that results in weeds growing, garbage, they're broken into. And when they're broken into, it's a complicated process. So you call 311. They say, no, we can't go. That's police call. So you have to call police. So then you call police goes, say it's broken into. Then they call bylaw. Bylaw goes, says, yes, it's broken into. Then an order is written. So this takes days. Meanwhile, it's a fire risk for the neighbors. And we've had what sort of started us thinking about this, and the stark reality is when one of these buildings was broken into and people were sleeping in there, and that was just last week.
Okay, so I'd have to do a little bit more research, but do you see a city that has a model that we could maybe look to?
Yes, Winnipeg and Vancouver, and my understanding is Toronto, from what I've seen in the news, Toronto is possibly bringing it in before Christmas, maybe not, but Winnipeg has had it for 10 years. And they have generated funds, but they've also reduced the number of boarded properties significantly because they require them to apply for a permit. There are a lot of things, and I would be happy to send the information that I've found, but I would hope that staff would do a study on this and bring forward a possible bylaw.
Well, I like it. I think it's I think there's some potential there. So Cheryl, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meehan. Next is Councillor Lieber.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Cheryl. And as we've chatted about, I'll start working with staff to see what steps might be necessary to create that vacancy tax. In the meantime, if you send me that video as a file, I'm more than happy to distribute it to my colleagues and with your permission, get it more broadly distributed as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Terrific. I think that is all for questions. So thank you again, Cheryl, for joining us. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
So next we have Nathan Prye. Nathan, oh, I see you there. Fantastic. Nice to see you. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'm here today as a parent of 2 and as a member of Childcare Now Ottawa also. Some of my other colleagues have spoken to some parts of what we're hoping to see in this budget. I'll speak to some others. But we also contributed as an organization to the alternative municipal budget that was put forward by the Ottawa Coalition for People's Budget that I hope people had a chance to review and consider your priorities in this coming budget. But at Childcare Now Ottawa, we believe that good quality childcare for all, with good quality work for those providing childcare, is a right, just like education or healthcare, and is more than achievable in the 8th richest country in the world. Ottawa's obviously a long way from realizing that right, as is most of the rest of the country. But just this has been a brutal pandemic for everyone, but for parents of young kids or young kids themselves, or the ECEs doing triple the workload while risking their lives to take the pressure off parents, it's been a special kind of hell. And childcare is taking big hits in this city right now. For example, Tunney's daycare is still at risk of closing. And this will just add more pressure onto a system if it closes that's going to be already under immense pressure to reopen at full capacity after the pandemic lifts. And just before the pandemic, City Council, yourselves included, voted to invest in childcare as a term of council priority. And this budget as it stands falls far short of that commitment by any measure. And when I'm done my deputation, I'm hoping that you can all explain how that commitment is being lived up to in the budget that we have in front of us. But what we see right now, at least from our reading of it, is that we're seeing an almost $2 million decrease in program delivery with small increases in municipal childcare centers, which we're assuming is provincial funding. But we're not seeing funding increase being made available for special needs resourcing, like Jennifer spoke about earlier, or early years child and family centers. The increases that do exist that we're seeing are mainly in salaries, wages, and benefits, with decreases in allocation for materials and services. Subsidies seem to be maintained at the current level, but are not being expanded, which the alternative municipal budget actually made a pretty strong proposal on. So just this lack of investment ignores a really critical need, and particularly as we see women dropping out of the workforce at higher rates than men due to childcare duties during COVID-19. But I just want to reiterate here that Ottawa needs to play a leadership role here in developing and delivering a real childcare system. So we need council to live up to these very public commitments they've made, not just as caregivers in Ottawa, but as citizens of Canada's largest province. Like Ottawa is the biggest city under the Municipal Act, and leadership here can set the bar for a lot of other cities in Ontario, including, frankly, Toronto. We understand the limits, obviously, of the municipal role in a universal childcare system that we're trying to build, but we also won't accept grandstanding about the need for childcare, followed by kicking things back to the province or the feds, and then deprioritizing concrete, very achievable investments in favor of more police. This isn't only specific to childcare, obviously, in this budget. Like, community agencies are getting $485,000, while the police are getting $13.2 million in this budget as it stands. So our priorities need to be adjusted here. And just one more thing before I get into specifics, like, this isn't a left-wing sectarian take at this point in history. I could cite dozens of chambers of commerce, such as the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, and other business lobbies that are loudly demanding universal, affordable public childcare systems as a key to economic recovery from COVID-19 and to the realization of women's economic potential in particular. So we're contributing to an economic drag across ideological lines by not investing substantially in childcare in 2021. But just to get into the specific asks, let's start with the thing that Amanda brought up about municipal licensing of home-based childcare. Like, as she mentioned, 2/3 of the kids in this city don't have access to a licensed space. So independent or unlicensed home childcare providers fill a lot of that gap. And lots of these providers are amazing. Some leave something to be desired in terms of safety and quality. But there's a need for substantial oversight and support for home care through a licensing regime. A lot of home care providers would love to be licensed, but the extremely thin margins in that sector, or if you put that another way, terrible wages, mean that they can't pay the licensing fee to a third-party licensing agency. So,
1 minute.
Without accusing any of the nonprofit licensing agencies of being predatory, we can still see a huge advantage in having a municipal licensing office open. And we proposed a very reasonable initial staff allocation in this budget be dedicated to that. Last, I'd like to kind of animate our proposal for a purpose-based, race-based data project focused on Ottawa's childcare sector. And we understand that we're still waiting to see what comes out of the anti-racism secretariat work and potentially the anti-poverty strategy. But we feel that we need targeted sectoral work, not just stuff that's absorbed into general commitments. And that dedicated staff need to be assigned to build race-based data programs, which have revealed so much when they've been done about the concrete workings of systemic racism, whether we're talking about police carding, child welfare system, the K-12 education system. So when these things have been carried out in other jurisdictions, they've been very, very effective at showing really what's happening. So groups such as the Community of Black Early Childhood Educators have supported our call for a purpose-built program collecting and analyzing race-based data in Ottawa's childcare sector, not just from the services that the city is directly responsible for, but the whole sector.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Appreciate that. I see Councillor Kavanaugh has some questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Nathan, for coming out, and thank you to your colleagues as well, Jennifer. I'm sorry, and I forgot the other name right now.
Amanda.
But thank you very much. For this budget, we've talked before, and one of the things you mentioned was about identifying data on the highest needs areas, as well as identifying who is it that is getting childcare and who's still left behind. In terms of race-based data, et cetera. What do you see as the first steps there? I personally see that as a beginning. Like, if we put some small, it's not a big item, but if we put funding into that to start with, just to see where we are, so we know where our needs are. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, I think like a really low bar ask here could be like low hanging fruit here could be a top up to the anti-racism secretary. Like as far as we understand it, that's one staff person doing a ton of work across the city and good work and working with other city staffers as well. But we think like a dedicated program that could be a pilot also for other programs to develop, especially like an open source, like an open data platform that community members and community organizations could use to help identify some of the equity gaps that maybe are not being caught at some of the higher levels that we're focusing on right now in terms of data collection. We think that this could be a really usable public tool to help us really make evidence-based decisions going forward. But there's a bunch of data points that we'd be happy to share with staff and with others that the community of Black ECEs and others have kind of identified in terms of what to watch for, but also just in terms of capturing kind of data in the unlicensed sector in particular, which is 2/3 of the city. We think that this could really tell a lot of stories about the kind of like race impacts of a market-based childcare system and just of the childcare system as it stands right now in Ottawa as a whole.
Thank you. I know one of the things that I find is that finding space is tough when the same argument as affordable housing is it costs a lot of money to get space. And space is the problem in terms of building new childcares, and it's incredibly sad that Tunney's is going to be closed. I remember the day when they opened. It's a sad cycle. How about home-based care in terms of the city looking to work with nonprofits on finding space in home-based care? We can ask the staff what that would cost, but as a very quick measure, since space is very much at a premium.
As of now, the nonprofits actually are the license holders for a lot of the home-based care that's in the city right now. So what we're actually asking for is to take off the administrative fees that the nonprofits pass on to the home care providers and bring staff back into the equation. And according to kind of veteran childcare policy experts in Ottawa, that used to be something that the city actually did, like ran an office as a license holder and just absorb the administrative cost that way. But we think that that could expand the license sector quite a bit here without having to transfer that over to nonprofits to manage it as a third party. We think that that should be done in-house, and that could actually bring down the licensing costs for a lot of people and bring them into the licensed sector that way. There's lots of home care out there. A lot of it is unlicensed for the specific reasons that we kind of laid out.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll have to ask staff that question about the cost, because of course we need to have price tags to deal with a budget. So thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much, Nathan, for being with us today and your work on this. Appreciate it. So next we have Joanne Leroux from the Vanier Community Association. Oh, nice to be there. Hi, Joanne. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Merci, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bonjour. I'm Joanne Leroux. I'm the secretary of the Vanier Community Association, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. The VCA has reviewed the draft 2021 budget before the committee. Our intervention today will primarily focus on the section starting page 41, Housing Services. The stats shared in the introduction of this section are troubling for 2 primary reasons. First of all, we note an increase of the wait list to 12,500 people waiting for housing, which raises concerns about the effectiveness of the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. The taxpayers' money should be allocated to programs that produce better outcome and address efficiently social, economic, and other policy challenges. Secondly, it is troubling that the budget report is based on approximative data. For instance, the number of households that are on the centralized waiting list, the number of shelter beds in the city funds. Additionally, it does not provide the number of families and individual temporary sheltered in hotels and motels in the city, an issue particularly important to Vanier and in neighboring Ward 13. In the previous year, the city of Ottawa spent around $36 million on shelters, hotels, motels, spending over $3,000 a month for families to live without adequate kitchen and living space, and often suffering from infestation, whereas the money could have been spent on rent supplements or building affordable housing. These investments require a high upfront capital funding, but they end up reducing operational spending on ineffective and expensive housing solutions in the long term. Long-term spending in Vanier on the Ottawa Inn, the Tabor apartments, the Concord Motel exemplify the mismanagement of the homelessness crisis in our city. We know that families have been living in the Tabor apartments, not zoned as a hotel, for now over a year. New research has demonstrated that over 50% of the homeless families in Ottawa are immigrants or refugees to Canada. Homelessness, which includes temporary housing, is contributing to re-traumatization of families who had often been through an already trying immigration journey to Canada, often fleeing violence or persecution by placing them in an insecure environment in their host country. We're babysitting a dog. This unstable situation may have potential long-term impacts on children's success in school and on their future, and on the successful integration of the family. Many do not benefit from tenant status, thus are exempt from the protections and landlord obligations. You have the opportunity today to recommend the appropriate investments toward affordable housing and to put an end to the hotel and motel system. Intensification in Vanier offers housing opportunities for all families living in hotels and motels in Vanier. We anticipate 4,000 to 6,000 new rental units in the community. 60% of the units appear to be bachelors, 40% are 2 and 2.5 bedroom apartments. 250 plus families in this city are waiting for housing. The city should instead budget for rent supplements for each family in the city and work with private landlords to address the housing needs in our community. We ask this committee to immediately divert money allocated to shelters and hotel motels to build and invest in affordable housing and housing first, to house all families currently living in hotels, motels, and permanent safe housing as Vanier intensifies. When families become homeless, the city must ensure they are housed within 30 days. Invest in social services to provide wraparound services to homeless families who are living a traumatizing experience in their host country, and work with the province to secure funding and invest it to add community health service at the Vanier Community Services Center. This budget is an opportunity for the Community and Protective Service Committee to start to put an end to a dysfunctional system. It is time that the money you allocate be invested sustainably in our communities, rather than allocate funding to prevent inefficient solutions that contribute to the family homelessness crisis. Finally, the VCA supports the thrust of the statements made by Jenny Campbell, resident of Vanier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanne. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues. So again, my appreciation for your time today and sharing your thoughts on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, merci.
Okay, I believe we have 3 delegations left for my colleagues' benefit. So next up, we have John Sobey, the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association. Is John Sobey with us? I'm not seeing him. Mark, do you see him at all?
I know he was on just a little while ago, so.
So John Sobey, if you're here, you are up next. Okay.
Is there?
So he is? Oh, there we are. Fantastic. Hello, John. Welcome.
Hi, Madam Chair. Hi, councillors.
Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just say, well, full disclosure, working from home, like many of you, I do have a 4-legged one that may sound the alarm behind. So I'm sure we're all accustomed to that. This will be my last formal opportunity as the president of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters. So some of you may have known me for many years since amalgamation, presenting to council on behalf of both public and firefighter safety, and it's been a privilege to serve, stand, and sit before you at these opportunities. So thank you for that time. Let me begin. The backbone of the Ottawa Fire Service is not the firefighting apparatus, the tools, the protective equipment, but rather the 955 dedicated professionals. These employees provide essential services such as your suppression firefighting, emergency medical services, highly specialized trench, high-angle water rescue, and hazardous material responses. Our other divisions provide services as fire inspectors, fire investigators, training officers, our communication dispatchers, and of course our technical maintenance members, who all with dedication are committed to ensure that the nation's capital is one of Canada's best fire services. Being one of these proud employees, I can state with certainty that the service to all citizens and visitors is paramount, no matter what or where the perceived emergency is. Our members are professionals who continuously improve so that they may save lives, limit property damage, and protect the environment through effective emergency response and promoting fire safety. Having the capability to provide these essential services 24/7 is a matter of pride to every employee of the fire service. Fire services across the country continue to evolve as a result of ever-changing population density and demographics. The fire services have seen and experienced a transition from rural to densely populated urban areas through economic development and new transportation infrastructures. Fire services have evolved from departments of solely volunteer firefighters to full-time career and everything in between. The amalgamation of the City of Ottawa proved no exception when several career and volunteer services were combined to best serve and protect the new city of 2,800 square kilometers. Due to the increased development of population growth since amalgamation, the response area for some fire stations in the cities that were initially defined as rural or volunteer staff station should now be classified as either an urban station staffed with full-time firefighters or as a composite station of both career and volunteer firefighters. As ongoing and future development melds communities once deemed rural into more densely populated urban settings, one must also consider what is now effective fire response. This is what occurred with Ottawa Fire Services a few years ago when they staged the fire station relocation study, the results of which related to the closing of one urban full-time station to create two new full stations in the East End, thus while creating relocating a composite station of career and volunteer firefighters in Canada North. There is no question in our minds that the results of these changes from the study has and will improve fire responses to the newly developed communities while upholding the same service to the existing communities. Further, the station relocation program improved firefighter safety with proper staffing levels and effective response force that all fire apparatus or pumpers, the first arriving pumpers, will be staffed with 4 firefighters in accordance with National Fire Protection Association standard known as 1710. The OPFFA believes strongly that there are a number of communities that require full-time fire stations, and we encourage the City of Ottawa to continue to progress with this transition from rural to career stations. We submit further that assessments and studies should proceed to determine if other communities are due to transition for improved fire response, where full-time career response would best serve those communities. We are also aware that there remain 2 distinct separate taxes for fire services in the city. While property taxes apply differently from rural to urban communities, the measures of ensuring effective fire response should not inhibit public safety. However, as full-time staff urban stations, unlike the volunteer stations, have guaranteed response, there will be a natural tendency for those stations to respond to adjoining rural areas. While the application of these resources does enhance the safety and response in those areas, we do support, however, it takes away the resources from our staff that respond or required to respond in their own jurisdictions, of course, for those citizens that are maybe paying that higher fire service rate. I want to thank all of you for your time and congratulate Councillor Mitch for joining the team. It's good to have you on board and looking out for public safety. But to all of the colleagues, you've always had a door open for the professional firefighters from my office. And they're looking at the screen. There are many faces I've known for a very long time. And I'm extremely happy also to see my good friend, Councillor Deans, with us here too. So with that, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, John. I see a few hands with questions. So first I'll go to Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, John, for what you do every day and for representing your members on the Fire Association. John, and I don't want to open that debate here about the competent fire station versus fully career, but do you agree even the 500 volunteer firefighters are trained equally among their brothers and sisters at the career?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. If I heard the question right, you were comparing the training for the volunteers to the career. Is that what it was? Okay, thanks. Yes, I do know that volunteer firefighters do receive their training. Their program is far different from ours, and it's a lengthier because this isn't their primary service, if you will. All due respect, they're serving their communities, and that's extremely important. And it's important that they be properly trained. I do know through the fire chief that the mindset of the fire service is to ensure that all firefighters and officers are properly trained. I am not familiar with their program per se, but I would suggest that the approach and the attitude of the fire service is that their training would mirror what the Ottawa firefighters have, the professional firefighters.
I can assure you there's no different level and dedication and support to the community. But what I'm really, and that's a fundamental debate, we hear it time and time again, we expect the city of the size of ours or community the size of ours to be able to have a full-time. So I don't think that's even realistic, to be honest with you, to have a paid 24 service in Fitzroy, where we normally get a very minimum call for service. But nevertheless, our staff are well equipped, all trained. And I don't want people listening to us, they think we treat the rural area as a second class, because it's not. We are very proud of the fire service we receive, and we continue working with the fire service to make improvement to that. So, but I just thought I want to thank you for many years of obviously walking the hall and giving Councillor DND and her favorite coffee cup she always brag about from the fire service. So, but nevertheless, I just want people to know we do feel proud of the people who serve us in our community, even if they're volunteers.
Well, and I appreciate that. And if I can, through the chair, make no mistake, I've been a professional firefighter 40 years. I've served and honored all firefighters through memorials, loss of line of duty deaths, including volunteer and other firefighters. It is not lost on myself or any of my colleagues the value added to all members of the fire service. I do speak for the professionals, so I know you appreciate that. But I've always been public that I hold all firefighters, no matter where they serve in Canada, in high regard. And without exception, that includes our community, our beautiful community here in the nation's capital, whether we're speaking about Little Italy or Fitzroy.
Thank you, John. Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Next is Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. John, good to see you.
Thank you, Madam.
For coming to committee. I'll take it offline to understand why you're not coming back. You're leaving with the anxiety of knowing the next steps. Want to understand. I think you're in a unique role where you not every city member who is frontline and on the ground, boots on the ground, has a chance to come to committee and speak to challenges of a sector. In your case, firefighter response, and I think it's a unique one that we need to. A unique privilege for all of us to have that direct impact specifically and understand specifically the need of your members, yet at the same time consider OFS management's budget proposal. So thank you for that. I don't want to take more time, but certainly appreciated your engagement, and I want to thank your members. Most recently, there's been a number of arson fires in Vanier, and the quick response, no injury has been has been welcome. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Councillor. And whether it's your ward or in any ward in any area, the firefighters are proud of what they do. And of course, you can understand why I advocate, to ensure that that level of service is there for all of our, ratepayers, if you will, across the city. And not a day goes by. And just the other day on shift, firefighters on duty calling to advocate on, geez, John, we need to be able to do more to serve all of these communities. And, there is that rural urban, differential, if you will. And it troubles them when, they have their concerns on response. They are so passionate about what they do. I'm so proud of these 955 members, whether they're dispatchers taking those 911 calls or the frontline firefighters doing what they do best. And it's been an honor to advocate on their behalf. So thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. And thank you, John. Do you want to enlighten us? We'd love to know what's next, why you won't be back.
Well, as legislation provides, active firefighters in the province of Ontario retire at age 60. That's happening tomorrow. That isn't that far away. So I'm looking forward to transitioning, and I'm excited that we have many wonderful members who are running for political office within our association. And I look forward to transitioning so that they can step into these shoes and advocate and work with all of you as you've honorably worked with us and with myself. And again, I want to thank you all.
Well, thank you, John. Happy birthday, first of all, tomorrow, but thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure getting the opportunity to work with you these last few years, but I know my colleagues share in that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Megan White from Period Packs. Is Megan with us? Oh, there she is. Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Megan. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Councillor Sudson. Thank you to the entire council for being here today and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a newcomer here, so it's probably the first time you are seeing my face. I want to circle back really quickly to something Councillor said in her opening remarks, and that's that the health and resiliency of our communities of the top priority. And I think that's something that everybody who's here today feels, and it's something that Period Packs certainly echoes. So I'm the executive director of an organization here in Ottawa that aims to address menstrual inequity on a municipal level and draw attention to the disparities in access on a national level as well. I want to share with you, before I go through our operations, a couple of pretty startling statistics that changed my life forever and has such changed the experience of menstruators in our municipality for the better for thousands and thousands of individuals. As per a pretty in-depth study done by Plan Canada, which is a subsidiary of a larger international organization, Plan International, which is one of the largest in the world who addresses the needs of women and girls on an international level. They do a yearly audit of the state of menstrual equity in Canada, among other places. And in the 2019 report, 1/3 of those surveyed under the age of 25 reported not being able to access menstrual products. 68% of those surveyed reported having to miss social engagements or not being able to fully participate in their community because they did not have the products to manage their cycle. And most disturbing, 78% of those surveyed reported having to leave or miss school entirely because they didn't have access to those products. And if you're like me, you find those statistics shocking, disturbing, and pretty baffling. But as soon as I heard them and learned more, I couldn't unhear them. And it drove me to start Period Packs. So Period Packs addresses menstrual inequity in the city of Ottawa through 3 fronts, access to products, advocacy, which is what I'm here doing right now, and education. But I'll talk to you mostly about the first pillar. Access to products is critical. So up until this point, Period Packs has been providing over 450 community members in the city of Ottawa with enough menstrual products each month to manage their cycle safely and with dignity. We work with over 22 community agencies in the city of Ottawa to dispense these products, many of which are here talking to you today or will talk to you today. I don't know how many people are going after me. We have provided well over 100,000 products donated into the community, and we're not even coming close to meeting the need. During the last 6 months alone, with the increased need of COVID-19 and the increased need for basic necessities, we've donated 30,000 products just in the last few months. So we've had the opportunity to start building a really fruitful relationship with the City of Ottawa. We've been working with the Human Needs Task Force throughout COVID in order to identify new community agencies and new priority neighborhoods that we can start providing products to. We've also been working with other city employees and most recently with the Parks and Recreation Department to try and figure out a plan of how we might gather some hard data about what the specific needs are of our community and of the City of Ottawa and what that looks like in priority neighborhoods around our municipality and how we can start replicating that to ensure that everybody has safe access to menstrual products. I do want to mention two things, and that is that Period Pax is the only agency in the City of Ottawa who's working to address this specific issue. And just based on the amount of organizations that we work with and that depend on our flow of menstrual products, flow, no pun intended, into their organizations,
1 minute.
It's pretty clear that there is a need for this in our communities. But we need to better understand the scope of that need so that we can address it in the most efficient way possible, which is why I'm here to try and ask the council to approach this and to assess the situation and allocate funds to Period Pax so that we might run a 1-year pilot program next year out of 4 priority neighborhoods, providing consistent access to menstrual products, and find out what the true state is in the city right now, because it's not good. But we want to know how deep that goes. And I do want to say that the state of menstrual equity in Canada has been acknowledged federally. It has been acknowledged provincially across the country, and it has been acknowledged by many municipalities as well. Most recently in Ontario by London, Ontario, and then on a larger scale in Toronto as well, but not on a municipal level. They're approaching it through regulations in the school boards and having the products supplied and mandated that way. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that this problem has been acknowledged through all levels of government, through all levels of community agencies. And I want to stress that people care about this and people want to do something about this. By working with Period Pax and the ties we already have with the community and the support we already have from community members, not just the ones who are accessing the products, I think we can be really successful at this. And I think that
Megan, I apologize. I do need to interject. You have exceeded your 5 minutes.
I felt like I did. I was like,
I think you missed a few.
I'm like, I'm saying more than I prepared for. Okay, that's great.
Oh, good. I see. I wouldn't mind asking you a few questions, and I see a few hands up as well. So you mentioned your ask today is around funding for a 1-year pilot program for 4 priority neighborhoods. Are you able to quantify what that translates to? Obviously, this is the budget meeting, so just
yes,
numbers are.
Numbers are key. So I wish that I could give you a solid breakdown presentation right now. I didn't have a tremendous amount of time to prepare for today. So I don't want to speak to something that, that I'm making up off the top of my head. What I can say is that up until this moment, we've been able to service a tremendous amount of community members on a shoestring. But that does mean that no one in our operation has been paid. Most of these things are run off of community donations, of which we have over a dozen drop-off points around the city that we engage local businesses. They carry the drop-off points. We also do in-person pickups, etc. So I wouldn't be able to assess that fully right now. If the opportunity presents itself, I'd love to share the detailed budget that I've been working on with other community agencies sometime in the next 48 hours, but I'm not sure if that's an option.
Okay, and have you received any funding through the city to date for your operations?
Yeah, I have received, excuse me, not I, but Period PAX has received some funding through the Emergency Services Relief Fund in their most recent round of funding, which was incredible to allow us to support operations and you know, grow things out a little bit, but it's not enough to continue to run operations, and that money was allocated for a 4-month period.
Okay. And I know we've spoken in the past, and I'll refresh my colleagues' memory that I did table an inquiry pre-COVID. I don't remember what month, maybe it was January or February, asking staff to look into the opportunity to run a pilot and provide access on a priority basis to menstrual products within some city facilities. So I know staff are working on that, and I certainly look forward to continuing to push that work forward and potentially to work with Period PAX on that. I see Councillor El-Shantiri has questions as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Megan, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
During the summer, when we have the explosion in Beirut, and I work with the organization making donation to girls and women in Lebanon. Do you work with that international group? I think they're based in North America, but are you part of that group?
I'm not sure, but it's funny enough because I do support an agency in Lebanon called Darwati.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's the same agency that you're talking about, but have run, you know, many campaigns for them here, trying to draw attention to the state of menstrual equity there. My partner is also from Lebanon, so it's something that's quite close to my heart, and I already had identified through our relationship, you know, the tremendous need that was there that was only exacerbated through the explosion. So yes, we are in contact with them, and we try our best to support all other agencies that are working towards universal access for community members.
Because I believe the organization based in North America, like in between here in the United States, and they're the one who helped us to ship the product. And I think we were successful to raise money, and the money was matched by the major sponsor. I'm just wondering if you are working with that umbrella group. That's my question to you.
No, not with that specific organization, and I wouldn't know until I had the name, but we're working specifically with an organization that's Lebanese run and founded that are working on the ground there.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Next, I see Vice Chair Eglai has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly. So you can't provide us with a breakdown today, but did I hear you say that you could share something within 48 hours or so?
48 hours for sure. So it's something that I've been working diligently on, but just with the amount of notice, and I just don't feel comfortable sharing something off the cuff. So yeah, given the opportunity, I'd love to share a detailed budget with you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because this is the committee budget meeting, but then there's a council budget meeting that will follow. So if you can do that and share it with the clerk, then the clerk, I believe, Chair, can share it with committee and council. And then just a very quick follow-up question, Chair. I guess it's to you. In light of what Megan's going to try and put together over the next couple of days for us and the upcoming budget timeline, do you have any indication from staff as to whether or not your inquiry will be answered before the budget vote?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know they've been working on it. I know there's been ongoing discussions, but I think there's opportunity for funding. Again, before we can, pin down what those numbers are and what the impact will be, it's a little murky, I think.
Okay, no, it's just be a nice synergy if all those pieces could be in place.
We'll see if we can make it happen, but
Yeah, because Megan certainly, it sounds like she's going to do her part to get it to us. So thank you very much for that, Megan. Much appreciated.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I will add really quickly, just as far as the budget goes, is that the concept here is not to, continually throw funds at the problem. It's to come up with a comprehensive plan that's going to service community members at a low cost. So that's going to require an initial investment, which is why I'm calling it a pilot program, so that we can collect some hard stats next year and figure out how we can replicate this in an affordable, realistic way for other community members.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And I think further to your point, Vice Chair Egley, period packs did receive funding through COVID funding in the first round. So of course, we'll be encouraged to look at the second round of funding as well. I see Councillor Meehan also has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Megan, I think I might have missed it, but you said 1/3 of women and girls who were surveyed found them.
Sorry, 1/3 of women and girls who were surveyed, yes, under the age of 25.
Where was the survey taken? When and who was surveyed?
2019, 2,000 women and girls, and it also echoes the report that they performed in 2018 for 4,000 women and girls across the country.
Across the country, but did we do that? Did we do something similar here in Ottawa?
No.
No. So okay,
on a municipal level. Sorry, on a municipal level, no. Which is why I think running a program next year would be pretty critical. Is to get that kind of information, hard stats from the community, because right now we're just throwing pads and tampons out, knowing full well that we're not meeting the need and that individuals need access to them. But in order to get a more comprehensive, look at what that looks like specifically in the city of Ottawa, I think a structured pilot program is necessary.
Well, I would suggest that we need to figure out what the need is here first before a pilot project. We've got to find out if there is, 1/3 just kind of blows my mind.
Me too. I felt the same way.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful it's not quite as bad here. Anyway, I'm totally baffled by this. So I would certainly support funding for a study to find out just how bad the issue is. But thank you for the work you're doing, and thank you for telling us about it today. So good luck.
My pleasure.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So thank you again, Megan, for being here today and for the important work that you're doing. It's appreciated.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, looks like we have 2 delegations left. So next we have Khulud Bieg from Cowie. There you are. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, councillors and chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I just want to start off by mentioning that many of the women that we work with had organized to present today, but unfortunately I missed the cutoff to register them in. So I have emailed their deputations to all members of the committee, and I would strongly encourage members to take a look at them and hear from the women who are seeing the challenges in their communities from the lack of proper community supports in their families and neighborhoods. Community services are critical in supporting our racialized communities, newcomer communities, women, and queer community. Youth programs and recreational opportunities for parents who can't afford to pay for sports and recreation are important social opportunities and critical physical and mental health supports. Food banks and food security measures have fed many through this pandemic, and their need cannot be emphasized enough, particularly in the light of COVID-19. Many before my own deputation right now have strongly pointed to the need of all-encompassing supports in our community. Residents on low income and income assistance, people with disabilities, people in large families or single family structures are being crushed at every end. Most of them are primarily Black, Indigenous, and people of color, with an overrepresentation from women and gender diverse folks. Whether it be transit, housing, food security, or other social supports, these residents cannot seem to catch a break. And while we appreciate support from the city, they're far, far, far from enough. It is really time to stop addressing these issues through piecemeal approaches and start looking at them through a transformative lens that they need to be looked at through. The total funding pocket for community services this year did not get any increase apart from the inflation increase, while just the policing budget alone on mental health got a $1.5 million increase. I would like to ask the committee, how are we justifying not investing in community service workers and community services while we continue to approve money for policing issues like mental health? Our resident leader, Jennifer Fletcher, who was speaking before me, I'm sure all of you guys remember, has presented before me, and it was so clear from her presentation as to the kind of stress this underfunding is creating, not just for those who are receiving these services, but for those who are delivering them. More of our residents in the submission that I made through email have spoken to this as well, and I encourage councillors to look at that. This is also an important opportunity to mention that a survey conducted by one of the community health and resource centers we work with quoted that there was a 50% increase in their use of service. So 50% of the people who filled their survey said that they were first-time users for their service. This is just a very small picture of what people are seeing on the ground in their communities and neighborhoods. COVID-19 has stretched our services very thin, and this year the entire sector mobilized through whatever resources were made available to them to build a safety net for many who are falling through the cracks. They were the ones who were delivering hot meals to people and connecting people to critical services. They moved much of their social service infrastructure online, and all of this was done through an infrastructure that has already been systematically underfunded for many years now. Apart from just looking at the policing budget, I would also like to emphasize the role of vacancy tax that somebody has spoken to before, and progressive property taxes that can play the role that these taxes can play in generating the kind of revenues that we need for services in our community. This year, we participated in the Coalition for People's Budget, and we have costed some of these revenue streams. And I strongly urge councillors in this committee to take a look at that. And I hope that we can help bring the kind of I hope that report can help bring the kind of transformative leadership we need to see from city councillors right now. While I agree that the federal and provincial supports are important in getting us there, I strongly believe that we're not utilizing our municipal potential to the fullest. Our budgets need to demonstrate our commitment to social and community services and to people. The Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers for over past 2 years now has been highlighting the need for a $5 million investment over 4 years. This is just the bare minimum of what the sector needs, and it does not even account for the impact that COVID has had on our other emerging needs. Our need for investments is urgent, and without these investments, we are systematically marginalizing our residents who are on low income, primarily women, racialized, and queer communities. Thank you so much.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Kalud. I am not seeing any hands raised. So thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate the important work you're doing. Okay, I think we have one last speaker today. I was going to say this morning, but it's afternoon now, and that is Paul Harris, who's the president of the Hunt Club Park Community Association.
Hi. Okay. Do you want to see my video, or you just want to see my avatar?
Yes, sure.
Sorry.
Why don't you turn your video on if you don't mind, Paul?
The hose is up. Okay. There you go.
Excellent. You have
Here,
5
and-
minutes.
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. And it's Paul Norris from Hunt Club Park Community Association. The reason I'm zooming in right now is the councillor just was informed last night that by city staff that a trailer at Castlevera Park, where we normally have the rink, which is set up and getting ready, or when the snow starts, but we also normally have a trailer for our community members to change hut, heated trailer that is good for safety, security of our residents. And apparently the council was informed late last night that for some reason there were plans to install a trailer at the park this year were removed because they say there's a heated structure that's on site. I was just over there about half an hour ago. I just grabbed a coffee, went over and took a look, and there's no heated structure. The only structure that's there is a structure that's used for storing the hose, the water main, the hose, the piping, or the hoses, the piping, and shovels. So there's no heated structure for our residents to change in. And the park is used quite a lot from the members, residents on our south end. It serves that south end of the southeast end of our community. And it's used a lot by kids, families, and teenagers. And we really need that trailer a heated space for safety and security, for a safe place, for a secure place for our residents to change and get out of the cold. And if bad weather, all of a sudden it starts to rain, snow, or sleet, or whatever, they have a place to go for a minute to take off their clothes, so they're not going to get too wet or cold. So that's really why I wanted to chime in. Was I'm not quite sure what structure the staff was talking about. There's no alternative heated area for members, our residents, to change in. So that's really what I wanted to chime in about. And hopefully staff will either provide detailed information about what structure they were talking about, or place a trailer there. That's it. Thank you. Any
Okay,
questions?
thank you very much, Paul. I see Councillor Deans has questions for you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Paul, for coming out on such short notice. I was just informed of this yesterday, and I'm sure I'm not the only member of council that has heard that trailers that are well used in the parks during the winter months are not going to be available this winter. And I will be following up with city staff on this, because especially during COVID, I think it's clear to all of us that outdoor facilities are going to be very well used. And it's pretty surprising to me the night before our budget deliberations that we find out that heated trailers are being taken out of our parks, where people, take their children, change into their skates, let the kids warm up for a few minutes. So there are a lot of questions on why this is happening and why we're just being notified about it now. But Paul, I thought while you were here, maybe you could just talk about the neighborhood and, the demographic of the people that live in the neighborhood and that use that park, and how well used it is over the winter months.
Thanks, Councillor. Community Hunt Club Park's about 3,000 homes, or a large number of homes. It's a very diverse population. We have Ottawa housing in the area. We have a number of units. We have some co-ops. We have some high-end homes. It's a very diverse community, both economically and ethnically as well. We have people from all over the world. One of the most diverse communities in the city. I know others, we always say that, but we are. And it's important. We're an outdoorsy community. We enjoy the park. We love our parks. Thanks to Diane, we have the council, we have the new splash pad at Castleberry Park that's well used. The baseball diamonds. I mean, yes, with COVID, there's been issues, and we all know that, but they're well used. It's a dog walking park. People go out and meet. We have the bike paths are wonderful. And in the winter, both rinks at Castleberry Park and also at Elizabeth Manley are well used. They've been well maintained, well used, and we need that outlet. And especially now with COVID, and we want to get people out enjoying themselves. Exercise is always good. So there's all those wonderful reasons that we all know about, but it's really important for our community to be able to get out and see people. And that's what as a community, that's what we strive for, is getting people out and seeing. And if we don't have those trailers, it'll be more difficult. New families with young children, teenagers, people just going and playing pickup hockey. And we want to make it as easy, or continue the level of service that we've had in the past, and make it as easy as possible for people to be safe and secure. And that's the big thing from our end, is safety and security.
Okay, and just to follow up, the only structure available in that park is a small hut that houses the hoses, but there's no opportunity in that hut for people to warm up or to change into their skates.
Right, and I took a picture, as I said, Diana, I was over there at lunch and ran over and took a picture, and I sent it to Bronwyn, and I could provide it to the committee if they wanted to later on. It's on my phone, so it'll be a bit of a technical issue for me to figure out how to do that right now. But it's just a hut that's 12 by 12, does a perfect job keeping the hose from freezing. Nothing else. There's no room for anybody else.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
It's Carol Ann. I don't want answers for staff, but I'm assuming what they're doing is they're trying to mitigate risk. When you've got a shack or a trailer, I guess it can get quite crowded with families who are taking skates on or putting skates, taking them off. I think they're probably trying to mitigate the risk here of COVID. No, you don't think that's the case?
No.
No,
We can get into this with the staff later on, but the
Okay.
letter that they sent to me yesterday, and I'm presuming I'm not the only one that has one.
I didn't get a letter, so, but
Because of a shortage of trailers, because apparently the development industry has
snapped them
taken
up
up a lot. Yeah, so well, we'll need to talk to staff about this.
I gotcha. Okay, like I said, they should have shut up. Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you very much, Councillor Deans. I don't see any other hands at the moment. So thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate you joining us and raising that issue today.
It's a pleasure. If anybody has any specific questions, call Diane's office and I'll answer them. If for me.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Want to confirm then with the committee coordinator, I believe I've gone through the list. Mark, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, excellent. So we've got through all of the delegations. Now we will open it up to questions of staff. And I think the best way to do this will be by department. And we'll start with Mr. DeMonte's team and Emergency and Protective Services. And first I see Councillor Fleury has his hand up.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Monsieur Desmontés. Je demanderai à
Thank you, Madam President and Mr. Desmontes. I asked Mr. Desjardins if he could be put up on the screen. I shared a slide with him for the increase in the numbers of calls to the municipal permit section. But I'll start out. Last time at committee, we ended up with the discussion about paramedics in hospitals. I don't want to reopen that the discussion, but we're now talking about 14 new employees in 2021. What can you tell us about? We have fiduciary duty to ensure that the target set by the council, that the medic's response can be provided within the time set. Is that the right number? How did you calculate it? How can we assure that we can answer within the parameters established? I'll start out with that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start my answer. You may recall that some years ago, we fell down below the set standard, and council decided to increase to catch up a little bit every year and stay even with demand. So what you have before you is the 14 supplementary employees in order to answer to demand, the increase in demand rather. And you can see it in the annual reports. And here, I can allow Mr. Poirier, who's responsible for this service, give you more information if you wish. But essentially, for paramedics, so that is the reason for which we have these 14 additional ETPs. But as we discussed and talking about hospital, it doesn't even include the impact on hospital. It's only for those elements of our responsibility to answer to calls within the time set according to the standards. Anything else you'd like from me on this? No, thank you, Tony, for that. And if the chair allows it, the number 14 comes from 3 years of accumulation. It's a third of 4 when there's been an increase of 14 paramedics. And as Tony just explained, it's related to the number of calls that the service is called to answer to, which continues to increase year over year. Thank you. Just to be precise here, we don't hire 14 people one day overnight. So how are these measures taken into account in order to respect the objectives approved by council? Madam Chair, I'll answer. Yes, it does take them 3 to 6 months to increase staff, but we always prepare in advance. Currently, we have a class that's running. Actually, it starts next week. And every time someone retires or takes another job elsewhere, we train up people. So we're always ready to field the number required. So for next year, we'll be able to increase the number of paramedics by the amount of 14 as set. Okay, thank you. I'll move that on to somebody else. So this tells the whole story, Mr. DeMonte, for your service of municipal bylaws. Any challenges? But I'm not quite sure if I understand. There is an increase in the number of calls, but I don't see any new employees. So it's a bit concerning. Are we respecting what is doable? And are we respecting the rules we himself have implemented to be able to answer to calls and respond to the issues that are raised? Madam Chair, the councillor is raising a point that specifically that is concerning us for some time now. You'll remember some years ago when we produced the analysis of the service. At that time, you increased significantly the ETPs at the staff in order to be able to respond to calls within the set deadline, and that did help us. Further, what we have, and we annually check the number of calls, we measure the number of calls and compare it to the response to each of them. And when you increase the number of personnel, you also improve categories, priorities 1, 2, and with answer times, response times for each. So every year we analyze that, we measure it all out. And I have to admit, and I'll let Mr. Chapman speak to this as well, but I have to admit that this year we saw a significant increase for some calls, and other kinds of calls have dropped considerably. So as a management team, we could take the resources from one area and move them to another. That was fine. But I think that the COVID for us gives a bit of a problem to us to provide you with the more scientific analysis to feed your decisions. And I'd say that this year is a year halfway between what we normally do and what we would propose. And for that reason, we didn't add any resources this year, but it is quite possible that when we do undertake the analysis next year, if the trend continues, it'll probably be necessary to make other adjustments. That's the reason for which we acted conservatively this year, and we didn't add any more resources. It's a difficult year, but we could move resources where the volume had dropped. And Mr. Chapman and his team placed them elsewhere to answer where there's an increase, and we managed to even things out as managers. But your thought, your idea is quite good. The trend is for continuous increase, and when you see the annual report and the next year's as well for the service, and as we prepare next year's budget at this time, it will be possible at that point in time we'll have to make some more further adjustments.
I know it was in French, but do you have anything additional on that?
No, I think you've covered it, Tony. I think it's, just from this year, it's been a difficult year to really analyze the data, and we're just starting that process right now. But certainly when we come forward with our 2019 and 2020 annual report in April, we'll be better prepared to come with some recommendations at that point.
Okay, to me it is concerning. 40% increase of calls in 4 years. We have one officer dedicated to vacant buildings. We've bylaw has taken on noise calls from the Ottawa Police. When we look at the benchmarking from other municipalities, our officers are taking way more calls than the others. So I think we should, what should dictate the FTEs for bylaw should really be the call numbers. So I'll be patient, wait for the annual report, but it is a big concern. I would expect a significant FTE increase for the service. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. Next was Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Mr. DeMonte, how does Budget 21 help to support the mental health of our paramedics, our firefighters, and our bylaw officers? And what measures are you taking throughout this budget year when it comes to the promotion of mental health programming and support within your ranks? Perhaps, Mr. DeMonte, you want to start, and we can hear from the chiefs if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. That's what I'll do. I'll give the broad strokes. As Council knows, we've made several investments over the past year. This has been something that is publicly well known, particularly for first responders, the broad term, but are susceptible because of the work they do much more than the general population. And as a matter of fact, of the 3 categories of first responders, our paramedic service have the highest level of mental health challenges across Canada, suicides, etc., followed by police and then followed by fire. So very, very important subject for us. We've done several initiatives. We have a pilot project that's working right now to have a specialized clinic for first responders. That was something that was identified with our employee assistance program for all of us. Works very well, but for first responders, because of what they do, the professional requirements of the psychiatrists and psychologists weren't at the level, and so we've worked with the Ottawa Hospital. We have a special clinic, and as a matter of fact, the data will be peer reviewed, and we'll be publishing that in the research because it's something that other communities are looking at. Our peer support teams, we've been one of the cities over the last few years that have invested strongly in peer support teams across the board in paramedics, fire, and police. Even though police, from a governance perspective, with a separate board, all the term in the industry, all our brothers and sisters in uniform share the same concerns, and so we've worked with them as well too. And the collaboration has been so positive. When we've had tragic incidents in our city, peer support teams have crossed over to go help other colleagues. So paramedics have done peer support for police and for fire and vice versa. So it's been very much a team effort. So that continues. I know the 3 chiefs have made it their mantras and part of their #1 priority. And certainly for the fire and paramedic chief, when I do their annual analysis and reviews, it's the #1 thing that I look at. Certainly, I know that our police colleagues in this year's budget have significant investments through the board. We continue to look at some of our data with our city experts as well too, and lost time at work and some of the other criteria that we analyze, and feel that at this time, we're seeing very positive results from some of the work that's being done, but it's something that we are tracking closely, and we're looking forward. I'll be honest with you, I'm looking forward to see the results of the pilot and what's being done for the mental health clinic, because that may validate that perhaps we should also be taking on staff a specialized psychiatrist just for that need. So you don't see specific money, but those programs I've just talked about that have invested in, and I'm sorry I'm missing other ones, our Max the Dog and other things are already in our base budgets, and they continue. And I think more importantly, and Chair, I certainly respect the councillor that asked me a question for served our country, and he knows some of the challenges we've had. The biggest challenge we've had is from myself and from the 3 chiefs, the mantra across our organizations that it's okay not to be okay, and we're there to support, and there's no shame in coming forward when you have some challenges. We want everybody to be healthy both physically and mentally, and I'm beginning to see what I feel is turning the corner of what we used to be as a profession. Suck it up is what when I went through the ranks, that's what it was, and that has completely changed because of the leadership of our chiefs. So I'll let certainly both our paramedic chief and our fire chief, so maybe start off with the Chief Ayat if you want to add anything, Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, obviously, and thank you, Tony. I think you covered just about everything we're currently working on. A few other additional things. We have, in the past, we never had the resources to actually access for having proper psychological treatment. And now there are a whole bunch of volunteer organizations and people who are establishing these programs. So having access to more programs is very helpful. And that's, we've had a huge step in that front. For example, the Ottawa First Responders Foundation, they run 9 Run Run. and they do all kinds of great work while they're constantly offering to assist with funding for various different mental health programs. So from that perspective, the more that the community gets involved with, and the more that we build on our peer support teams. We also have a wellness and fitness initiative that we continue to fund and expand on, which has a very large mental health component to it. I think that we are on the right track to making things much better for our people. And as Tony indicated, that's very important to all of us. And so certainly I really don't have a lot more to add. Tony, I think you've covered most of those issues. Thank you.
Terrific.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sudson. Thanks for the question and recognize the importance of this topic area. Tony laid it out quite well in terms of the initiatives that are throughout EPS, and I think that's always been a very good approach to work at departmentally and also including police partners. And part of my steep learning curve is tomorrow I'm meeting with the Chief of Staff of the Royal Ottawa. And I've already had some, I guess, the update internally with respect to our peer support group, which is very much a mature group internally. And it continues to do fantastic work, not just within our service, but across the city, I would say, and particularly with our EPS partners. So that's a couple of the items. And then probably more recently is the recent initiatives that are being discussed with Ottawa Police, where we've also been included in those discussions. So I see on the horizon several more initiatives coming forward in support of this issue, recognizing that mental health is very much a wellness and a well-being issue. So thanks for the inquiry, Councillor. Thank you, Chair Suds.
And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to hear from Chief Chapman as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For bylaw, I mean, we're proud to announce that we're actually launching our peer support team initiative early in 2021. So we've done some work during this year to get that ready to go, and so we're happy to announce that we're launching that in the next few months. So. And in addition to that, it's regular communication. It's explaining to staff that it's okay not to be well, and asking staff or encouraging staff to make sure that they're checking in with each other and having those discussions. So,
really appreciate these efforts, everyone. It is really wonderful to see. And Mr. DeMonte, if you wanted to take a chat offline, I do have some further ideas for you that you may be interested in. Thanks.
Be a pleasure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lulov. Next is, sorry, I'll go by committee members first. So Councillor Deans.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one question for you, Mr. DeMonte, and I want to acknowledge and recognize the work that has gone into the community safety and well-being plan. And I know that the priorities of that plan have now been identified. I also am very much aware that this plan is provincially mandated, but it just strikes me as odd that there's no funds associated with the plan. And I think this is a really important plan. It's a very meaningful plan, and it's one that needs to be properly funded. And so I'm just wondering what conversations are happening with the province about sending funds to support the plan that they mandated? And two, what are we doing internally to ensure that the priorities that have been identified under that plan are going to be funded alongside with just calling it a priority?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the first part of the question is there have been discussions with the province, but as they modified when there was a change of government and they maintained this the funding stream, there was no funding stream, and no municipalities getting or got any funding for these plans, and many of them are very advanced. So I don't think that's an area that's going to see any more success. So very much we're not left on our own, but each municipality must do the plan. It's legislated, and as you're well aware, because you chair our advisory committee, we have very strict parameters that we must maintain, and we are maintaining it. On the second part of the question, I think you're absolutely right. There's going to be some funding requirements. I would say the first part of the work that we've done, we funded it internally with resources and with other partners supporting us. It was very much administrative work, consultation. We had some consultants, etc. And now that the priorities have been identified and council approved those priorities, we're going back for our second round of consultation on and to the public on those priorities that you've identified and what the community feels is required. And as such, I think when we come back next year with in the timeline that's identified with the requirements, I think that's when this discussion will be apropos. I think then you're going to see what I think you're looking at, very concrete actions. So on what do we need to do on housing? What do we need to do on mental health? Those 6 priorities, that's where the rubber is going to hit the ground about concrete processes and actions. And then we'll have to start having the discussion about how we attack that. And without a doubt, there'll be money that'll be required. But what I'm telling you is I feel that we're sufficiently staffed and capable of doing the next phase like we did the first phase. Even though we're going to be doing some consultant work, etc., we have that in our base budget, and the resources, the human resources, are already attached. So I think this discussion will be had next year, where now we've got the 6 priorities. We know what we've consulted the public, and these are the programs they say we need to put in place, and that's going to require probably money or diversion of programs within the city or a combination thereof.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Mr. DeMonte. And you know, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire on this, because I don't think a plan that isn't properly funded is going to be that useful. And we've had this conversation before, but I actually don't think we should be waiting until it's all done until we start funding some programs under the plan. So it's unfortunate, but by next year, I hope and expect to see funds for this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. And next is Vice Chair Aglai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a question for Mr. DeMonte and or Mr. Chapman. And I know Mr. DeMonte from almost daily meetings with you and wearing my other hat as Chair of Public Health, that the bylaw really has been the front line of enforcement during COVID in our city, and I fully expect that going into 2021, bylaw will continue to be the front line of enforcement in the city. Are you comfortable with the budget in front of us? Either one of you or both, are you comfortable that there are enough resources in there to allow you to continue to do the additional COVID enforcement? I mean, it's very much a moving target. Yeah. The province keeps changing the rules, and that's not a criticism of them. The landscape changes, the situations change, but your team has been flexible and adaptable and out there every single day since it started. So are you comfortable that there's enough in here for you to sustain that effort through 2021?
Chair, maybe I'll start and then I'll let Chief Chapman chime in. He's close to his team every day. First, I want to thank the councillor. I concur with you. Roger and the entire team in bylaw have done yeoman's work for us as a community. And as you know, the great work of public health needs to be supported with some enforcement action as well, too, if we're going to continue to go down the right path in this crisis. It's a little related to Councillor Fleury's question with regards to the data. I would say to you, what's happened is significant increase in call volume. It's been an odd year to do analysis and look at the data and look at the path that bylaws had this year when we looked at their call volume. They've had the tremendous call volume on one end, another end has fallen flat. So Roger and his management team doing what we asked them to do every day has been very effective in redeploying assets to be able to maintain our capability to do enforcement. I would submit to you, we suspect that'll continue into the next year. But to be honest, and I'll let Roger answer, it is very difficult to predict because it has been all over the board and it is a moving target. But we feel fairly confident that although it requires a lot of effort from the team, and they've done that we'll be able to do again the same thing as certain areas of bylaw will remain flat, parking, for instance, and other areas. Roger's able to move assets and do our job as management and use our resources as effectively as possible. And as you know from our daily briefs with the mayor, almost daily briefs with the mayor and with Dr. Etches, recently we've just seen a change and we're not getting many calls. So again, another example of something we didn't predict. So my simple answer is yes, but I've got a few trepidations, but I think we've done a pretty good analysis and we're being conservative, but I think we'll be able to handle the next year. But I'll let Mr. Chapman chime in on his thoughts. He's closer to the ground with the team.
Yes, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Demonte. It is, there's been some challenges for sure through the year. As Tony has mentioned, we had a significant reduction in parking calls specifically. So, about a $10,000 reduction in service requests there, 10,000 service requests, sorry. And we've seen about, we're hovering around the 12,000 mark now in COVID-related calls. So seeing an opportunity there to redeploy parking staff. I mean, certainly there were some challenges there at the start and retraining and creating SOPs and things like that to make sure that we had some consistent enforcement across the city. But we were able to do that. And more recently, in the last couple of months, we were able to create a dedicated enforcement team. We just felt that, with the way the regulations were changing almost on a weekly basis, it was, to everyone's benefit to be dealing with a smaller team and having a dedicated team focused on this type of enforcement. And as Tony said, I mean, the demand on the enforcement COVID related has, at least the call volume has dropped significantly over the last couple of weeks. But at the same time, it gives us the ability to focus enforcement efforts in areas where we've had problems in the past, and to keep the momentum going so that people don't go back to the bad habits. So that's what our initiative's been in the last few weeks. So
a very quick follow-up question to both of you, and I appreciate what you've shared with us about a special squad, so to speak, or to deal with COVID. But these calls are different from parking calls, and they're different from noise calls. In some ways, they're a bit more personal, and they're dealing with people's health. Do you feel that there's enough supports in place within the bylaw department for your own staff, for their own physical and mental well-being? Or are you funded enough in that regard so people can take a break from a particularly difficult schedule of work or particularly difficult calls? Do you feel that there's enough resources and dollars there to take care of your own people?
I'll let Mr. Chapman to answer that.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I appreciate the concern, and it's a concern that we deal with every day. I'm not going to say that staff are feeling the pressure. It's certainly been a busy year for everyone, and but at the same time, as I said, we've seen a reduction in the call volume recently, and we feel that now with the dedicated team and the training that's been completed and having our SOPs in place, that we feel that we can progress through this with the current staffing levels.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Aglai. And so I believe last but not least is Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. Anthony, I just wanted to follow up with you on the points that the Hintonburg Community Association raised with respect to vacant buildings and some of the burden that they may be putting on our budget. How much does it cost with these vacant properties, with multiple property standards calls, having to send fire out there sometimes? And is it a significant expense on our city budget?
So, Council Chair, the delegation points out, and rightly so, multiple bylaw, police, fire, that type of thing. And how much does it cost? I don't have the exact numbers with me. I would just remind council, you in the plan that you did approve, we have this on our work plan that we will be coming back. We're doing that analysis for you to be able to look at this. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's been delayed, unfortunately, because of COVID, but I think it's next October. This report is coming forward to you with that analysis and perhaps some options and some suggestions for you. We're also doing a cross-country, and I know the delegation talked about it. We're looking at places like Vancouver, like Winnipeg. What is Toronto thinking of doing? We're looking at the legislative environment in Ontario. Can we do similar things? So I would suggest, and I know it's always, we'd like it today. I would suggest that the work and the path that you set staff on will be giving you some data and some good analysis where you can make good policy decisions. I wish we wouldn't have had COVID. We would have been dealing with this a little sooner. But that said, perhaps a more complete answer, perhaps Mr. Chapman also can give you a bit of understanding on what the delegation, the buildings they were talking about. A lot of work has already been done in some of the areas, although it's very difficult to move forward, but he can give you some examples of the work the team has done and some of the orders and some of the stuff that has taken place, and then more than willing to answer any other questions you may have.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, again, it's, as Tony has mentioned, the vacant building strategy is on the work plan for later in 2021, and certainly we're anxious to see what kind of recommendations comes out of that, and to improve enforcement strategies as well. But as we sit right now, I think we're 217 properties on our vacant property list, and each one of those properties require a twice annual inspection. So anytime that the dedicated officer for that function does an inspection, if there's any violations that are found, those are written up at the time, either notice of violation or an order to comply is issued, and re-inspections are done to ensure compliance. Part of the challenge that we have is a lot of these vacant buildings, there's ongoing, graffiti, debris. There's people that are trying to occupy the property without authorization, and that creates problems for both us and the police. And then there's safety risk, of course, for fire. So, there's some of these properties that require, we had one that just recently that we were doing daily inspections on. So, there is some challenges when we get to a list of 217 for one officer to monitor, but certainly, we're doing what we can at this point.
It does re-raise, I think, the question that Councillor Regla just asked, which is, do you have the resources necessary to stay on top of these to a degree that will help residents be satisfied?
Madam Chair, at this point, I would say that, with one dedicated resource for 217 properties and some of the attention that's required, it's difficult for the one officer. And we're trying to supplement that with, with our property standards team as well to assist with those properties. But, they're carrying a caseload as well. So that's, creates some challenges as well. But certainly, our opportunity to make some recommendations if we, depending on what the strategy is, there may be an opportunity to increase staffing levels when we bring that report next year.
And Chair, if I may add something else, because I think Mr. Chapman just talked about it too. The challenges we have, even though like there's resourcing and he's going to adapt, etc., the tools we currently have aren't as effective, perhaps. And I think that's what I look forward to coming back to, looking what other jurisdictions are doing, recommendations we could have to give them more effective tools, because they go now, they do an order, it takes so many days, and it's not in a very effective way to get progress on some of these challenges. And so in spite of the resourcing, which I concur with Mr. Chapman, is going to perhaps a challenge, we'll have to look at that. We also want to balance that out and give you some good policy decisions where maybe supplementary tools that have more teeth to them to be able to encourage progress on some of these buildings would be very helpful. And that's what we'll see. And as I said, we would have seen earlier had there not been COVID, but we'll see. That's what the report is going to be brought forward to assist us.
Thanks. I have one question that arises out of these, and I think I know the answer, but it's worth stating in a public forum like this. Do vacant properties receive any kind of favorable tax treatment from the city?
I can take that one, Tony.
Yes, thank you, Wendy. I was
It's
just about to say, Chair, he's not asking the question to the right team, but there are our city treasurers there. Absolutely. Thank you,
yeah.
Wendy.
Thank you very much. And Councillor, they do not receive any special treatment. There's no reduction whatsoever in their taxes. They pay the same rate as any other taxpayer across the city.
Perfect. I think that's important for residents to know. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper.
Chair, can I just ask one follow-up to Councillor Leeper's? Very short.
You haven't been on the list yet, so absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I think this would be to Tony and or Roger. There is an empty building bylaw though on your work plan for this term of council, is there not?
Valerie, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just going to ask Valerie to chime in if she could help me here. I know we've been moving and based on some of the councillor requests, we've been rejigging our work plan to still meet it with COVID and everything. So Valerie, could you help me with this one?
Yes, Tony. Thank you. It is actually what you mentioned earlier, Tony. The vacant building strategy is on our work plan. It's sometimes otherwise known as the empty building bylaw that we're building. So they're the same, Councillor. We have started some preliminary research on that file, working very closely with our bylaw branch, and tentatively we hope to bring that back, as Tony says, in Q3 of 2021 with recommendations for an Ottawa approach.
That's excellent. Thank you. And thanks for the update. I appreciate it.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor McKenney. And I'm not seeing any other hands for questions to Mr. DeMonte on EPS. So if that's the case, I will thank you very much, Tony and your team. And I will move them. Next, we'll go to Dan Chenier and his team. So questions for Dan, recreation facilities related? I'm not seeing any hands. I was going to say, you can't get off that easy, Dan. I see Councillor Fleury has his hand up.
Thank you. I do have a number of questions here. So Dan, obviously it's been a challenging year on the revenue side for rec. We're all understanding of that. The programs have re-kicked, but with lower capacity. Can you just give us how you plan to meet the revenue targets that you've established in 2021 that are not far different? So I just want to, I guess from my perspective, you're going to start as a deficit because obviously first few months have no hope of generating the same revenue we had estimated in January of 2020.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Chair, yes, indeed. Even though the overall budget envelope for our revenues is comparable to prior years, as I mentioned in my during the slide presentation, we've looked at that and assessed that as a reasonable scenario, we will be short about $19 million out of our $67 million projection. So we're counting on $48 million, and that makes some assumptions like starting in the spring that we will return to a fairly normal sports field season, that summer camps next year will look a little bit more like they did in the past in terms of better ratios, in terms of controlling costs and generating revenues. And that, by then we will be moving into a fall with a return to registered programs, memberships, admissions that are fairly normal. It's a big assumption because we don't know. But for now, what we've done is said about 48 million of the 67 will come in from regular revenue streams, and offline, if you want, I can go through the business line reductions that we've made and why we've done those, and they each have their own rationale that tends to relate to the ease of returning to those businesses and the end, and our assessment of how quickly the market will bounce back. And obviously the offset there is, as is the case in several areas in the budget, The offset right now is a one-time provincial assistance to make up the difference. The other piece of that, of course, is that if not all of the revenue gets realized, that means that we are not bringing back part-time staff, we are not opening all of the facilities, and that there will be cost savings on the expenditure side. That isn't reflected in this budget. We've essentially budgeted for a full expenditure year, but we know very well that going into the new year, probably at least for the beginning, not everything will be up to full operation, and there will be things like part-time compensation savings, utility savings, those kinds of things.
Okay, just to follow up on what you were describing, the one-time provincial funds, on page 45 of the budget, there's 2021 fees, and there's a little category that says included COVID. So are we including fees to renters in the 2021? And if so, then I'm confused. Like, why wouldn't we just segregate that and ask the province to cover those additional fees?
Councillor, there are two things that at play here. One is the overall ability to generate revenue, whether people will be registering in programs, renting facilities, and those kinds of things. And we expect that in that case, there will be a shortfall, that in terms of volume of subscriptions, of purchase of memberships, that is the provincial offset. However, we know from experience starting to run programs in June, that there is an additional cost to deliver things like, if you look at our swimming lessons, for example, they are all low ratio and they are all making less money than they would otherwise. We've assessed against our overall revenues $500,000 to compensate for additional costs, whether that be additional staff, additional equipment, cleaning, the requirement to staff for contact tracing when people come into our buildings, all of those kinds of things. When we looked at trying to recover that, doing it program by program based on that specific program's needs, often made many of the programs that serve the broad population much too expensive. And so we looked at a broader application of putting 1.95% on everything to recover that $500,000. And so it's a strategy, it's a funding strategy that spreads the cost of doing that as broadly as possible, as opposed to trying to tack on an individual class or camp and charging people for the extra staffing or whatever other costs might apply. So it's an intentional strategy to be able to ease the burden as broadly as possible.
Okay, it's following this point. So okay, I understand that, but now on page 60 we have our fee assistance program, which to me in this world plays an even more important role, because in some ways our costs are up, we're charging a bit more. Have we accounted for more points or more financial dollars here so that our youth, our seniors, that are families that are low income can access the same level of service pre-COVID as what they can now?
We have not adjusted. It was adjusted, I believe, last year or the year before. We tend to do it in $5 increments per person every 3 or 4 years, so that it's not a constant change to it. It's still at $180 per person for this year, and that program is oversubscribed. We do about $1.5 million in terms of allocation of hand in hand on a budget of about $1 million. So we have not increased it. We also recognize that the envelope for this year might have a little bit less impact because registered programs are still very slow coming back. Right now, primarily what we're doing is learn to swim, and we will likely really only start to get into registered programs by spring of next year. So the draw on it may be somewhat less in 2021.
as you see that, could we adjust the amount maybe to $200 for families or something? Because I know that those who use it need it. So 180 is a challenge.
At council's will, council has always approved that rate. What's in this budget is $180,000, or sorry, $180. To bring it up to 200 would, at this point, this program is actually not an expenditure; it's a negative revenue that goes against our lines. So, you know, at the will of council, then that.
Okay.
That could be adjusted.
Not to do policy on the fly. Let's take it offline and work with the chair on maybe reconsidering the 180. My final question to you, Dan, relates to outdoors. So COVID, one thing we've learned is the importance of outdoors. We're heading into the winter and we have to think for next year. So can you speak to us the flexibility for our winter trails? We know how important they are. And then fast track to next year. What flexibility have you put into the beach budget and the wading pool budget so that we can extend operating hours and extend times in the instance COVID, we find ourselves next summer with COVID similarities?
Sure. Chair, let me start with winter. We have increased the funding in partnership with the NCC, who co-fund the Winter Trails Coalition. We have increase the funding to the coalition so that they can extend the trails, and in some cases, I think the option is to actually double the trails to allow higher volume and allow distancing on the trails. We are working on a park rink ambassador program to help both animate outdoor rinks as well as other outdoor park spaces throughout the winter with drop-in type activities. We are looking at a whole variety of Learn To opportunities, working with Jumpstart and other outside groups. So we're working on a fairly robust, and as per Councillor Brockington's motion of, I believe, last council, we will be putting all that together in a communication and a website kind of information center, as well as collecting outside partners activities so that people have kind of a really robust thing. In terms of summer, we have not asked for additional funding. There wasn't really the opportunity to expand budgets for additional hours for wading pools and beaches. We have budgeted according to a normal year in terms of those operations.
Okay, I'll take that offline because I see a bit of a challenge for that one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. Next, I'll go to Councillor Deans.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a number of questions. I think I'm going to start with the one that Paul Norris, from the president of the Hunt Club Park Community Association, raised. Yesterday, I received a letter, Mr. Chenier, from your department indicating that 2 outdoor rinks in my ward wouldn't be receiving the huts this year because of a shortage in supply. And apparently the FCA was told last night by other members of your staff that was actually a cleaning issue. So which is it? How did you determine which communities would not get heated trailers this year? So let's start there.
Sure, and Councillor, my apologies for the incomplete communication. I think information got out in a disjointed manner. And we're looking at that. Outdoor rinks, we have 261 outdoor rinks, and 23 of them have rented trailers, and this is a legacy program.
Sorry, I didn't hear how many you said.
Sorry, there are 23 out of the 261 rinks that get outdoor trailers. It's a legacy program, primarily from the old city of Ottawa, but there are a few as well in pockets of the city. And when council approved the new rink standards, I think it was 2004, the new standard for when we build an outdoor rink in a new park, for example, is to provide a heated bunker for the equipment. And so as the delegation said, many of our parks, our newer parks, now have a concrete bunker with proper ventilation so they can store the hoses and keep them flexible. The snow blowers, they're properly ventilated, all of those things. Other parks that do not have those bunkers yet, because they are fairly, in the $30,000 range in some cases, have been continued to use trailers, 23 parks to be exact. This year, because of COVID, starting in September, our supplier started to tell us that there would likely be a shortage of trailers, primarily large construction projects are renting more trailers in order to allow distancing for their crews on site. I personally noticed this, where before you would see 1 or 2 trailers and now seeing 3 or 4 of them. So there is a shortage. We've worked hard with them to get as many as we could. Right now we are 7 short. It was 9 last week, and we got 2 more this week. So we're making some progress. How was it decided to remove trailers from sites? Well, we looked at sites that had trailers and also had a heated bunker, because to remove a trailer from a site that doesn't have a heated bunker essentially kills the rink for the season, because there is no heated location to keep the equipment. So we've identified those 7 sites, and that's what was the 2 parks that were communicated to you are 2 examples. We are still trying, and 2 years ago when we had a shortage of volunteers for rinks, and it was brought up at committee through councillor and media attention, we had an outpouring of offers. So part of talking about this issue is that perhaps there are companies or trailer companies, although we have done 2 rounds of canvassing the trailer companies for additional units. That's how we got the 2 last week, and continue to do it. The other thing I can mention is that this year there is, we are working with public health, and because of COVID, a couple of things. When the trailers are opened by community volunteers, there will be a heightened cleaning requirement for them. So that isn't closing trailers, it's just putting upon the volunteers a heightened requirement to clean the high touch points in the trailers. As well as that, because of the shortage, we're getting, in general, smaller trailers, and most of them will have a capacity of only 2 at one time. So we are working on signage, we are working with the community volunteers to make sure they're controlling access, numbers. And we're also, we've worked with our colleagues in Public Works to build some additional outside benches, so that, adjacent to the rink, there will be more seating options and for people to put on their skates and rest and those kinds of things. So that's where we are. And as I said, we are continuing to hunt for trailers.
Okay, so we don't own our own trailers. We rent them on an annual basis?
Correct.
Why did we do that? Why didn't we just purchase them?
Well, the price of ownership is fairly onerous in terms of, they become a fleet item. They have, and generally we have a 3-month use for them, and then they would sit vacant in the yard somewhere. There really is not a lot of other alternatives for them. The only budget we've had, and again, most of it has came into the new city, is for the rentals. We have, I believe it's $97,000 to rent our units every year. And until now, until COVID, this has not generally been a big issue. What has stumped us this year is the run on trailers because of the limits on occupancy.
Okay, well, I was surprised to get this message late yesterday. And you're taking 2 out of my ward. It impacts who's going to use it, especially this year during COVID, when there's, more people want to do outdoor activities than indoor activities, and make it much more difficult, especially for families with kids, if they don't have a place to, warm up and change their skates. So I understand the point you're making about the hoses, and of course you have to have hoses to run rinks, but it doesn't really do much for families that want to access the park. So I would encourage you to keep looking for those trailers, and be happy to work with you on that. But I'd like to get those trailers back before winter hits. So I would appreciate that. I also wanted to just follow up on a question. You were talking about the partnership with the NCC and cleaning the rinks, but also our path system. Is there going to be a higher level standard of cleaning and making them accessible for the public this year to use, since more and more people are doing activities outside even during the winter months?
Chair, I believe Luc Gagne may be online, because that is a public works responsibility, and I know his team had several requests for additional plowing.
And we're going to go actually to Luke's team just following this, if you want to hold it.
Sure, I can hold that one. And also life cycle projects. I noticed that there's a lot, I think 20% of the 2021 projects are being pushed to 2022. So what's the plan to get that back on track in 2022 if we're falling that far behind?
I believe, Chair, that Karina Duclos might be here again. The life cycle projects are an infrastructure services responsibility. But I believe there's Karina there.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Councillor. Are you talking about the projects that we defer in 2020? Okay.
Yes, correct.
So many of those projects are already in the 2021 draft budget. I don't have the list individually, but many of them are already in the 2021. And we are looking at the 2022 budget to try to catch up. Of course, like we do every year, it is a balance between competing priorities. So we will be looking at that. Now, because they were on the 2020, they have a high need. So we expect them to happen fairly soon.
Okay, and have we sought funding from upper tier levels of government for recreation recovery, much the same way as we have for housing and transit?
Hi, good afternoon, Councillor. We have definitely taken the deficits in recreation, so the pieces from the revenue that did not come in, and they have formed part of our Safe Restart Agreement. So we received money through the municipal stream through the first phase, I believe it was 49.3 million, and we've applied for that second phase, which includes that incremental.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. And next we'll go to Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Chenier, just to continue on some questions from Councillor Fleury. Recreation offerings in 2021, March break camps, summer camps, next Christmas camps. Will you be able to offer more just because we have a handle on how to offer these programs with COVID present? Is it still green light to offer these programs?
Currently, yes. So, although it has been our biggest challenge to go forward and pull back. Right now, we are in a go forward, and certainly, if things stay in the orange and hopefully go into the yellow, then that opens up a lot of opportunities for us to be able to have more people in classes, more people in the facilities, which makes it financially more viable for us to do it. So we're on the right track, but some of those timeframes you're talking about are still far away. And so, but we are hopeful and we are planning for that. As I said, the budget projections that are included in this essentially look at a fairly normal resumption of registered activities by next September. And probably a fairly normal summer camp experience as well. And again, there's some guesswork here in terms of how things unfold, but yes, that's what we're planning for.
Dan, how can we take our staff who are trained in recreation, have the expertise and experience to offer programming, and instead of focusing indoors, go outdoors? And it may sound odd, but I have community centers in my ward grossly underutilized. We have staff in those buildings. I have children who actually come to where my ward office is at Hunt Club Riverside and sit outside, Madam Chair. They can't come in. They have no place to go. They're just sitting outside, congregating together. But can we not think about offering programming at community centers, which usually abut parks, how to snowshoe, how to cross-country ski, winter survival skills? Can we not be creative about, all right, if we can't stay inside with large groups, how can we offer programming, unique programming, raise some revenue, and be creative? Is that being thought about?
Yes, Councillor, we have a team that is working on those things. So we are looking at outdoor fitness, the learn to pieces of snowshoeing and cross-country skiing and all of those things. And we hope to roll that out for this winter. So part of it, as I've mentioned, is rink ambassador around rinks at parks, because that tends in the wintertime to be a gathering spot. But we're also looking at other opportunities to do drop-in type of activities on a broader scale. And where we do have facilities within a park, we will look at doing something out there. So we are working on a fairly comprehensive package of activities to do that.
I think for some families, the appetite to get their kids outside, particularly this winter, and I see Councillor Suds agreeing, is there. And I would certainly register my kids. Dan, any thought into saying, hey, you know what, we've got these underutilized community centers, borrowing monies at record lows. Why don't we advance some capital projects, community centers that need to be renovated, where we need to do some real work, since we're not going to really impact a lot of people because we're not renting them out at capacity. Have you thought about that? I know we've got financial challenges, but this also seems like a good year to get some capital projects done.
And Karina may want to weigh in on this one as well, because those renovation type projects are IS, but certainly since this has begun, our own crew, my own facilities crew, has certainly looked at, not at the level of borrowing and major construction, but we have certainly done things like deep cleans and complete facility painting, replacement of things like carpeting and tiles and those kinds of things. And it has been an opportunity to advance some larger projects through Karina's group. I don't know if they're planning to borrow money to do even more, or whether the treasurer has those plans, but there is an opportunity, because not all buildings are at full capacity.
I just wanted to say, out of the courtesy of my heart, there's 2 buildings in my ward I would love to have. I'll put them up first if you need to do them. Dan knows them quite well. My last question is about parking in parks. Mooney's Bay Park, we charge for parking, and yet the abutting Terry Fox facility does not charge for parking. And I want to know why that is the case. And I want to know if the City of Ottawa has the authority to charge for parking at Terry Fox.
Councillor, yes, and it's primarily historical. When we implemented parking at Mooney's Bay, and initially it was meter parking, and there was and these were the meters that came off the streets primarily when they were replaced with pay and display. The main lot was done, but not the secondary lot. When we went to pay and display there was not a lot of support for us to do the Terry Fox lot, that the club members and users of the facility thought that would have been an inconvenience for them. so we didn't. But if there is support for us to look at that, we'd be happy to work with your office to look at doing that.
I only ask because, you know, we're looking at putting in bike parking in Mooney's Bay Park, wayfinding signage, some of the cheaper stuff, as opposed to renovating the entire pavilion. This costs money. And the fact that we charge beachgoers and families and new Canadians, who are a huge portion of our visitors, to park, but not people who use the Terry Fox facility, which is basically the same park, seems odd. So anyway, Madam Chair, I'm raising this out of curiosity, but I do think this needs to be seriously looked at. And Dan, I'll work with you in the days.
We'll look at it for next year, absolutely.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And next we'll go to Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'd like to invite my colleague, Councillor Brockington, to Cardiff when we create our own snowshoe trail. So I think we grab a bunch of volunteers and we clear up the bush and we have a trail.
I'm with you, yeah.
All right. And Dan, my question is some of those facilities inside the arenas, and I know I'm talking about the many canteens and restaurants on the beach. And so what would happen? Like I know you know, they were closed down since March, but I see now some of the arenas are open. Are you allowing those canteens to be open, or what is the status? I didn't see it anywhere.
Yeah, not yet, Councillor. The regulations in terms of access to these facilities are still very limited. For example, in an arena, it's a maximum of 50 people. Okay. And so, and no spectators. As you know, there's the only people that can come in are people that are accompanying children under 18. So there really isn't the market, and no one is really asking at this point. If we slip into a brighter color in terms of the framework and spectators are allowed, then I suspect that there may start to be an interest in terms of doing that. But right now we are not allowing it, and those operations would only come back once spectators and a higher number, because even with 50, when you have two teams with 20 players, coaches, you pretty well fill up the facility to its maximum allowed without even bringing in vendors or anything else like that.
So it'd be fair to say now they're all still closed down, like all of them?
That's right. And until, as I said, until we achieve a more liberal opening of the facilities, there is no real market because there's no one in those buildings except those that are on the ice.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor El-Shantiri. And next is Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much, Dan. Following Councillor Brockington's request about getting outdoors, I appreciate very much. There's been some more funding given to Britannia Winter Trails, which started as a pilot project last year. And I see growth in this big time. The amount of people who are interested, I think this is some place we have to go in our budgeting for sure in terms of outdoor activity. COVID is a big reason right now, a lot safer. And while perhaps making use of those staff, is it possible we can provide more staff for giving lessons and that kind of thing? That's something the volunteer groups can't do. And if we have staff that are available, because I'm getting a lot of requests. We've got volunteers who are running trails on a shoestring, but that's another layer up. And certainly we do it in Councillor Brockington's ward at Mooney's Bay. We may have to look at more because there's an interest in learning and moving forward, or having people lead. Is that possible within this budget?
Councillor, yes. And I believe when I spoke earlier that we're putting together a fairly comprehensive range of activities for outdoor this winter. One of those things is a learn to opportunity for snowshoeing and cross-country skiing. What is entirely doable within this budget and this winter is to offer pop-in type instruction. What may be more difficult is right now setting up a registered program the way that Terry Fox has. We're probably a bit late in the game. We haven't completely discounted it yet, but for sure we can look at, and we are looking at putting together as part of the team that will do, it's a roving crew, so they won't be there all the time, but we certainly can do the drop-in piece for this winter.
That would be great at Britannia, and it's a very accessible spot for everyone. That'll be a big help to start that. The other thing, I know I've asked you this already, but I'll just put it out there, is that people want the Andrew Hayden Park, they want the parking lots opened up so that they can come out. The trail is getting extended to Andrew Hayden Park. So I'm wondering if there's any possibility of that. And yes,
Well,
I know Dick Powell Park is got a parking lot.
Chair, we have been discussing this with Luc Gagne and the Public Works team, who actually do the plowing of those lots. So I believe he'll be coming up in a little bit. We have, and as part of our planning for outdoor activities, we are including Public Works so that if we need to identify parking lots or pieces of property that need snow removal, that those get incorporated into their winter maintenance plan. To the best of my knowledge, we don't have a green light on specific sites yet, but it is something that we're looking at as part of our overall planning for winter activities.
That would be great, because there's a real uptake. It's you probably heard that skis are flying off the shelf. There's this is going to be a hot item this year, and snowshoeing is a very entry level, which we can get people who are new Canadians involved right away without a big investment. So and we've got like places like Britannia Woods that would be very interested. So I'm glad to hear that can be done within this budget.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So with that, thank you very much, Dan, to you and your team.
Thank you.
So next up, we will go to Luc Gagne with Parks. For any questions directed to Luc? Is he really going to get off this easy? Oh, there we are. Councillor Kavanagh. Yeah, I saw you first, so we'll go to Councillor Kavanagh first.
Thank you. I think it's just kind of a repeat of what I've just asked about the access to parks. Given that we are going to be doing more cross-country skiing, which has been very inexpensive for us, so it's not hurting our budget because we got volunteers in the community who are running these programs on a shoestring. But I'm getting asked if we can get a parking lot plowed in Andrew Hayden Park, preferably the one that's further east, if that's possible.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, we're certainly working closely with Dan's group, Councillor, on those requests. You can probably appreciate there are several of them coming across the city. So there's we're looking at it kind of in a variety of ways. Obviously, we want to ensure there's some snow storage at those facilities. We want to ensure typically the surfaces have to be hard. If they're gravel surfaces, then they tend to sort of really get potholy and ruddy on us with our freeze-thaw cycles and that sort of thing. We tend to scrape up a lot of gravel and that sort of thing, and those things get strewn all over grasses and different things. So we're looking at certainly at some different options. I do know that the trail is being extended to that eastern parking lot, and that's one of the pieces that we're discussing with Dan's team to see if that's viable. So I think if it's got a recreation aspect to it, like the extended trail, then it certainly adds to the the pieces that could get it plowed for you this year. So we're certainly looking at that, and we'll get back to you on that piece here very shortly.
Excellent, because the trails got extra money from Accor Village, so Bayshore can come, and we've got a lot of new Canadians there, so that would be a big help. So glad to hear it can be done in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Chair, and hi, Luke. Just wanted to follow up on a question I had asked Anne Chenier, but it was directed more toward you, and that's about the winter maintenance of our pathway systems. And I know you're very familiar with my ward. It was built in the 1980s and 90s. It was built on a different model where instead of basically sidewalks, it has an internal system of pathways that people use effectively as their sidewalks. And I'm wondering, with the result of COVID being that more people are looking for outdoor activities, if we can expect there will be a higher level of maintenance of that pathway system and pathways generally speaking in Ottawa this winter.
Thank you for the question, Chair. The Parks Group don't operate the winter maintenance piece on all the multi-use pathways. That's done by our roads and parking services teams. I do know that they're working feverishly on the sidewalk and maintenance piece to be introduced in the next few years. I could certainly look at what Lila Gibbons and her team are doing with regards to that, but I would assume, Councillor, we're probably still using the same maintenance quality standards as we had before. But I can certainly check with her to see what that is for.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. And I'm not seeing any other hands. So thank you very much, Luke.
Thank you.
And so next we'll go to Community and Social Services. So Donna and her team. And I see Vice Chair Aglai is up first.
Sorry, just unmuting myself. Thank you, Madam Chair. Donna, I'm just curious. We heard a lot about housing this morning. A lot of good groups came out with a lot of good questions and suggestions. I'm just wondering where the city is in terms of potential procurement of motels or hotels and turning them into our own facilities and our own housing, and whether there's room in the budget going forward to allow for opportunities in that sphere that may come up.
Thank you, Councillor. So, as you're aware, we just had an announcement of 32 million in the rapid housing. So a piece of that does allow us to do acquisition of properties other than existing rental properties, to look at that acquisition and conversion of those into rentals or for our housing and homelessness issue. So part of the process that we're looking at right now is examining existing properties that are potentially on the market, or properties that are interested in pursuing that, to see is there an opportunity for us to do that. As you're aware, we did an RFO for hotels and motels, earlier in the year, to see before we had the announcement of money. And we were thinking at that point we might have been premature, because at that point we had very little options that actually came forward. And we're seeing now, as the market progresses, there's more and more.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, Tony. There's
that
more
was
and
good.
more.
Okay, good. I'm glad. So let me just put
There, there's
sounds good. Apparently, let's do it. Yeah.
We are seeing additional hotels and motels, potentially opportunities coming forward. So we are aggressively pursuing those as potential options in terms of homelessness. But a big component is that either acquisition, and that's obviously one of the quickest routes, or actually construction of modular, which we're also exploring. But as was stated earlier by one of the delegations, the timelines are really tight because we have to have those up and operational and people in those by December 31st, 2021. So that kind of gives the highest level. I can ask Shelley if there's anything else that she wants to add in terms of how that's progressing or other opportunities that she sees around that.
Thank you, Donna. Not much more to echo on that. It's really looking for the right opportunity that represents good value for the city. Because looking at some of the different options that have recently become available, you really would like something that had kitchenettes, right, to reduce kind of the cost of converting. So that's a key consideration when we look at acquiring a hotel or motel. Does it have kitchenettes? Does it not? What's the cost of conversion? Can we meet those timelines of conversion? And also, looking at some of the hotels which might be better suited for single people. We also have to keep in mind that we may need operational funding for support services. And there's a real risk, right now through the Rapid Housing Initiative in terms of any, the projects that we put forward. There's no guarantee of operational funding, that we're going to do, obviously significant advocacy with MMAH around that.
So just a quick follow-up, and possibly for both of you, is we've heard a lot of sort of intertwined themes today. We've talked about housing. We've also heard about vacant buildings. We've heard about housing developments that have become run down or being snapped up by developers. So has the city given any thought in this budget cycle or otherwise to expanding the pool that we're looking at? So not necessarily just at hotels and motels, but maybe we were looking at apartment buildings that are starting, for lack of a better term, to go to seed. They would already have, to Shelley's comments, they would have kitchen facilities, they would have private bathrooms, that sort of thing. So are we considering, being able to, possibly bid on properties like that, or get in touch with the properties that are abandoned and say, like, what do you want to do with this property? Because maybe we'd like to take it off your hands and convert it to something more useful. So is there any thought to sort of expanding the pool of what we're looking at in terms of available properties?
So, Councillor, I think one of the things that we've been looking at, and the Rapid Housing has actually generated that in the community, a lot of interest around other properties and what's available. And although the timelines are really tight for the Rapid Housing, there's two allocations. There's an allocation in terms of roughly about 80 some units that we can actually do as part of our allocation. But there's also a project stream that looks at other initiatives and projects that we could add onto that list to potentially access project stream money. And that's been really exciting around different projects and initiatives that are coming to bear. We're going to put those on our business case that will be part of the November 27th business case that goes to the province. But in addition, what this has also brought is the opportunity to look at vacant and existing lands, city lands that we have available, other opportunities in the community around lands, other apartment buildings, other buildings that might not fit the criteria for the Rapid Housing, but could be part of our plan moving forward. And I think the important piece that we've been working on too is the long-range financial plan. So we have been looking at, typically in the past, every year we've been at budget trying to augment that the amount of money that we actually have. So every year, development takes quite a long time. We need to have pipelines of projects and investments in the bank. And one of the things that the long-range financial plan is allowing us to do is to look at 10 years, what's the investment we need and how these opportunities could come to bear and be funded. We're not done that. We're about, halfway through. We're thinking the first quarter of 2021 will come with a longer-term funding plan around what are the resources that we have available that can fund those. And you see the first tranche of that investment in this budget this year, because this is the first time we've had a contribution made directly into the base capital for the next 10 years of $6 million. We haven't had that before. And the long-range financial plan will further augment that to see what would it take against need. These projects now that we're amassing and starting to see now helps us understand not just the short-term ones that we need to address in the Rapid Housing Initiative, but how do we start to prepare them, get them in the pipeline, and then develop them into the future. but also to bring those to the table, because there is, you know, right now a real interest in affordable housing, to bring those opportunities to the table to other levels of government to say, see what we could actually do if you change the criteria to help us deal with the types of things that we're seeing in this first rapid housing initiative around the tightness of the criteria and how restrictive that is in us being able to develop. The rapid housing is really meant to take people directly off the streets, the most difficult people, and place them into quick housing. That's really the target of this first tranche of housing. And we're hopeful as we start to see that both levels of government will start to come to the table to understand what's the broader plan that we need to do.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Eglai. Next, I'll go to Councillor McKenney, and I'll also at the same time just ask Vice Chair Eglai if he could take my seat for a few moments.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. I had a question around community funding and the changes around community funding. Just where we're at with that. I assume that because of what happened in 2020, we are not on track to switching over to the new funding model. So I just wondered where that was at, Donna.
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, unfortunately in 2020, both for the agencies, but also for staff, we weren't able to shift that funding framework in 2020. Our intent is to do that in 2021. So that's why we have reinstated we've taken that out of the budget in 2020 and put that 500,000 transition fund back into the budget for 2021. So we will be moving forward in issuing out the request for proposal, advising the community agencies in terms of that funding in the first half of 2021, with the changes in that funding happening in the 2021 budget or 2022 budget.
Okay, thank you. Because I've had conversations with Clara about that in terms of what my intention would be to ensure that we establish some permanent project funding. I know that there's temporary funding available now, but I just want to make sure I was keeping my eye on that ball. So thank you for that. And listen, I want to preface. I have some questions around housing. I want to preface that by saying that I know how hard your entire team has worked, especially through this time, and there is no magic bullet for housing. We all know that, the hotels to homes, that whole initiative that was undertaken, some disappointing results. Also trying to house 100 people, also some disappointing results, but we keep pushing the envelope and looking for different ways of ensuring that we're doing everything that we can. I just wonder, Donna, around and I have a few questions that are on the Tabor apartments, because there's a motion that Councillor Fleury and I are looking to bring forward, but on housing, on the housing budget, hard for me to support this budget. I don't think it does enough. I don't think it supports staff. I'll be honest. I don't think it does in bylaw. I don't think it does in housing and social services. I just don't think it gives you enough to do the work that we're demanding of you every day. But so I just wonder, why was there a request for that extra $5 million? I mean, we heard what it could do. Like $5 million could, provide housing allowances for 800 households if it were in operating. It could build 40 units of housing. That's almost double the families that we have in Tabor apartments right now. I just wonder if it was requested, and what was the rationale for that budget not to increase.
So I think 2021 and coming out of COVID, when we were developing the budget, I think the broader financial picture of the entire city, we were looking at that and the pressures both on our organizations, what we need just to sustain our operating budgets to continue to deliver service, because we do see, that's a critical component. But when we were looking at the long range financial plan, we were also starting to take a look at what is the need and what is the affordability and what's the current capacity in this sector to build and develop. And how do we start to build predictability? How do we balance building predictability in the budget, getting projects up and running, and able to, take the money and use the money to develop, versus other budget pressures. And so we balanced, we tried to balance that. And I think what was a really wonderful opportunity with our new treasurer is to find that balance of not just creating the one time again, but creating predictability and having a base capital budget. Because so it was a bit of a trade-off on that in terms of when we look at that, because even when we're looking at the Rapid Housing Right Now initiative, what we're finding is there's lots of great ideas and people have lots of projects that they want to move forward, but they have not done the groundwork to get them into the process to be able to have them development ready. And where we've been really successful in doing the pre-development funding and getting projects in the pipeline so that projects can be executed. And that's part of the predictability we're doing in the long range financial plan and that we did in the housing, around looking also at Ottawa community housing as a core component of building those projects and making sure that they also have those pipelines of projects that they can work with the other levels of government to fund, to be able to get the funding. So it was really a combination of the best use of the money, the timing, and where the industry or where the sector is ready to execute and move forward. We have, and I think this is a policy decision, we have been saying that the operating expenses that need to support people, which are income type supports, are poverty issues, that other levels of government, particularly the provincial government, needs to be funding poverty reduction programs. That's kind of has been the policy direction. And so in that, we haven't moved into directly into the supportive housing component and housing allowances, but been really trying to advocate to other levels of government to be able to do that. We recognize we have to do some around to create the affordability in the units, but it's really been the priority of around being on the capital and pushing other levels of government to do their share and their piece.
No, I don't disagree with you. Income redistribution at the on the property tax base is almost unfair. I mean, that's not, we don't have the revenue generating ability that other levels of government have. It's been downloaded to us, but without the ability to generate that revenue in a progressive way. So I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I just know that given the provincial government we have today, the chances of us moving forward in terms of supporting, people who are homeless today, who are struggling, is probably not. I don't put a lot of I don't have a lot of faith that that's going to take place. So, we do continue to pivot back to the level of government that's closest to the people that we're supporting. So I don't disagree with you. It's just that I just struggle because I know that things aren't changing at other levels of government. A little bit at the federal level, the Rapid Housing Initiative was better than nothing, certainly, but at the provincial level, they're not coming forward with supports. They're not coming forward with the mental health supports that that they put us into this situation. So, Donna, I just want to quickly ask a few questions around the Tabor apartments, and I see Councillor Fleury's on, so I'm sure he has some follow-up as well. I just want to. We do have a motion that that asks the city to cease the per diem with the relationship with this owner in particular. you know, what we heard today and what we've heard is appalling. It's appalling conditions for people to be living in. And, you know, we pay this person a tremendous amount of money to have people and children live in, you know, in absolute squalor and an unsafe and unhealthy situations. I just wonder, like, could you just explain to us how the relationship works with an owner like this? Not so much a hotel motel, because they're not necessarily going to be short-term or long-term rentals anyway, but with an apartment, a small apartment building. You know, if we pulled out, he would have to fix that up and put it out as long-term rentals. But he doesn't, because he gets so much more money from us than he would on the market. So just wonder, like, how, you know, what is that relationship, and how do we determine, you know, when we're going to enter into this sort of relationship, and you know, what's the whole procurement process for this?
So maybe I'll defer to Shelley in terms of the detailed relationship with the hotel owner, but I do want to kind of set some context kind of first around the discussion around that, and to say that, you know, we, as you're well aware, Councillor, we are in a very difficult situation with COVID and housing, an increasing number, particularly new immigrant and families. And those decisions, you know, happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, often in very, very difficult situations. And we have, through a number of procurement processes, tried to expand into the market in terms of hotel rooms and our ability to continue to keep people in short-term rentals as we move forward on the long-term housing situation. And unfortunately, our efforts through those procurement processes have not allowed us to expand into a broader market. We have agreements with a number of hotels and motels, but we've maxed out. So when people are in a situation on a weekend, a night, or whatever, we have to, or in particular situations where we have great, you know, very large families, we have to make choices about what we use in order to house people, because the choices at those point in times and those moments are a family, young kids aren't getting housing of any sort. And so we don't want to use apartment buildings. We want to use every apartment that we can for a rental unit. But unfortunately, we have ended up in COVID in a situation where we've had to do that. I know that there has been media and conversations, and I've seen the open letter and the conversations this morning, and Shelley can talk to the details. I can tell you that protecting our most vulnerable in our community, particularly our new immigrant, women fleeing abuse, is our number one priority. And that any situation where there is a situation that's either unsafe or a health issue, we take those very seriously. And the team has done that. They have done a full investigation with bylaw, public health, and our housing team. They have done a full assessment of those properties. And Shelley can tell you the status, the violations. The landlord has been making remediation and has significantly improved those, with very few outstanding issues left in those facilities. And we have to remember, at the end of the day, ultimately, it is the choice of people where we place. And even though people are in difficult situations, families, for a whole variety of reasons, will make a choice about how and where they want to live. That's separate from a community, it's separate from individuals. That's that family's choice. And in this particular instance, the team has also reached out to those families, and where families have wanted to move out of that facility, they have moved. Where families are making choices around where they want to live, many have decided to stay in that. Our responsibility as the supports to those people is to make sure that those facilities are continually monitored and supported. And that's the work that Shelley and the team has actually done. So I'll hand it over to Shelley to talk about the specifics of that relationship with that apartment owner. And with hotels in general. But I wanted to set the context to say, in these days, in this current context in COVID, we're not talking about ideal situations in terms of options that we have. And the team has a delegated authority to, at the end of the day, try to find what's in the best interest of that individual and that family. And and what their personal choice is as well. So I'll hand it over to Shelley to add to that.
Thank you, Donna and Madam Chair. So we've had this relationship with the Ottawa Inn for the Tabor Apartments since 2014. And at the time we entered into the relationship for really two reasons. You know, we see a large number of newcomer families that have many members. It was becoming very, very difficult to procure adequate hotel stock or rooms that were side by side in order to be able to successfully place families. So we already had a business relationship with the Ottawa Inn for their main hotel, and he approached us with a business idea to use these apartments for that purpose. So by entering into that agreement, we actually reduced the costs to the City of Ottawa taxpayers. You know, on any given night, we pay up to $3,000 a month to use a hotel room. When we're housing large families, we're paying for 2 hotel rooms. So by moving families into these apartments, we're reducing costs to the city. And we were also increasing, they had bigger spots to be in than the traditional hotel rooms were forced to use. And access to full kitchen facilities, which we know is a significant concern around any families that we house in the hotel or motel system. So any family that's placed there has access to a dedicated case manager and also to a housing search and stabilization worker to try and find housing. All of these families are on the centralized wait list for housing, and every one of the families also has access to a tiered housing allowance to look for private market housing in the community if they so choose. So, if for any hotel or motel we use or this particular arrangement, if there's issues, obviously families can escalate those issues to their case manager, and we address them with the owner. We don't ask families to address them with the owner. We address them with the owners. When issues came to our attention most recently that were escalated by the community, we take this very seriously. I mean, we have a business arrangement and we expect the provider to provide the suite of services in a good and safe condition for the families that we place there. So we immediately went in and inspected units, and we did that with Ottawa Public Health, and we did that with bylaw. So we did 2 inspections, October 13th, I believe, and October 27th. And we did, obviously there's a list of deficiencies or things that need to be remediated to make the environment better for the families that live there. So the owner has undertaken that work, and we had a subsequent re-inspection November 13th by, again, housing services staff were there, and bylaw and Ottawa Public Health. And the majority of the deficiencies have been remediated to the satisfaction of those of bylaw and Ottawa Public Health and for housing services. And anything that's outstanding, the owner is working on. So at the time that the deficiencies were also noted, we contacted all families, and then we subsequently followed up with a letter to all families, translated into their first language, to offer anybody that wanted to leave the Tabor Apartments, to offer them a hotel placement. Ideally, we'd be able to offer any families in our family shelter system permanent housing right away. That's not the reality we're working with right now. One family chose to move. The other families very, very much wanted to stay in this particular location.
Can I ask how much an apartment is per month for a family in the Tabor?
So right now, our night the rate we're paying on a monthly basis, but the rate is about $109 per night.
Okay, so still about over $3,000 a month. So why not force a head lease? Why not say to this owner, look, we're not giving you over $3,000 a month. I deal with this with some owners, very few. Some owners, most work well, but the rooming houses that don't work well, that are really run down, I deal with this all the time.
Counselor, I've sort of let this go on. I'm just not sure if we're veering quite a ways off the budget discussion.
No, we're not. I'm going to talk money again in a sec. I'm coming back.
Well, if you can get there, because right now it sounds more like an offline discussion we should be having.
I'm coming. So at that rate, we're dealing with a budget, and it's all about money, really. why don't we force a head lease? Why don't we just say, you're going to give these residents a lease. We're going to pay you $2,000 a month, but they will actually have a lease with you, and then they will have rights under the Landlord Tenant Act. I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. Removing 24 people, it's like, anytime we remove a community, we're talking about that in Councillor Eglai's ward. This city cannot absorb that many families. We don't have the stock to. But in this case, they are there. We're paying him an exorbitant amount. I can't imagine if we said to him, you know what, council just said no more to you, so it's head lease or nothing. Is that something that's been brought up with this owner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can say that the owner in question is not interested in a head lease for the building. Obviously, he's a businessman, and you can appreciate that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're giving him what he wants. Telling you, if we said no more, over to you.
Councillor, again, can we bring it back to the budget, Councillor?
That's all I have for now, but we do have a motion to ask that we cease working with this apartment owner.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So Donna, just to help the structure, my thoughts on the budget and questions, I'll go housing, long-term care, childcare, then youth, if that is of any help to you and the team. So want to begin in terms of homelessness and kind of a different conversation than what we were just having with Councillor McKenney, which I'll certainly speak to the motion when it is presented. In terms of homelessness, what is the amount that we assume we will be invoiced for hotels and shelters in 2020?
I'm going to ask Shelley to give you the detailed breakdown of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are projecting that we will spend $13.8 million on hotels or motels in 2020.
Sorry, I'll just rephrase it. Could you include all of the shelter, motels, anything that has a per diem for which we're invoiced for? What's that amount for 2020?
It's $36.4 million for our total shelter spending.
And there's really, just so I understand, there's really two per diem structures. There's the hotel stay, which is 110-ish per night, and then there's the 44. Are there other considerations to that amount?
No, there's the single shelter emergency per diem, which is $44, but our hotel rates do vary. They can vary from $85 a night. I believe the highest is about 110. So it is very dependent on the particular arrangement we have at the hotel.
Okay, and as we're on to the budget period and budget discussion today on CPS, what is so we're at 36.4 million, and I ask this every year. I think since you've been a housing director, I asked it every year. It's not to you, it's to the group, is really how much of the amount that we're spending out of the 36 is an increase to the city's portion? Because what I recall is that the province capped that amount in 2012, and we've been supplementing. For some years, if I recall correctly, we were at around an extra $1 million every year. We were providing. Where are we at in terms of that amount? How much it comes from the city to city of taxpayer dollars to provide shelter and motel per diems?
So for this year, the municipal contribution is $2.5 million. However, we overspend, you're right. Our funding is cut and capped. So what we get from the province to put towards the cost of emergency shelter services is $21.2 million. So then the city, then has their $2.5 million contribution. So that would leave us, if we look at the overall cost of shelter spending, with a deficit of about just over $12 million. That the city is also covering.
So I just got lost there. You said 2.5 and you're giving us 12 million. What's the reference? Just so.
So the overall shelter spending is $36.4 million. We get 21.2 million as our provincial contribution.
Yeah.
That leaves $15.2 million. You subtract 2.5, which is city money, and then you're left with the shelter deficit, which works out, I believe it's 12.7. I have my math here in front of me. And so the city will pick up the 2.5 and that deficit.
So we're picking up 15.2 ultimately.
Ultimately, however, that amount is further, we mitigate that amount, and it works out to about just over $9 million by, surpluses that we have in other areas that reduce that cost.
Okay. So I want to understand, because I recognize that planning committee will be reviewing the capital side of housing. I've been slapped on the hand for talking about that in the past, but how do we fund that 9 million? I want to understand, because I don't understand why we can't transfer the city's portion of this into a capital amount in the next year. Is Wendy?
Yeah, I think that might be a question for Wendy.
Councillor, you were talking about what I refer to as the capital contribution for housing, the 9 million.
Well, okay, if you're calling it a capital contribution, let's have a different conversation. But just to walk you through the flow, Shelley shared with us that we have, and Mr. Vice Chair, I'll ask for indulgence here. I'll give some context to Wendy. We're spending $36.4 million in shelter and motels every year, of which the province is covering 21.2. That leaves 15.2-ish coming from the city in different pockets. And then Shelley explained it very clearly around, it ultimately leaves us with a deficit this year of 9 million. So I just want to understand how that deficit is upheld, or how is it covered?
Donna, did you want to speak to that, or do you want me to address it? Because I think there's a portion that comes under the SSRF bucket and the SRA funding.
No, I think that what you're, if I gather, Councillor, what you're talking about is we don't fund the full cost of the shelter every year, so that we end up every year in a deficit situation. And that deficit situation, because the intent, I think, is that it, fluctuates and changes every year. So, between 2018 and 2019, we had a 17%. Between 2019 to 2020 was about a 3%. So it fluctuates, right? So the intent is that other components of the housing budget, our reconciliations with housing providers, et cetera, that typically is the funding source to offset the deficit. And then whatever is remaining outside of that at the end of the year then goes into our overarching city deficit, which then goes to Wendy in terms of how do we fund the city deficit.
Okay. So I guess if I look at the slides that were presented earlier on page 6, the capital funding source, when I look at, for example, we're on transit, where I think transit has a 23% debt, if I recall offhand. Why won't we pick up additional debt here, which would be good debt? We all know that the housing market and property values keep going up. Why when we pick up good debt to transfer, let's say, the $15.2 million into additional capital for new housing?
Donna, would you like me to address that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think we're drifting into the long-range financial plan, which will come as a report to council in Q1 2021, and that's what Donna has referenced in terms of that long-range plan. So we're putting together those pieces, Councillor, in terms of what that funding model is going to look like over the next 10 years. What you're seeing in this particular budget is an increase to our base capital contribution. So we had 1 million going previously. We've had great success in adding an additional $5 million. So that means over the next 10 years, we're going to have $60 million to be able to invest. And then we're looking at what is the need over the next 10 years, how many units do we need to build, and how do we fill the rest of that gap? So that will come to you in Q1 2021.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on to a different portion. So the part of the program is rent supplements. So in previous years, we've had issues of spending that amount. What are we expecting at the end of 2020 to remain in that amount, and how many rent subs are we planning for in 2021?
So, Councillor, I'll hand that over to Shelley. I think that, the first starting point is we are not subscribed in our housing subsidy budget, and I'll let Shelley speak to the details of that.
Thank you, Donna, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor. We have had some historic underspending in the rent supplement, specifically budget. We will be fully subscribed in 2021. Right now, that funding is supporting exactly 4,383 households with much needed affordability. So we do have some underspending, but simply because it won't be allocated until 2021 when projects come online, and that funding will go to support much needed affordability and new projects that are coming online. For instance, OCH with Rochester Phase 1.
Okay, and the previous amounts that were left in rent sub just carried over?
Yes, the amounts just carried over.
Okay, that's good to know. In terms of outreach services, we heard from the Alliance to End Homelessness that there's some issues, right? Where the outreach was supplemented and that funding is coming to an end. I believe, Donna, you said March 31st. We do see the need because there's a lot of encampments and residents do need the outreach support. So curious to see that portion, like how do we bridge the heading into the spring, the additional funds? And then further to that, can we attach some, I guess the Alliance was proposing some rent supplements, but could we attach some rapid housing efforts for that population?
So yes, and that does happen. I'll ask Shelley to provide you the details around how we fund the outreach and then the success that we've had in terms of attaching those rent supplements.
Thank you, Donna, Madam Chair. So certainly, we've always had street outreach services, and through COVID, with the rise of people sleeping unsheltered, which was really due to a fear of contracting COVID within the shelter system, we added additional street outreach resources, specifically with the Salvation Army, and also with Ottawa Inner City Health. So we are going to provide funding to extend those services until June 30th of next year at this stage with the budget, with the finances we have right now. And we very much have housing focused outreach. The whole point of outreach here is not just to drop by and hand out socks and a sleeping bag and a granola bar. It's very much to get to know people by name, to add them to our by name list, because people who are sleeping unsheltered are the top priority for our Housing First program. They don't need to be in the shelter to have access to that program. So when the outreach workers are engaging, it's very, very intentional, progressive engagement to talk to people, learn their housing history, learn what their, what they'd like, where they'd like to live, why housing didn't work out for them in the past, and also to administer what we call the VI SPDAT, which is an assessment tool, so we can really see the level of need and what support services we may have to wrap around them moving forward. So everybody right now that is sleeping unsheltered does have immediate access to a housing allowance subsidy under our Home for Good program. So there is very assertive, progressive engagement. They are at the top of the list and they have access to a housing subsidy.
Okay, and can you speak to the portion post March 31st? Like you're saying that we're ending, the supplemental outreach is ending. what's our plan?
No, right now we are going to extend the supplemental outreach until June 30th, based on the funding we've received now through the federal and provincial governments, and obviously, post, some of our funding will run to June. We can provide. And some runs to March 31st. So we do know, however, that, due to our situation and where we will be with COVID moving forward, that we will need additional funding from the federal and provincial governments as we move into their next fiscal year, which starts April 1st, 2021.
Okay, my last questions on the housing front is on page 31. There's a $1 million addiction services initiatives. Could we learn more why this year that's not funded?
So thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to turn that question over to Clara Friere. The Addiction Services Initiative was funded previously in our Employment and Social Services, and they had received additional funding from the province for that program. So I think she will be able to speak to that.
Thanks, Shelley. Through you, Madam Chair. The Addiction Services Initiative was a program that was funded by the provincial ministry and was a part of our programming here in the Employment and Social Services. It was cancelled by the province last year. And so what you're seeing, it's still listed as an item in our budget just to complete the accounting portion of the budget, but it is no longer a funded program.
Provincially funded.
Correct.
Councillor, I'm just going to, you've gone past your 5 minutes. Just want to make sure that there's no one else out there who hasn't had a first try yet that has questions. So I just want to check with the clerk that there's no one else waiting to speak that hasn't had an opportunity before we extend your 5 minutes.
No other hands up, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Carry on, Councillor Fleury.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll move to long-term care, and that shouldn't be long, Donna. We have 4 long-term care home, and Dean and his team, I mean, they've been the pride of our COVID response, and obviously every time we get that email, it breaks everyone's heart. But I want to tip my hat off to yourself, Dean, and the entire team in the response. My question, and it's a yearly one, as I have in my area, Gary J. Armstrong and Champlain, which are both city operated. I'd love for us to develop a long-term capital plan. I know there's an internal one, so we don't need to go there, but something that is external facing, so that our employees, so that residents can see our strategy around elevator replacement, kitchen upgrades, other amenities that are important for the long-term care population. So I wonder, Dean, if you can clarify where we're at with that plan, and if there's an opportunity to display it proudly in our centers.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think I'm going to call upon our colleagues in infrastructure services. If Karina could describe how the capital planning takes place from infrastructure or life cycle in the homes.
Thank you, Dean. Chair, we definitely can provide information of forecasted work. For facilities, we do that. For facilities, we do that for all the assets we manage. But it's important to provide some context to that. The way we come up with the needs in facilities, we do condition assessments, audits on a regular basis, and we determine the life cycle needs. We also have ongoing discussions and information that is coming from the facilities operators that also help us identify the needs on these buildings. We populate our list, and then we prioritize based on condition, risk, legislative requirements, affordability, and coordination with the facility operators and the service providers on what are those projects that we can forecast and they're coming down the pipe. Every year, when we prepare for budget, we validate those projects, we validate those needs for different reasons. Priorities change, Sometimes things break down. We have them in the list. They are repaired, so we need to take them off the list. Some things become more urgent. So like we do in any asset, we validate every year, we reprioritize, and we come up with the budget items. So, and it's also tied up specifically in this area, it's tied up with service continuity, because, you know, we have beds that become available. So we need to coordinate all that functionality too. So we do have, we can spit a lot of needs and plans that we have, but that needs to be validated every year. So coming up with a plan that you are going to put out in the public that is going to change 6 months after, it may not be valid because of all these coordinations that are happening. So I can assure you that the work is being done, is being coordinated, that we have a long list of plans. And we can provide all the information that is required, understanding that those projects may be modified based on coordination or other things that are happening around.
Okay, would you, so efforts are there, you have a plan, you work with Dean, I get that. I'm not questioning that, just so that we're clear. What I'm challenged by the family councils and even our employees is setting out, we don't have a roadmap of what happens in our facility, in our long-term care, that is publicly shared with our employees and with the clients. And we also don't celebrate. So when we change an elevator, there's not like that. So it's not like a road opening, right? In many ways, and in many ways, it's fine. It kind of carries through, but more and more with the attention to long-term care and the investments that we're putting in, I think it's important to have a yearly capital summary, and also availability of longer-term elements we've identified.
So, Chair, what we, from a life cycle perspective, what we can do is maybe work on that improvement of communication of what is coming, what we are looking at, how do we support you with the information and the plans that we have in place, and the different projects and the different needs that we are planning on addressing moving forward. On an yearly basis, it's easier because we're getting close. We start preparing. We are right now preparing for 2022 budget. We start looking at what is coming next. So we can definitely improve that visibility and that communication, so we can provide you and any members of council with that information that they can share with the community. And we can work with Dean's team, because I can speak from the lifestyle perspective. We also have the day-to-day maintenance of those facilities, and we can work with you and in providing that information on those plans.
So, Madam Chair, if I could add one other thing. At the recommendation of Councillor Fleury, we did share the 2020 capital items through life cycle with our family councils. And again, that was a recommendation from Councillor Fleury. So we did share that. And anytime we're doing any renovations within the home, we share that information with the families and residents and staff in advance once we've determined the scope of work and the timelines for the completion of that work.
Okay. That I appreciate that context. Thank you, Donna. I'll move to childcare, and I have youth after, and then that's it. So I'll try to be brief. We have a number of subsidies. I believe 8,000. How many folks are waiting for a subsidy this year? Do we have that number? We had just to give context to newer committee members, we had a long backlog, and there was additional funding that was in place, and we seemed to have been able to keep up with the subsidy based on folks moving out of going into school and new kids coming in, but I'm curious of its status today.
I'm going to hand that over to Lynn, because the team has been doing an amazing amount of work and moving subsidies, because subsidies and eligibility and making sure that people have the subsidies available to them is a core piece of recovery for our childcare sector in terms of getting people placed. And the team has done a tremendous job of ensuring that those waiting lists aren't in place, but I'll let Lynn speak to the details in terms of exact numbers.
Thank you, Donna. And Chair, we are very pleased to say that we just finished transferring approximately 800 children to agencies lists in the community. And we've approved financially another 900 that we're just starting to contact right now. The caseworkers in our ESS offices are contacting them. It is a very difficult time because of COVID, because our wait list, some families are choosing to sometimes they're hesitating whether they're going to be returning or not. But we are offering them supports, and very pleased that financially they're all approved. But some families are taking a little bit of time to confirm whether they're returning or not. And we're providing those supports.
I appreciate that, Lynn. So you've given us two numbers here, 800 approved, which is great, 900
Yes.
in the works.
Yes.
That would leave us with what sort of waiting list for parents?
So financially, they would all be approved. What happens now is that some families on the wait list, they can choose up to 15 options, and other agencies, home childcare, a variety of center-based. But some families really want that one center, that one home childcare provider. So they may choose to wait until their preferred space becomes available, and they have that parental choice to stay on the wait list. But financially, they do have the opportunity to find a space in the community, and we're hearing that spaces are available. And while we change these families to accepted, the provider side can also place those children, right? And that's helping with enrollment and capacity in the sector right now. So it's a double win for the families, which is our ultimate priority, the children and families, but it is also helping our community partners with their viability.
Thank you for that, and I can only imagine how challenging it's been with the group through COVID. So thanks for the work, and I'll wait for the CPS report in a couple of months, I guess, to get more insights. Finally, Donna, on the youth program, we took it offline pre my motion. I think we worked out a solution to be able to extend the NAP/INST teams as per the motion. Maybe just give some assurance to committee.
Thank you, Councillor. So when we were looking at your motion to look at what we could actually do, because we do see and recognize the really important role that this joint partnership between Ottawa Public Health, Community and Social Services, Recreation Facilities and Culture, and Ottawa Police Services has in making a difference in these priority neighborhoods. We are seeing that youth are facing one of the biggest risks in mental health, and we do know that youth employment is another particularly important component in these priority neighborhoods in terms of helping us get through the pandemic. And when we look to see how we could fund that, what would be some options, that the Youth Futures program, which really has the same kind of intent where we're looking at hiring individuals in youth employment, has had a surplus because we haven't been able to run that program. Employers weren't able to take the Youth Futures into individuals. So we think that we can reallocate that within our existing budget, as well as use some of our emergency assistance, because it does fall within, dealing with kind of the crisis in those communities, to fund the program. And what that will allow us to do will allow us to hire, on top of the 14 that we have already hired, 24 racialized, youth in our priority neighborhoods, and provide them the opportunity to have employment, but also to support the recreation programming development, the mental health and supports, and information and supports in the community around COVID. So it really is a win-win for those priority neighborhoods, and that funding will allow us to work with the current provider, Boys and Girls Club, who we already have a contract with. It would just be expanding that contract. So that would allow us to move into all the priority neighborhoods and expand that program. And in conversation with Dan, and Dan, I can defer to Dan, that his team, as part of the INST and as part of that group, will do the supports to the recreation programming in those particular neighborhoods as well. And I defer to Dan for more details on the rec side.
Thanks, Donna. The pattern for this has already been established over the last year or so as we've worked together in collaboration with Donna's group. And we think within existing budgets, as well as looking at outside partnerships, because there are several partners, foundations and such that have shown some great interest in helping support some of this. We think that we can roll out in those neighborhoods enhanced programming opportunities, working with the new team.
So, Madam Chair, based on both Donna and Dan's response, what I'm going to do is pull my motion, because effectively the initiative was able to proceed for helping our youth in low-income areas. So I appreciate both Donna and Dan's work on that, and obviously a accommodation here.
Terrific, excellent. Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Anything further on your side? Nope. Okay, I see Councillor Deans has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question, I think under community funding framework to Ms. Gray, and that's following out of the delegation we heard earlier today from Volunteer Ottawa and their need for some at least short-term funding to help them when they lose their funding on March 31st. And I'm wondering if between maybe now and budget day at council, you could take a look if there's any possibility of getting some dollars to them to assist them through these rocky waters.
So absolutely, Councillor, but I do know that as part of the commitment for the social service relief fund that we've received, we've done the first allocations. We are planning to do another allocation that will go out into the community in terms of needs. So it would be, again, emergency needs. So we can look at, is there any ability to augment that and look at any other opportunities that we might have available around the Volunteer Ottawa, recognizing that they will also have an opportunity to apply for the next funding formula or funding framework as we move forward into the fall. But the additions of what we have through the Social Service Relief Fund, the next fund, we can look to see through that process, there might be an opportunity to do that as well.
Okay, and would it be possible to report back to us before the budget meeting on what might be available, or is that too soon?
Those funds we've typically put out in an allocation process to the community so that the community can define the priority needs. So I think it would be early Q1 2021 before we could, if we did that particular route. I can check with the team to see if if it is the will of council to fund, if there are other sources of funding or options that we could do. And I could have that in advance of council.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you. That's all, Councillor Deans? Yeah. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. So with that, then we will go to motions and then directions and then the budget roadmap. I think that's what we have left in front of us. So on motions, I believe, and perhaps Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we have two motions in front of us. Is that correct, Mark?
There's only yours or Councillor Egly's, and the one from Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury on the Tabor Apartments will be a notice of motion now, I believe.
Okay, and confirming Councillor Fleury, Councillor McKenney, is that a notice of motion?
That's correct, Chair. It'll be a notice.
Terrific. Okay. So then with that, if we could pull once again the childcare motion up on the screen. And I guess I'll ask Councillor Egly. I'm not sure we need to read it again, but perhaps just so therefore be it resolved, Councillor Egly.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I wasn't looking forward to reading all the whereases again. I think everybody wants to get home for dinner tonight. Therefore, be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee recommend council requests that Mayor Watson and the Chair of Community Protective Services Committee send a follow-up letter to Premier Doug Ford and Minister Stephen Lecce requesting the province confirm the 2021 allocations and include continued investments in childcare operations and the Safe Restart Funding, SRF, and that the proposed cost-sharing funding changes be eliminated as the impacts to the childcare and early years providers would significantly impact the sector. Be it further resolved that once the provincial allocation has been announced, that the General Manager of Community Social Services Department and the Director of Children's Services, in consultation with the Child Care and Early Years System Planning Advisory Group, provide an update via a memo to Council outlining the impacts of COVID-19 and the ongoing supports being offered to the sector.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Are there any questions on this before we go to vote? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried? Fantastic.
You're on mute, Madam Chair. You're on mute.
Thank you. Long day. That's all. Thank you very much. That's all that I have by way of motions. So we'll move now to directions. And I believe there are 3 directions to staff at the moment. Maybe I'll ask Councillor Fleury if you want to start and introduce one of them.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you were on at that point, but I believe Vice Chair Eglai was chairing, but I did speak to Karina Duclos and Dean Lett, and they did take the direction at that point, so I don't think further direction is needed.
Okay. And those have been submitted? I guess, yeah, since I have a copy, apologies. Okay, very good. So then the last one, I believe, is Councillor McKenney's direction. If you want to speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually have 2. One just builds on Councillor Fleury's around the long-term care. So it's just further direction to staff as the COVID-19 pandemic has further highlighted the importance of quality long-term care facilities, and with the City of Ottawa operating 4 long-term care homes, that staff be directed to present to Committee and Council a plan regarding transformative culture change. For example, adapting innovative models such as the butterfly model by Q2 2021.
Okay, and can I ask perhaps Dean or Donna, whoever would like to just comment on this?
Maybe I'll start and then hand it to Dean, because I think I want to put a bit of context around that. The team, has been really committed, and I think the committee's talked about that butterfly model and the efforts that Dean and his team has made around the physical infrastructure and their methods of care, and have been doing, had pre-COVID, started down a process of doing some pretty significant work on trying to understand that and how we could execute and implement that. In 2020, we had to make a very difficult decision as we got into COVID around capacity and resources and prioritization of the work that the team could do. And as you know, we have been significantly resource constrained within the long-term care just for provision of service, and you can see the number of staff that we have had to hire and move in just for direct delivery of nursing care and care to residents and support for their activities. So the work that we had to do that's a precursor to the implementation of the work that the councillors requesting has not been done. And we would need to resume that work in order to be able to put a plan in place in terms of how we would implement that. At this point in time, with the current budget and the resources and the current state of the organization, that direction staff would not be able to do within the time frame of Q1 2021, dependent on, us getting out of COVID. All resources are really bent on maintaining the operations. So what we could do is we could revisit that direction post-COVID. We're also anticipating that as a result of the commission and as a result of the work that they're doing, there is significant potential legislative change and policy change that is happening. And we do believe that those two components may actually coincide as well. The review of the commission, the operating model, the future direction of long-term care, that opportunity might coincide and be a nice synergy for us then to really clearly have clear direction around, what's the model of care that's going to be funded and directed, but then what's the resource and capacity to deliver that. And that's hard for us to say that today, because I know the team is totally committed and dedicated and believes in that model and wants to execute and implement that model. But that situation still remains, extremely vulnerable to COVID and to maintaining the operations. And that has to be the safety, has to be the first and foremost priority of the team.
No, I thank you for that. And just clarifying maybe a couple of things that might allow us to move forward. I get that it's all hands on board in terms of the operations around safety right now. And this is certainly, again, not a criticism of anything that staff have done. My intent is to keep it, kind of keep it on our minds, on our work plan. It's actually, I asked for, to come back by Q2. Certainly if we're not out of this in Q2, if it's Q3, I think that would be acceptable. I just want to make sure that we're that we have our sights on that type of transformative change in our long-term care. I think coming out of COVID, that's one of the things that that we all agree. Going into it, our seniors really weren't equipped to handle, well, certainly a pandemic, but any type of real crisis, and to strengthen our long-term care and to strengthen the people in it, I think is what I'm looking for. So I don't know if it matters, Q2, Q3. I don't mind pushing it out. I just want to make sure that it's on our radar.
So maybe a friendly amendment to the direction could be, post when we come out of COVID, that we set the timeline with which we would be able to report back, understanding what's going to be the true. We still don't know, where we'll be in Q1. Great case scenario, we'd be out and be happy to moving forward. But if we could put that caveat so that the team understands that once they get out of COVID, that's the number one priority. They'd have to come back with a plan about when they could start to do that work and come back. I think that the team would be amenable to that. Unless, Dean, do you see any problem with that?
No, thanks, Donna. And I'll just reiterate, we are committed to implementing a dementia care strategy that introduces innovative dementia care models to our residents. We understand the significance of moving this forward. Again, unfortunately, with the current situation that we're in, all of our resources are being focused on the care, safety, and services to residents. We also are waiting to see what the commission is going to bring forward. They've already released a preliminary report, and some of those actions are moving forward, which we need to be in a position to implement those actions. The 4 hours of care, we're not sure how that's going to work. And if we're going to get to 4 hours of care, that would be a huge boost to help us to move forward with an innovative dementia care model that would be able to enhance our services to residents.
Okay, I'm happy to make that amendment, that you come back with a set timeline post-COVID.
If I can just interject, I'm struggling a tad in that, what we're tabling today is the budget. So, respecting that there are a number of pressures due to COVID operationally, I'm struggling as to whether it's best suited to be doing this direction now, or whether it might be better suited to do a notice of motion so that we can have a fulsome discussion about this at the next committee meeting, where we can get into those details. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Councillor McKenney, but it might be worthwhile in that it would give it the light of day that I think it might deserve.
Sure. I'm happy just to turn it into therefore be it resolved as notice of motion. So I'll send that back to Mark then. But with the same change around setting a timeline post-COVID.
Yeah, I think that would be great if you don't mind doing so. I think that will give us an opportunity to have, like I said, a more fulsome discussion. Again, it's not necessarily budget related, so I think that might be worthwhile.
Will do.
Excellent. Okay, and I do want to as well. I apologize, Councillor Fleury, but I'm not sure that your direction made it translated as a direction. If I can just ask maybe Caitlin if she can confirm what's been put on the record or if we need to do something further on this. You're on mute, Caitlin. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Sorry. And I will have to apologize. I may also have been away from the room when this was discussed previously with staff, but it would be appropriate to confirm with the committee right now whether they indeed accepted that as a direction, and maybe the coordinator can put that on the screen, because I did indeed miss that, although I believe it was discussed earlier.
Madam Chair, if I can help, Madam Chair, as I was in the chair at the time, I did not understand it as a direction. That doesn't mean I'm for or against or anything else, but I didn't understand it as a direction, and I'm not sure that staff did either. So maybe the simplest way to deal with it is for Councillor Fleury simply to put them forward now as directions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Aguilar. I appreciate that clarification. So perhaps Councillor Fleury, if you don't mind, and if maybe I know the clerk has a copy, if we could put it on the screen. Does that work for you, Councillor Fleury?
Sure, yeah. As the COVID-19 pandemic has further highlighted the importance of quality long-term care facilities, and with the City of Ottawa operating 4 long-term care homes, that staff be directed to present to Committee and Council a 5-year capital plan for its city-owned long-term care homes. And then, Donna, I'm listening to conversation with Councillor McKinney. I just want to set a timeline. If you feel that Q2 is not appropriate, I'm open to other considerations.
I believe that the direction would go to infrastructure services, if I'm understanding it correctly. So they may be on a different time frame. I defer to them.
And if I can interject as well, like I am on the fly here wondering if this is also more suitable. It's not a budget implication. This is really more operational. Would this make more sense to put forward, Councillor Fleury, as a notice of motion again, so we can have a more fulsome discussion at the next committee meeting?
Yeah, I'm fine to do that, Madam Chair. I'm at your will. The reason why I brought it forward is because it's based on capital budgets investments, right? That's the only reference to budget. But if you feel it's more suitable for a notice of motion, I have no problem.
So let's clarify then your expectation, Councillor Fleury, to make sure we're on the same page. Do you view this as having an impact on the 2021 budget?
Not financially, but from a public information point of view, our residents and which, under the Long-Term Care Act, we do have responsibility to, and our staff. That's how I perceive it attached to this year's investment.
Okay, so given that context, again, my personal thought here is that it would get more justice and more discussion if we could do it as a notice of motion. It's not impacting this year's budget as we're tabling here today, and we can again bring it to the next committee for a fulsome discussion if you're agreeable.
So, Madam Chair, I have my hand up for a while now, so.
Okay, a comment on this, Councillor Elshin-Turi?
I mean, on both, because I put my hand up when Councillor McKinney introduced her what's so-called now notice of motion. Well, first of all, if it's not budget related, why they were not ruled out earlier after we exhaust all the discussion and now we have to discuss them again in the next meeting? That's my first question. Secondly, I mean, with all the changes happening in the province, why don't we allow staff the opportunity to tell us in the next Q1 or Q2, all the changes is going to happen to the long-term care. We heard it time and time again that there's changes going to happen. So why don't we wait? Like, what is the rush if there's no financial impact on the budget? Why can't we just hold on till we see what the changes happen, so we don't burden our staff with something really, the promise might change tomorrow.
Fair comment, absolutely, Councillor Shantiri, and I think, you know, in my remarks, I would agree in that I think it's more appropriate not in the budget meeting to have this discussion. It's up to the movers whether they would like to change it to a notice of motion or not, respecting the comments you've made.
And if they're not going to change it to notice of motion, I'd like to have the A's and A's on it, please.
Fair, absolutely. So then we were just at, sorry, I apologize. We were with Fleury, Councillor Fleury's. Are you okay, Councillor Fleury, with changing it to notice of motion, or how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, no, I'm totally comfortable with your approach.
Okay, so very good. So then both of those will be notices of motions. So there's one direction left, and that was Councillor McKenny's. If you'd like to introduce that with respect to transit fares.
Just coming up here. Sorry, I just sent in my other one. I realized after yesterday that given that this type of funding would actually, because community bus passes and Equipass is actually a budgetary constraint on community social services budget, it does actually, it is actually budget related. So just as the economic hardships experienced by many low-income residents and families in the city as a result of the COVID pandemic have highlighted the ongoing growing inequity gaps, that staff be directed to present to committee an assessment of the benefits of sliding scales for transit fares on low-income wage earners who do not qualify for either the community pass or the Equipass based on the experience of other municipalities, and that staff also be directed to comment and advise committee on the benefits of eliminating means testing for special passes. Now, I'll just say, I don't expect that staff can do this before our full budget conversation, but there would be a budgetary constraint on social services if we put something like this into place. So I would, it will dovetail certainly with the work that the working group that was formed yesterday at Transit Commission is going to do, and it's the type of work I think that we need to know so that we are ensuring that we are giving people all the tools and resources that we can to get them, back into the workforce, and eventually save us money and provide for families who are low income and individuals who are very low income. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenny. And respecting and appreciating, so the community pass and the Equipass absolutely fall within the CPSC budget. Where I'm questioning is, so the impact of this motion, does it have an impact on the CPSC budget, or is this actually the Transit Commission budget? And I think I'll ask, I guess maybe Caitlin, if you can clarify if this is within scope of this committee in this budget.
Madam Chair, it is our view that it is not within the scope of CPSC, but would be more appropriate at Transit Commission. I believe a similar motion was on this subject was considered at Commission yesterday.
Okay, so given that, Councillor McKenny, and of course I was at Transit Commission yesterday, and you had made the comment then that you would bring it up at council, perhaps you can appreciate that it not falling within this committee, it's not appropriate to move this here, but perhaps you want to revisit it at council.
Well, I challenge that actually. I don't know why it wouldn't be within the scope of this committee. It would be if there was a special pass, the same as a community pass or the Equipass, it would be paid for out of social services budget. So I find the ruling a bit awkward. So I'd like to challenge that.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I'd like to understand who you're challenging, the chair or you're challenging the decision? Because if you're challenging the chair, it's not debatable. We should vote on this.
Sure. I think Councillor Fleury has a question.
I need just on a point of order.
Sure, Councillor Fleury.
Yeah, I've opened the budget. On page 31 of the CPS budget, there is a line, Community Bus Pass Equipass Program. $6.763 million. That is in front of us right now.
Correct. Yes, and I don't debate that. And I think the direction here states that as well, that the Community Pass and Equipass, that program does fall under our budget. What I'm questioning and what I'm hearing from the clerk as well is that the notion of a sliding scale for fare passes for low income earners is not within the purview of this committee, but actually within the purview of another. So with that, I suggest we'll just go to vote and we can determine whether to move forward or not. We can ask.
So just so I understand on the point of order, so you're not debating the substance of this committee having community pass. You're saying because there's financial implication, ultimately it has to go to council.
I'm saying that community pass and Equipass absolutely rest here at this committee, but what's being suggested here for as defined as low income earners is not part of that program, so is not part of this committee.
Okay.
To my understanding and through the advice of the clerk. So with that,
Madam Chair, can I ask one more question, please, if I may, to Councillor McKenney? Councillor McKenney, is this what I'm looking for? So late in the day. Is this? Are you not asking two questions in your direction, or am I missing it? You're asking a question about sliding scale, and I understand what the clerk is saying about that. That's sort of an operational kind of thing that Trans is going to figure out. But are you also asking a question about
means testing,
current Equipass?
No, I'm asking about sliding scale and means testing and what the impact on the residents that we serve through this committee, what that impact would be. What would that look like? I think it's well within the committee's purview. I think had it not come up yesterday, had this come up at any other time at this committee meeting, I would imagine we would have just voted on it.
Well, I was gonna make a suggestion for the committee to consider and the chair to consider. Could this, and if Councillor McKenney would agree, could this not simply be referred to council to be dealt with at council, and then there's no issue, being council, it has authority to deal with any and all issues arising out of whatever department or whatever budget?
Well, I'm guessing if it's out of order here, I'm not sure how it can rise from here to council.
Well, I'm saying, again, I don't want to speak for the clerk, but I think what the clerk is saying, the subject matter is out of order for this particular committee. So what I'm suggesting is if it was referred to council, when council is supreme on all issues arising in the city, whatever department they come from, whatever budget, then you could have your discussion at council. I'm just trying to offer a way through where there's a discussion of the issue as opposed to it being overruled or ruled out of order on a jurisdictional issue as opposed to a qualitative issue, is what I'm suggesting.
No, I think we can vote for it here on whether we're willing to debate whether sliding scale for pass for low income people or people without any income or means testing is within the purview of this committee. And my understanding of this committee that I sit on is that it would be. So we'll.
Apologies, I was muted there still. Okay, so appreciating that further discussion and my understanding of the issue and with the clerk's input, I do believe that it is out of order for this committee. So I guess we will go to vote at whether we're sustaining the chair's decision or not.
Okay.
So just so I'm clear, a yay is supporting your decision and a nay is not. Sorry.
We can confirm that, Mark.
So basically, yes to sustain the chair.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sorry, it's Caroline. Remind me again, because I was on another call. The chair's position on this is it's not within the purview of this committee to be looking at this issue at this point.
Correct. I believe transit fares in general are not the purview of this committee. The Equipass and Community Pass is, but this is above and beyond that. So yeas and nays to support the chair.
Okay. Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury. Sorry?
What do you say?
No.
Okay. Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
I want to have a discussion about this, but I'll vote to sustain the chair.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
No, but we'll just, like you said, we'll discuss it again.
Councillor Egli.
Similar to Councillor Luloff, I would have liked to have had an opportunity to discuss, but the councillor doesn't want to move it to council, so I'll support the chair. Yes.
And Chair Suds.
Yes.
So 5 yeas and 4 nays.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I believe that's all of the directions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mark? Yep. Okay. So next, we'll move then to the budget roadmap motion. And I'll ask Vice Chair Egli if you can walk us through it. And a reminder, of course, there is a few conflicts, reminding Councillor Deans and Councillor McKenney on their points.
If I can just make a note, Chair, that when we do come to the declarations, a colleague of mine, Melody Dufresne, will remove them and put them into the attendee list.
Okay.
So we just have to take our time and then put back as panelists once that vote is over.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we'll take our time on those ones.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll read it out numerically, so chunk by chunk then, Chair, is that what, and we'll vote on it chunk by chunk?
Yes. So
okay.
Yeah.
That the Community Protective Services Committee recommend the council sitting as committee of the whole approve the Community and Protective Service Committee 2021 draft operating capital budgets as follows. 1. Emergency and Protective Services budget as follows. A. General Manager's Office and Business Support Services operating resource requirement, page 1. B.
Okay.
B, security and emergency management as follows. 1, user fees, page 5. 2, operating resource requirement, page 4. C, fire services as follows. 1, user fees, pages 9 through 11. 2, operating resource requirement, page 8. D, paramedic service as follows. 1, user fees, page 15. 2, operating resource requirement, page 14. E, bylaw and regulatory services as follows. 1, user fees, pages 18 to 26. 2, operating resource requirement, page 17. F, public policy development, operating resource requirement, page 28. And that's the first tranche.
Terrific. And is that carried?
Consent on
Carried.
Dissent on 1E2 for me.
Same here, McKenney, dissent on E2.
1E2. Okay. Dissent McKenney and Fleury. Otherwise carried.
Carried.
Okay,
2.
excellent.
Community and Social Services budget as follows. A, General Manager's Office and Business Support Services Operating Resource Requirement, revised, page 29. B, Employment and Social Services Operating Resource Requirement, page 31. C, Children's Services as follows. 1, User Fees, page 35. 2, Operating Resource Requirements, pages 33 and 34. D, Housing Services Operating Resource Requirement as follows. 1, Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, page 37. 2, Home for Good, page 37. 3, Reaching Home, page 37. 4, Remaining Housing Services Operating Resource Requirement, page 37. E, Long-Term Care Operating Resource Requirement, page 39. F, Partner and Stakeholder Initiatives Operating Resource Requirement, page 41.
Terrific. And on those sections, Carrie?
Madam Chair, if I might, if we could vote first on childcare, and then we'll allow Councillor Deans back. Then we would vote on the portions that Councillor McKenney has a declaration on, and then they would both be back for the remainder of this item.
Okay, so first we'll vote on 2C then, Children's Services.
Carried.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, so we'll let Councillor Deans back in. I can't see everyone on my screen right now.
Councillor Deans is now back.
Okay, great. And so now we'll go to D, correct?
So, Madam Chair, yes, it would be specifically D 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. So if we can then, as Caitlin has suggested, so section 2D, 1, 2, and 3, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. And now Councillor McKenney can rejoin us. You can just let me know when she's back in.
I see Councillor McKenney has returned, and you could now vote on the remainder of the Community and Social Services budget.
Excellent. So let's finish off this section in 2. So we've got 2A, B, D, 4, E, and F. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, and then the remainder, Councillor Eglai, if you don't mind.
Sure. 3, Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services budget as follows. A, General Manager's Office and Business Support Services. 1, 2021 User Fees, revised, page 45. 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 44. B, Community Recreation and Cultural Programs. 1, 2021 User Fees, revised, pages 49 to 54. 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 48. C, Citywide Programs, Aquatics and Specialized Services, and 1, 2021 User Fees, revised, pages 58 to 60. 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 57. D, Parks and Facilities Planning. 1, 2020 User Fees, page 63. 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 62. E, Facility Operations Services. 1, 2020 User Fees, page 67. 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 66. 4, Public Works and Environmental Services Department, Parks Operating Resource Requirement, page 69. And 5, Community and Protective Services Committee capital budget as follows, pages 70 to 73. Individual projects listed on pages 123 through 206.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Is that carried?
Carried.
Fantastic. We have carried the budget. Congratulations, everyone. So
Chair?
moving back.
Chair, if you could just have the whole budget carried as amended, please.
Okay, apologies, yeah. So if I can also then have, as suggested, the entire budget carried as amended. Carried?
Carried.
Fantastic. Okay, just flipping back then to the agenda. There's no in-camera items today. There was 2 IPDs circulated, so the use of delegated authority by the Community Social Services Department, and then the use of delegated authority during 2019 by Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services Department. Notices of motion. So we do have a few then, I assume. Councillor Fleury and Councillor McKenney, your directions now, notices of motion, correct?
That's correct.
And Mark, just to confirm, we don't need to reintroduce those now. We've done so?
Correct. We've already seen them, so that's fine.
Perfect. Great. Any inquiries?
Well, no, there's another, the notice of motion on Tabor was not officially presented. It was discussed, but I think we do need to read that one.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate, I missed that one. If you'd like to go ahead, Councillor Fleury.
Mark, could you put it on the screen? So we're doing, Councillor McKinney, I don't know if we're doing a collective notice of motion here, so. Councillor McKinney, did you want to read it or you want me to read it?
Sure. Yeah, no, I can read it. Whereas the issues identified with Tabor Apartments at 130 Saint Denis are alarming and putting children and their parents at risk of poor mental and physical health outcomes. And whereas tenants do not enjoy the benefits of protections through the Landlord Tenant Act as other tenants would with leases, whereas the per diem cost of the 24 units at the Tabor Apartments could be better utilized to provide permanent housing for families. Therefore, be it resolved that the city launch a proper procurement process to house the 24 families living at the Tabor Apartments. Be it further resolved that the city cease the hotel per diem relationship and use of the Tabor Apartments at 130 Saint Denis no later than July 1st, 2021.
Terrific. Okay, thank you very much. Was there any other notices of motion I've missed? Okay, not seeing any. Any inquiries? Seeing any other business? Seeing none. Adjournment. On adjournment, is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Fantastic. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Our next meeting is not until February 18th. So I'll see you all, I hope, but look forward to seeing you again February 18th. Thank you very much, everyone.